Well, yesterday gave us a good picture for what to expect, but as you can see, the weather has decided to make things hazy today for Barber Motorsports Park Round 4 in the Zenith Racing Series. I'm Joe Peak. I'm joined by Joey Atterbury, and later we'll bring in Sloan Pollisner down on pit lane. Joey, it's earlier in the day, going to be a little bit cooler, I imagine.
And certainly seems to be very similar weather conditions to what we had yesterday morning. A little bit of an overcast morning and probably going to burn off just a little bit in the afternoon to some beautiful sunshine here in the southeast. But we are located at Barber Motorsports Park for day number 2 of Zenith Racing Series down here in the southeast. I believe we've got a track map that we'll go ahead and take a look at as these cars roll off on the pre-grid. Like I mentioned, we're here in Alabama, just west of Atlanta by about an hour drive, and it is an elevation-filled circuit with just under 2.5 miles and 17 turns. The Alabama roller coaster kicks off on the front straightaway going into turn number 1. It is a heavy downhill even throughout the entirety of the corner, and then is up and down through turn 3, 4, and then downhill into Charlotte's Web, turn 5. A great passing opportunity with a lot of action. And then look towards the left side of the track map, Museum Corner. That's turn number 8, a tricky downhill brake zone. And then sector number 2, the back side of the track has some fast switchbacks where the drivers have to really be on top of that car control. Turn number 13, up and over that tunnel turn, has shown to be a difficult area of the racetrack. And then sector number 3 rounds out our lap here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Well, while they work their way through our warm-up laps, let's take a minute to head down to Sloan Pollisner. Sloan, what's the vibe like leading up to race number 2 this weekend?
Hey, everybody. We are here on pit lane right now. The cars have just started to roll off. We are looking at a brisk 65 degrees today. Humidity looks like it's about 90%, which is not great for my hair, but we'll figure that out later. The vibe seems to be super good. Everybody was super stoked about how yesterday went. We had a little social that we had last night. Free food, free drinks, great hangs. So that's one little special thing about our series. So, yeah, vibes are good. We had some crazy rain last night that kind of washed away everything that the drivers left on track yesterday. But we're hoping for a good, clean, smooth race today. So, back to you guys.
We're looking forward to that as well. Well, why don't we go through how this starting grid is going to unfold? Remember, these lap times are set according to fastest lap from yesterday's race. And up at the top, Stratus Racing's Jason Alder, no surprise there. He's got the pole position. The 908 automatic racing car of Max Opalski will be on the outside of the front row for the ZP2 field. Patrick Wilmot will kick things off in the number 909 in third. And then you've got Thomas Belleman starting from P4. Row 3 sees Gavin Vaughn for Nimbus Racing's number 77 team in 5th. And then it's Carter Pease starting in 6th for the number 5 machine. It'll be Jack Ivan in the number 27 starting P7. And then the round 3 racing number 3 car has Oleg Gorshkov starting from 8th. And finally in 9th, it'll be Linus Lundqvist in the Stratus Racing number 57. Joey, what about our ZR2s?
Yeah, the faster of those GT classes, the purple ZR2 is going to be led off by that bright blue number 95. Matt Millian from 94 Motorsports claims the pole position over there. The number 41 car, Valsop and Retro Rocket's going to be sharing the front row. And then in third is going to be Clark Camburn from Camburn Performance. Ian Barberi going to be starting in 4th in the second of the 94 Motorsports cars. Henry with Finish Line RPM is going to be starting 5th, and Ari Baylog is going to be starting 6th in that Moorhead Speedworks car.
After that, Barry Zerbuchen starts on the pole for the ZR3s in the Harrison Motorsports machine. AOA's Racing's Ren Messenger starts from 2nd in that number 14. The 85 AOA Racing machine starts from 3rd with Gino Manley kicking things off. No Lift Racing's Jacob Daly in the number 70 starts from P4. Then on the inside of row 3, it'll be Eric Powell in the 555 Bruce Innovations car. Finish Line RPM's Aaron Turek starts from 6th. After that, 7th goes to Brian Cheney in the number 73 Finish Line RPM. And Big Mission Motorsports number 134 car has Brian Griggs, finalizing our field of 23 cars here today. We've got them lined up already as they come through Sector 3. 6 hours of racing with a break in between on this one. Going to be a little bit of a different format to what we're used to. We'll go into the afternoon, so no doubt we'll get a fair bit of conditions changing throughout today's race. Out of the final turn and on to the main straight, our ZP2 field finds itself looking for the green flag. As we wait patiently for the call, there they are up on the stand looking for a nice clean start. And they're holding them quite a while. Now we finally get the green flag. We are racing here at Barber, coming down into turn 1, looking to make sure that things get through that first corner. So far, so good for the ZP2s as they are followed through by the ZR2s. And I'm seeing a nice clean field heading through the Alabama roller coaster.
Yesterday, it got busy right about here at turn 4, and there you see some of our ZP2 class cars still duking it out side by side, going down into Charlotte's Web for the very first time, our biggest and best braking zone on this racetrack. And you see these little prototypes still trying to sort out the track position that we've got here on the racetrack. Everybody is anxious to try to make up some of those spots early on. That's going to be a little bit of a side-by-side battle. I believe that's between the 5 and the 27 going here into the museum corner.
Still trying to get those tires up to temperature, no doubt, here in the early stages. The 27 might lose another position. Under attack now from Gorshkov in the number 3 machine, but up at the front of the field, Jason Alder, who set the field alight, has been leading the way and is already pulling a bit of a gap.
Not surprised after what we saw yesterday out of the pace out of that number 59 car. I think if we look at the timesheets, the fastest laps, the most consistency out of the long stints out there, Alder was definitely on top of the board. Now, of course, the checkered flag showed a different result, but Stratus Racing obviously maybe with a little bit of a chip on the shoulder after the result yesterday, trying to make it to the top step today.
They complete the first lap, all except for, I think, the number 70 car. I just realized that they had pulled off course at turn 1. I thought I saw a camera shot off to the side of what I thought was the pace car going into the escape row, but it appears to be Jacob Daly, who might be retiring early, unfortunately, with yet more problems after they barely got to run yesterday. Still got a battle for P2. Opalski and Wilmot are close together. Both automatic racing cars, hoping not to hold each other up too much, but definitely glad to be holding podium spots in these early stages.
Something that is very similar to what we saw yesterday is look at that blue number 95 BMW. That's our leader in that ZR2 class, and he is right on the tail of our prototypes. We saw a very similar race pace out of that lead BMW in that purple class compared to, call it, some of the cars and some of the drivers in ZP2. And right now, Matt Millian is certainly putting on a show. He's staying very, very patient right now, just kind of hanging out at the back of this field. And I think once everything starts to pour out a little bit more single file, aka those ZP2s aren't necessarily racing for position wheel to wheel, he'll start to pick them off.
Yeah, he's been so fast in that BMW. AJ Alsup in the 41 trying to keep up. Unfortunately, nobody seemed to really have the pace of that baby blue number 95. So Millian starting things off. He'll be once again sharing it with his cohort in that machine. The driver of Colin Garrett joining in. Both of them with very impressive pace all race long. Yesterday afternoon during our competition. But so far so good, and an hour longer race, and we haven't seen too much in the way of drama. A little bit of a battle though just in front. I think that's Gorshkov versus Ivan. Ivan looking to try and overtake down into turn 5, gets to the inside. This is slowing all 3 of them up as the 57 of Lundqvist wants to make it 3 wide. Someone's going to have to come out ahead down into the museum corner because that is not a 3 wide turn. And I think it is going to be Gorshkov who manages to hold ahead of the group. But wow, did it get sketchy in front of Millian for a moment.
So that white and red car is the number 3, like you were just mentioning, Gorshkov, and then got Ivan and Lundqvist. Those are the 3 cars directly behind. And I was mentioning that blue BMW kind of puts him in a little bit of an odd position because these three cars are really duking it out for position. And Matt Million probably is a little bit faster in some of the sections on the racetrack, aka the straightaways, but he's probably got to lift off the gas not to kind of run into the back of these cars. From what we saw yesterday, Matt is incredibly aware of what's going on the racetrack. When faster cars were coming up in the rearview mirror and he wasn't racing for position, he would simply pull over, let them by. And here's another great example. He's not inserting himself into a battle that doesn't concern him.
I think the main deal for him now is to try to stay out of trouble if this gets any more frantic in front of him. And also make sure he doesn't lose too much time as well, as we have another go on that seventh spot from Ivan. Gets a good run, looks to the inside, but remember, they managed to get side by side last time and still Gorshkov held him off. This time, though, he's much farther back down through the corner, and a nice underneath move by the number 3 to take that 7th spot. Could we have a cutback, though, as it looks like the Gorshkov is going to try and fight back on him, but no, just doesn't have the launch.
Certainly seemed to have a little bit of a lunge going into the brake zone there, though, so I think that Gorshkov is here and ready to race on a Sunday morning. The only thing that he's got now is the 27 has leapfrogged him in terms of track position, so he's got to look out for Lundqvist now on the attack, which is right in his rearview mirror, that black number 57 car. So he's now going to try to find a way around Gorshkov in that white and red number 3.
It's like the number 7, he has got it moving. We just saw on the foreground of the shot, he's being caught by our leaders. So about to go another lap down, unfortunately, but I'm glad to see that Jacob at least has the car rolling on the circuit. We'll see if they can get a few more laps in compared to yesterday. Seem to be plagued by a few mechanical problems. Fastest lap of the race so far is Max Opolsky, interestingly. He's kept it within about 1.2 seconds of Alder, but we continue to watch the hottest battle on track, which has been between 7th, 8th, and 9th, although I think Ivan, now that he's got by, he has left them in the dust.
I have a feeling that if Lundqvist can kind of pull a similar move down here in turn number 5, let's see if he can outbrake Gorshkov. Certainly seems to be wheel to wheel and now clears himself about 2/3 of the way through turn number 5. So Gorshkov, unfortunately, is slipping down the order in the ZP2s. And now that those two cars have actually cleared him, I expect them to start to stretch that gap just a little bit.
Doesn't seem to be quite on the pace compared to them in these early stages, but these long races, you will see drivers change in pace, of course, between the drivers themselves and then maybe the car just liking certain conditions a little bit better. So move Lundqvist up into P8. Meanwhile, I believe that Ari Balog has moved into 3rd in the ZR2s. Barbary, unfortunately, lost that position in the 9.4 Motorsports machine. So a couple of switching around here in both of the classes. We haven't really covered it much, but Barry Zerbuchen in the 392 continues to lead by, I think, about 13 seconds over Messenger in the early laps of this race.
That's what my timing and scoring shows as well. And I was waiting for this shot right here with some of our ZR2 and ZR3 class cars. Now, I'm not sure if you caught that this time by, but when we have, call it, these GT cars going over the backside of the racetrack, they're a little bit more abusive of the curbs and the track limits. And we don't always have these stepped curbs a little bit smooth. This is a move down to the inside here, going down in towards turn number 16, and this is 17. It certainly looks like they cleared it. I wonder if this was the battle between Powell and Manley out there in the ZR3 cars. I believe it is as they cross the start-finish line here.
We've got a mechanical black flag for Turek in the number 7. Don't have much more information for that, so the meatball flag unfortunately being displayed very early. Meanwhile, the 555 trying his best to get that spot back, that podium position, and is really hunting him up and over the crest of turn 4. Manley's going to have to get a little bit defensive. Maybe no, the car is strong in a straight line. He leaves the door open and has just a little bit of space down at the apex, but Powell can't seem to capitalize.
And this is a fun little race for what is third place in that ZR3 class between Gino Manley and Eric Powell. Now, both of these competitors very versed in wheel-to-wheel racing. Of course, Eric Powell doing a ton of different racing this year, including some over in that Ford GT3 program. So if you see his name around, yes, it is the same Eric Powell that is out here racing in this ZR3 class. And then, of course, Gino Manley with that AOA squad, always representing in, call it, touring cars across various different racing platforms.
Now, Sloan said we had some rain overnight, and over the curb on the exit there,
Yes.
that looked like a lot of water being kicked up, Joey.
So it's one of the parts of seeing a shiny red ball on the screen and changing my talking point. So I was mentioning the curbs, and not all of them are smooth like we see here in some of these onboard shots, but on the back side of the racetrack, we have those stepped alligator curbs, and you're right, it's holding a ton of moisture, and these ZR2 and ZR3 cars are a bit more abusive of those track limits. They run over those curbs and definitely kick up a ton of water, so you just have to be careful of the track limits.
Continued to ride on board with the 555. We saw this last time. Manages to get down to the inside a little bit better and also looked quicker in a straight line. No, excuse me, it was the 85 that was quicker in a straight line. And yeah, there you go. Again, despite being on the outside, quick dive to the inside, though, jukes himself to the apex of turn 5. And somehow Powell is still a little bit ahead. But that 85 car, the grunt underneath the hood, is really saving it.
I have to chuckle because, I mean, everything that you're calling is absolutely correct. And Eric Powell is, call it, outperforming his equipment. And then in the other car, the 85, the equipment, I mean, you just put the pedal flat to the floor and it just seems to be able to drive around Powell if he ever gets in any sort of situation. So I'm sure that Eric is probably getting just a little bit frustrated knowing that he does have a faster piece. It's just so frustrating and he can't physically get by the car. I mean, you can see it right there on the driving, just kind of missing the apex, and Eric is just right smack on it, you know?
He's tried every trick he can think of. And again, down to the apex here, this late apex, so much easier. But then what's going to happen on the front stretch? Is he going to experience the same thing? He's going to try and power his way around the outside onto the main straight. And once again, the 85 holding station gets the nose ahead, coming down into turn 1. And they're going to at least stay side by side. Is this where he's finally got it done? Usually he's behind that 85 car around this corner. This time he is ahead.
And as long as he gets on the gas right here soon enough, he should be able to keep Manley behind. But here comes the horsepower in that 85. He's going to be looking down to the inside. Eric Powell knows better. He covers off the middle of the road, forcing Manley to go around the outside. And if there's a great example of horsepower versus handling, it is right here. And here comes Manley again. He's going to be up alongside the 555 by the time we get to the museum corner. Who's going to take it deeper on the brakes? Powell is on driver's right side, and he is more confident on that brake pedal pressure. But trust me, this battle is not over. Joe, if you were to ask me which car would I like to have the handle on the straight line, that is always the most fun car to drive.
I was just going to say that when you ask a driver which they would rather have, I feel like horsepower is 99% of the time the answer you're going to get. So that is an example why right there. We did get some great info from Sloan here. Apparently it was a bit of a transponder issue for the 7 car. So they're going to get that fixed, hopefully, and get that machine back out on circuit quickly. But now that he's finally ahead, I think Eric Powell is making good use of the handling, even if he doesn't have the straight line speed, and is starting to shoot off. That is now a podium position for the Bruce Innovations team. But all that fighting definitely cost them. Messenger is well up the road.
I'll try to kind of bring it down and draw a parallel with it, you know, if you've never been in a racing situation, but maybe you've been in a lapping situation, right? An HPDE day out there where you're in a slower, lower horsepower car like a Miata or a GR86 or something like that, and you're going up against like a Porsche Turbo and they just blow by you on the front straightaways, but then you keep catching them in the same corners, and now that Powell finally has the track position, I do think that he'll start to edge it out just slightly as this battle between the 5, the 27, and the 57 hasn't really gone anywhere. It's just kind of a little bit different place on the racetrack, it seems.
And poor Matt Million is still stuck behind them. There's a move up the inside, and I believe that is the car of Lundqvist making a position over Pease. Now, we've also got Gorshkov now out of this. I think this has changed complexion just a little bit. And, well, Matt says, I've had enough. He is going to at least get through one of them. He's starting to pick them off finally.
So what's happened, the three-car battle that we were watching before, you're right, included Gorshkov, and you just mentioned he kind of dropped off the tail end, and these two cars, once they'd cleared him, got up and actually caught Pease in that number 5 car. So that was the car that we just saw going by in turn number 5, and Matt Million has just pretty much attached the ski rope, what do you call it, the skitch rope in skating, it to the back of one of those ZP2 cars, and he's just hanging on.
Yeah, I think it's a little safer trying to do it with these cars than it is on a skateboard, though. And now to complicate things further, they are catching the ZR3 class. So not only do they have Matt Million trying to work his way through from behind, they're also trying to overtake a few lap cars themselves.
This is where we saw a lot of the race get pretty interesting yesterday. Is just working your way through the multi-class traffic. All of a sudden doors open up, or maybe the doors get shut going down into apexes that you weren't expecting, and this is where it really starts to get busy out there on the racetrack. But once again, I just want to give props to the driver of that number 95. I do think that he could go out there and force the issue and start passing some of these cars, but he knows better than to kind of insert himself into a battle that he's not welcome in per se. And honestly, he is earning smiles and friendships throughout the paddock in respect right now.
In the meantime, down on pit lane, Sloan has caught up with some of our competitors. Sloan, who have you got with you?
Hey guys, I'm here with Shane Bruce from Bruce Innovations. Shane, crazy day yesterday. You guys completed one lap and then went behind the wall. Can you kind of tell us what happened?
Sure. We're running a M240 IR, so they have a double-walled turbo manifold. Basically, the inner wall of the turbo manifold melted, went into the turbo, and turbos don't spin very good with chunks of metal in them. So we had to source another manifold, which we found in Atlanta. We were able to get that installed last night around 10 p.m. So we got on the dyno this morning to make sure it was still performing nominally, and it is doing as expected. We're out there running clean laps now, and we're very happy with it.
That's awesome. Yeah, so your competitor's AOA actually finished the race yesterday, but since you're starting ahead of them, do you have a different type of strategy today, or what's kind of going through your head knowing that you have that advantage?
Well, I wasn't able to watch the whole race yesterday, so I'm not sure how they did, but I do know that yesterday we had a clean race. So not sure how much that has to do with it, but we're basically just trying to do that, no penalties, and keep the car out there, and just a long day ahead of us, so we have lots of time.
Yeah, definitely. Where are you guys based out of?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, Charlotte. So did you have to run back to your shop to grab the parts, or were you able to source something nearby?
About halfway. We didn't go all the way back, but I drove to Atlanta, found one on Marketplace, so used parts from Facebook.
That's incredible. I don't know if I've ever heard about a team sourcing from Facebook, but I guess it proves even race cars can get things from Facebook Marketplace. Like I got my couch from there. So, that's kind of handy. I guess tell us, what are you looking forward to for today? Just the car finishing, or do you have any other special plans for tonight?
Oh, definitely the number one spot on the podium, without question. We're looking for the W, but yeah, just a clean race, a reliable car, and no penalties. The team's here and up and ready, and so another day at work. Awesome.
Well, we're hoping for a W for you too. Congratulations on getting back on track, and we'll catch up with you guys later.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Yeah, how times have changed, Joey. I'm not sure if it's better or worse in some ways, but I'm sure the teams appreciate that you could source a part like that so handily.
Yeah, it's, utilize technology, right? If it's out there and available, go ahead and grab it. And I think one of the things that might get lost in translation is a lot of these modern race cars, they are OEM based, right? So it's not necessarily specialty parts throughout the entirety of the vehicle. Sometimes it is just simply grabbing a stock part off of a car.
Works out beautifully. And again, goes back to what we keep talking about with Zenith Racing Series, the inclusivity that they're really pushing for, that a team could do that and make sure that they aren't out for the rest of the weekend. As I believe we're riding on board with that 555 Bruce Innovations car. Since taking that third spot, they have gapped themselves over AOA Racing by about 4.5 seconds. I think he's finally put a nail in the coffin of that fight, at least for this first hour of racing. We still have the pit stops to go later on, so things could still change around. Checking on our timing up at the top, though, Alder, who started to run away, is now only about half a second ahead, and we've got that on screen now. Max Opolsky has been keeping one of the most lightning quick drivers we've had yesterday really in check in these first few laps.
Yesterday, the two cars, or I should say the two drivers that were able to turn a lap time that was under 131 were these two drivers that we're looking at on the screen, Alder and Opolsky. So these two were at the top of the field yesterday, and then also they got to duke it out a little bit. But I guess the glorious part about the green flag being dropped here Sunday morning is that they were literally next to each other on the front row. So we almost get a direct data comparison of the two. And you're right, Opolsky actually holds the fastest lap at a 30.6, Alder at a 30.7, so near identical again. And then the third car that's kind of entered the picture in all of this, about 5 seconds back or so, but Pat Wilmot has actually done a 130.9 as well. So this time we've got three cars that are turning laps sub 131.
And if you missed yesterday's action, that 59 team came back from a lap down penalty to finish on the podium. It was almost a win. They go by a little bit of ZR3 lap traffic, both of them able to navigate that successfully. So I'm sure they're going to try and kind of tighten things up compared to yesterday, Joey. Hopefully they had learned their lesson and won't make that mistake again.
Just have to see how everything develops. And really, when it comes down to the fuel numbers, I don't think that there's any point in kind of tracking it here until after our quiet hours. We got to make it our first 2.5 hours before we get to our final 3.5 out there. So I think goal number one here this morning, stay on the lead lap, stay in touch with the leaders. The closer the gap is, the more confidence you have in the afternoon.
Here's a fun one for you, though. Guess who's got the purple lap? It's Matt Millian is the quickest in the ZR2s. We talked about how fast he is, despite not being in what should theoretically be the second quickest class, has outpaced even the ZP2s at the front. I'm not sure if that included a little bit of help from some slipstream or what, but I noticed those purple sector times starting to crop up last time through. He's definitely going to be held up a little bit now because he's got the 57 directly in front of him.
And what did we see yesterday? I think fast lap in that number 95 was about even with the ZP2s, maybe just a touch slower. However, remember that 9-4 Motorsports team is doing a lot of tire testing programs for Zenith Racing Series, making sure all the classes are well balanced out there. So I guess my big question is what tires are they on this morning? And does Matt Millian have even more pace in the car that he's just hanging out?
Apparently some very good tires, at least in the first, 16 laps of this race so far. Go around the outside of another one of our GT cars here. Our leader uses it to great effect over Opolsky, who gets held up and now drops back a few more car lengths behind, unable to get close enough to attack at this stage. But like you were talking about earlier, we've got that break, which is going to make it a very interesting dynamic, because we were talking about it off air, Joey. Staying on the lead lap going to be one of the more crucial aspects of this format. And as long as he holds on to the back of Alder, I don't think Opolsky needs to be too worried if he isn't ahead.
Correct. I think that the easiest way to think about our little break that we'll have a little later is that it's more like a traditional yellow flag, in the sense that everybody gets grouped back up and then we have a traditional restart, right? So under a code 60, everybody's neutralized out there. Oh, I think Opolsky is going to get held up right there. That's not the GT car that he wanted to see going there into that section. But back to my point is that it's just handled a little bit more like a traditional yellow flag. Everybody will get gathered up, and then everybody will restart at the same time. So as long as you're on that lead lap, that's the track position that you need.
Which is a little easier said than done, as we've seen in this series. Things can obviously go against you either through penalties or just a lack of pace, or maybe at times if you get the code 60 at a wrong time, you'll lose a lot more time to your competitors in the pit stop. It's another thing that drivers will be watching for. If you missed yesterday, it can have a great effect. And if you do miss it, in the case of the 59 team, just by a couple minutes, you miss a chance at maybe even going for a win, as they pitted just before the final code 60 went out, and they lost tons of time on track compared to what would have been available if they had made a little bit better fuel mileage. But it is still them leading today, since they had that fastest lap and led from the pole. Matt Millian still leading down in the 95. In fact, 7th overall because of the incredible pace he's been showing early. And Barry Zerbuchen in the 392 still leads over in the ZR3s. That team between Barry and Sergio as well, taking that victory, just trounced the field.
They were extremely impressive yesterday, especially after not being at Sonoma. They showed up here at Barber, and you're right, in that ZR3 class, just kind of were the class of the field, and it's almost a rinse and repeat today. That last lap from them down there, leading that class of 138.4. I can tell you it's about 2.3 seconds faster than Messenger in that 808 racing car that's sitting in second place there in class there. So they've got a handle on today as well. Same thing, kind of a rinse and repeat for that number 95 that we've talked about already quite a bit.
Love listening to the onboards of these ZP2 cars. You can really hear that engine scream as it gets up to speed. But down into the braking at turn 5, using the downforce that comes with it to get it slowed down into the downhill. We check in behind once again. Ivan versus Lundqvist. This is for 6th position in ZP2s. The 27 of Powell Racing versus Stratus in the 57. But we're riding on board with the car just in front of them, Matt Millian, in the ZR2 class.
That's the biggest difference between those names that you were talking about, is this bright blue BMW was actually behind those ZP2 cars, just really hanging out, being patient, and now that they have separated out enough, he has just kind of picked them off one by one. So this ZR2 driver has already passed the ZP2 cars of Gorshkov, Pease, Lundqvist, and Jack Ivan.
I'm going to check and see how far back he is from the overall leader here. 19 seconds. That's pretty impressive after 18 laps that he's been running that great a pace. So big credit there to Matt Millian. Oh, and I think Lundqvist just got by Ivan while we weren't looking. So the 57 has swapped spots. He moves up into 6th.
Still a very busy piece of the racetrack here, and if Lundqvist lifts up or has a mistake at all, I think that Jack Ivan is just right there with the lights on already, trying to take advantage, and both of these cars have been able to make their way up through the field. Remember, they started at the back of that ZP2 class, and they have been really the ones that have been moving forward, as well as that Matt Millian car.
I'm looking at my track map, and I don't see many of the other classes that are going to be in their way, so it should be a straight fight. In the meantime, I think Sloan has caught up with one of the most important crew members that we could have at the track. Sloan, who have you got?
Hi, guys. I am truly here with the most important crew member that any team could have. I'm here with Atlas, a 2-year-old golden retriever. Atlas, what do you have to say about being at Barber? He says that he's hungry a little bit. Not only is Atlas a star, we're also here with Randy Kinney from Round 3 Racing. Randy, tell us a little bit about your race yesterday.
Oh, it was good. You know, we weren't the fastest on track, myself personally, but we had a clean race, and we ended up getting pushed to 3rd. So couldn't be more stoked about that. It was fun. Yesterday, the rain held off, and thank God for that personally, because it was a bit scary out there in the rain, but and we have Atlas here to cheer us on. So it's the most important crew member on the team right here.
Oh, truly. So tell me, why do you think Atlas is so sweet?
Because I'm his dad.
All right, I kind of set myself up for that one. But Atlas, what are you most excited for about today? Oh, there you have it. So many things and lots of noises. Okay, well, we're hoping for a clean race for you guys today. Atlas, you do such hard work and you are such an incredible dog. Don't ever forget it. Back to you guys.
I think that might have been my favorite interview of the weekend so far, if I'm honest. So.
You know, it goes right up there with the sheep. And I will say, so I'm a Golden Retriever fan, right? I got 3 of them over here, Jet, Noodle, and Ellie. However, the sheep at Sonoma did talk back quite nicely.
Yeah, they had a bit more to say. But we definitely love to get some good animal interviews in when we get the chance. Interestingly, I just saw that Million was re-overtaken by a few cars. In the meantime, it looks like we've got another of our Ginettas on track currently. We had the 177 last time out, and we've now got the 290 of Ari Baylog out on the circuit. So glad to see more of the variety. They are actually trying to take the second place away from the 41 team right now. So that is for that second position.
And that's that second Ginetta. Remember the 290 car from Moorhead Speedworks? They had a little bit of trouble yesterday. So great job to that team to get that car fixed up, whatever was going on. They obviously were able to rectify that situation, and it is doing a terrific job in the hands of Ari Baylog, like you were saying, out there on the racetrack right now, right behind that Retro Rockets machine. So these 2 white cars that we're following, that's the number 41 Retro Rockets and the number 290 of Moorhead Speedworks, battling it out for what is second place in class.
I had to do a little bit of a double take because from far away, the headlights, I thought, we don't have any Corvettes out on circuit, do we? And yeah, the yellow headlights threw me off a little bit. Boy, he is hassling that 41, though, as AJ has got his hands full, and they've got the overall leader coming up behind, who looks like he doesn't want to sit around because Opalski is also chasing him, so he tries to duck underneath. Is he going to get the space? He does, but look at what that has done. Max Opalski is now right on top of him.
I think it might have just been a little bit of miscommunication up and over the tunnel turn. You called it perfectly. Our leader of Alder was trying to do an over-under, and I think that Ari saw him in the rearview mirror, was trying to get out of the way, and they both kind of choked down towards the middle side of the racetrack. That allowed Opalski to just evaporate that 1+ second gap, and now the 59 is stuck behind this Retro Rockets GT car, gets down to the inside, but once again just doesn't work out for the Stratus racing car and benefits Automatic Racing and Opalski.
It's certainly looking like it's a bit of a rough period of trying to deal with this traffic. Both of them sneak through. Great work by Max, spotting that one and slicing by that car. He could have easily lost all that ground that he made up, but he is still right there, keeping the 59 honest in this first half hour of the race. And this is kind of what we were hoping to see, is after Jason seemed to be kind of on another level, we asked who could try and keep touch with him, and the 908 team has stepped up to the plate.
You know, I was going back and trying to find, because you had mentioned it, Matt Million dropping down the order just a little bit, and I don't see anything. I went back and looked at the onboard, and he is still hanging out in 6th place overall in timing and scoring. So I wonder if it was just something that we noticed at the time, but this battle between our overall leader is still as close as ever.
Ooh, and even looking to the inside briefly there. Yeah, it could have been just a timing and scoring a glitch on our end that maybe caused that. So apologies if anybody on that team freaked out for a brief moment. In the meantime, Opalski now starting to show some moves here and there, potentially, if he could keep a little bit closer. Certainly looks strong through the last 2 corners of the lap. Unfortunately, you've got to be ultra aggressive if you want to pass in one of those turns.
And with these ZP2 cars, they're just able to carry so much speed into the corner and through the apex, kind of adding to your point that those brake zones are even smaller in some of these sections of the racetrack. So yeah, you really have to be on it if you're trying to force your way through. I think that at Barber, turn 5 that we just went through, this is also a good passing opportunity, but once again, you got to be all the way up alongside somebody, and the real true braking zone isn't all the way until the third apex down there. So these cars that don't necessarily have a ton of straight line speed, those brake zones are very, very short at the sections that they come up to here on the backside of the racetrack.
I want to give an update for fans of the Finish Line RPM number 7 car. Turek has brought it back out, and they seem to be pacing. They sadly are quite a few laps down. It looks like about 7 laps down from those in their class. So at this stage, they have to hope for maybe a few problems from their competitors if they want to make up some spots. But I am glad to see them be able to get back out there and start to circulate at least. That's job number 1 in endurance racing. Just get the laps in.
And, you know, I'm actually pretty curious if we could jump on board the number 95 car of Matt Million while the 59 is just kind of holding pace with the 908 out here. I do think that Alder maybe has a little bit more pace when the windshield is clear, but the reason why I wanted to jump on the 95 is we've been mentioning how he's been working his way through the ZP2 field. He's actually chasing Thomas Belleman, and remember Belleman from yesterday, Joe, definitely one of the faster drivers, but it gives us a great idea of where some of the speed is made between the ZP2 cars versus the ZR2s.
100%. And I would say I'd like to see Matt Million in one of these ZP2 cars, but we already saw that back at Sonoma. It's just this time he's elected not to do the double duty, it seems. So we heard that there could have been a chance for it, but he's stuck with one car this time around. And there we see the onboard of, I believe this is our second place driver that we've got currently, of Opalski still giving chase on Alder.
Correct. This is riding on board the 908 and actually one of our faster cars on the racetrack. We saw that when they were coming up to that multi-class traffic, just things were not falling the right way for our overall leader, and it was definitely falling the direction of Max Opalski. But now that they have gotten through it, certainly seems that Alder is back on pace and setting those fastest laps. This is on board the 392 car. This is actually our leader down in the orange ZR3 class, riding on board with Sergio Ramirez. I think it's actually Zerbuchen in the car currently.
That's what, we're getting on timing and scoring. Yeah, there we go. Is the 392 updates. I do find it interesting. I think this camera is tilted a little bit up, but when he came over the crest out of turn 5, it was nothing but sky, and that's not the steepest run. I'd love if we stay on board here up to the tunnel turn to just give a perspective of kind of what the driver will see here. Because, it's, look at that.
And
just,
Joe,
you can just see a little bit of trees.
Yeah, the mount is on the, call it the horizontal bar, the harness bar is what it would kind of be called. And so it is a little low, and you're right, it is kind of tilted up just a little bit. However, the driver's got that arch with the dash, so it is somewhat similar to what the driver sees, however, maybe just a touch less.
Still kind of fascinating to get this perspective. And he's now got one of our ZP2 cars in behind. I think that might be Gorshkov that we're looking at currently riding behind him. Trying to see if he can get it over. Oh, and we got a car stop. That's the 77 of Gavin Vaughn. Now, I think we saw, wasn't it this exact car stopping at this exact spot?
I believe it was the automatic car yesterday, the 908, that kind of fell apart for him yesterday.
Right.
But you're right, exact same spot.
Last time it was due to a little bit of contact. Now, we don't know the reason this car is here, so it could be any number of reasons. And we've got a code 60, so it must have been sitting there for a bit, or they saw something that we did not and know that it's going to be a lot more stranded. So our first one of the day comes at about 40 minutes into this race. We only wound up having 3 code 60s over 5 hours yesterday. We'll see if we can match that here today as everybody now goes to 60 kilometers per hour. Now, if you're tuning in for the first time, you heard Joey kind of touch on it. Essentially, all cars are neutralized, as he said. They're all going to be running the same pace around the track at 60 kilometers per hour. However, the pits are still open. The drivers and teams can come in and do work while this is happening. And ideally, if you can fit it within your strategy, you do want to try and take advantage of this.
I think that this is your strategy now. It's not, can you fit it into it? We're past, halfway through the fuel stint for the majority of these cars, if not all of the cars. We've already ran 40 minutes of green flag racing. Come in and fill it up with fuel, even if you're, call it 15 minutes early. If you're 10 minutes early, that is okay. Come in, fill it up with fuel right now because it opens more strategy doors later in the race. And because of this code 60, like you were mentioning, you got to take advantage of the cheap pit stop.
First one to do so is Messenger in the number 14 AOA racing car. And yep, we can see at least a couple coming in. We saw somebody in front of Zerbukin go into pit lane. That looks to be Gorshkov. And obviously, we know the 392 also pitting. So, yeah, we're seeing more and more teams do exactly like Joey said, picking up on this chance to take a cheap pit stop, lose less time. And if you're wondering if they will change tires, well, ideally, no. The rule in this series is you get one tire change, not a set, but one tire over the course of the race without a penalty. Any more than that, and you will be docked a lap per tire. So this is effectively forcing teams to make the tires last the entirety of the race. It is just going to be for fuel and driver changes.
What I'm going to find interesting, though, is that the 59 and the 908 were pretty much nose to tail as they entered pit lane, right? They're both on that code 60 speed limiter, if you want to call it that. And there wasn't but maybe a quarter of a car length between those two cars. Now it is up to those pit stop teams in order to keep the stop nice and clean, make sure you get the fuel in, make sure that there's no additional seconds on that pit stop, because if there are, you might come out in a different position.
Now, Joey, did you see the tire go over the wall there for that car ahead of Barry? I was trying to figure out which team that is, but they are changing the tire.
And, looking at our pit reporter, it certainly seems like the 392 has a crew member over the wall checking the lug nuts and everything. So I wonder if they did take tires like you were just mentioning.
Well, it wasn't this car, it was the car ahead of him.
Yeah, so it can't be the 392, and they're just checking pressures here. So it's not like a torque wrench making sure the lugs are on or anything like that.
No, it was from the onboard camera, the car ahead. So I don't know if we'll turn and see. Okay, so it's the 14. So it looked like it was a front left that they were putting onto the car, and I didn't see any others go over the wall. So I wonder if they were taking advantage of the rule that I was just mentioning.
Certainly could be, as we get some shots of the 77 getting pushed back maybe just a touch to get it in position to get it up on the flatbed. But 14 right now is currently sitting 6th in class, kind of on the tail end of that ZR3 class. And I wonder if maybe some of it was from taking that additional tire, taking that additional time in the pit stop. And if it is just the one, they should be good to go. And Joe, I think we're getting some pictures from Sloan down on pit road down there of some tires that have come off of the cars, and you can see how deformed that tire actually is.
Yeah, I see why they changed it now. So, is that a flat? I think it might be flat.
No.
So yeah, that would no. Okay,
that is not a. That is a deformed bubble inside the tire. I'd actually be curious if they rotated around how far that bubble lasts. It certainly seems like the interior of the tire maybe had a little bit of a failure and has caused that.
It sounds like Sloan does have some information. Sloan, what have you got about it?
We're talking about overheat on the tire, but we're not sure. I mean, it's a brand new set of tires, and I don't know what happened. I never seen something similar. We lost a tire at Sonoma, and something similar, but the tire breaks. It never had that ball, that size, We don't know what happened. but we're still checking the compounds and the brands of the tires. So this is one of the tires. I don't gonna say the brand, but it's a not to go tire, definitely. It's the second incident. So, yep.
Wow, this looks like me when I eat too much gluten. Like that's a big thing to happen there. Well, the driver was okay though.
Yeah, he's good. Only we lost a couple of positions. We're fighting for the national. We got a fantastic day yesterday with the second place. So unfortunately, this is gonna put us in the back. But we have a good drivers and we can go ahead again. We can get into the podium for sure.
Oh, absolutely. What? We're like only an hour into the race right now, so. Yeah. You know, you got some time, and I believe in you guys.
We have time, and we're gonna go ahead. We're not coming to compete. We're coming to fight. So definitely.
We're not coming to compete. We're coming to fight. I love that. Okay, well, thank you for this up close and personal interview, and hopefully we'll see you on the podium later today.
For sure. Yeah, we're gonna see you there.
Awesome. Okay, back to you guys.
Thanks for that update, Sloan. Definitely not something I've seen in quite a while or before, really. Of a tire doing that in a race. And what great timing that they were able to come in and take advantage of that code 60, Joey.
The easiest way to maybe compare it is maybe you have a family member that isn't the best at parallel parking, right? And they keep running into the curbs and they damage the tire in the inside of the tire, and they get all those bubbles, right, on the sidewall or elsewhere on the tire. I think that's the easiest way to explain it. As we go back, green flag racing, you saw it go from code 60 to that green flag on the dash here for the number 95 of Matt Million, and we got action on the racetrack once again.
Oh, and there's some teams that have been caught out that have pitted late. I see Patrick Wilmot in the 909 still on pit lane. Gavin Vaughn is still in there. No, excuse me, Gavin Vaughn was just off the side of the track. Apologies. So it looks like the 177 team, I think, as well, is still finishing up their pit stop. So there's definitely a few that maybe took longer than they should have to get in, get the service, and get back out. But most have emerged, and currently it is the 908 of Max Sapolsky who leads over Jason Alder. He must have had a quicker stop than that 59 team.
That's what I was questioning, because they came in nose to tail with the 59 ahead of the 908, but it certainly seems like Automatic Racing might have just been a touch cleaner on their pit stop and got their driver out ahead of everybody else. So now Max has got the track position. We'll go ahead and see what they can do with it.
Certainly seem to be hanging on pretty well, but whether or not they can be faster, like you said, with that open air in front of them is a whole nother thing. Still seeing Wilmot shown as in pit lane. I'm not sure if maybe my information is incorrect here, but the 909 is dropping down the order, so there could be more to this story, unfortunately. This is the teammate of that Automatic Racing car. Now your new leader, Max Sapolsky, up to the front.
Going through the Alabama roller coaster, I can tell you that Matt Million is certainly duking it out as well with another ZR2 car. Now, it's not for position, but I believe he's putting Ari Belaga a lap down, and they're side by side over in 17 on the front straightaway as we watch our leader pass some of these ZR3 class cars here, heading down towards the museum corner. He had about 6.2, maybe 6.3 seconds when we dropped that green flag, and you see Alder has already cut it down to 5.9 there on the top left side of the screen on the timing and scoring ticker. We're just going to see how aggressive Max is getting through some of this traffic versus the 59. Typically, we've seen the Automatic Racing car slice and dice their way through a little bit more efficiently, but the roles have reversed now.
Good news for fans of Automatic's 909 car. They are back out on track, and they've actually swapped drivers. So it looks like Rob Eklund is now in place of Patrick. We got at least two drivers with penalties for a code 60 violation. That is car 7 and car 70. So that's going to be Daly in the number 70, and the 7 is Turek, who's still in pit lane.
So those will be applied here momentarily for those that got them, as Max still continues to see his lead shrink as he's forced a long way around some of these multi-class cars. Was 6.2 just a couple laps ago, now down to 5.3. So I think the data points are staying the same. That Stratus racing car may be the outright performer throughout the entire weekend. It's just, can they put all of those cards together?
Sometimes easier said than done. But Max is now commanding the lead. Our fans of Matt Million will be glad to know he's into the top 5 overall. And I think just barely ahead of Ivan currently in the 27th. So he might still lose that position back. He's trying to chase down the 4th of Lundqvist as well to see if he can continue to move himself forward. It's starting to become almost a bit of a game for them in some cases of how many positions overall could they fight for in this endurance series. Almost down to 5 hours left to go, which would be a full race from yesterday at this stage, as we watch Opalski tick another lap off, getting ready for lap 31.
We've been talking about him, Matt Million, coming out of Museum Corner right now, chasing Ari Baylog in that Janetta, remember, that had a little bit of problems yesterday, but actually doing a terrific job here today. And Matt Million trying to put him another lap down, but right now just kind of parked right behind him.
Now, I had mentioned that the finish line RPM number 7 car was in the pit lane still when that code 60 came out. I know that we also said that they had a penalty, but they haven't returned to the course yet, and we're hearing from Sloan that the drivers are out of the car. So their problems might not be over, and they might be experiencing yet more mechanical issues. As this number 4 of Belleman on the podium is quite a ways behind those top 2, but he's still plugging away. And we know Thomas is mighty, mighty quick, so I don't think he's going to stay this far behind forever. We'll see how much he can make up over the course of this stint. Looks to be somewhere around half a minute that he's going to have to make up, which is close to a third of a lap around here.
You mentioned his pace, though, and you're right. He is actually one of the fastest cars on the racetrack currently. Now, I know that we're dealing with a lot of lap traffic, a lot of that multi-class traffic, but this white and yellow number 4 car, the last time by, a 31.7. You compare that to the 2 cars in front of him, the 2 leaders, a 32.4 and a 32.8. So you're right, Joe. Belleman certainly up on it today as well.
All right. So as the laps tick on here today, early in the morning, sun continues to go up, burning off quite a bit of the haze and fog that we saw at the start of this morning. And you talked about the similarities to yesterday, Joey, because it started so cloudy in the first part of the race, and then over the final, about hour and a half, it suddenly just became super sunny and bright. So we'll see if that repeats here today as well and raises the temperatures, as we started in the mid-60s out in the air for today's event. And also similarly, we have started with even more humidity than yesterday. 90% humidity out compared to 85% when they started yesterday.
The saving grace, I think, is just that ambient air temperature, right? At least we're not talking about 80 or 85 with the 90% humidity like we've seen at some of the racetracks and some of the events around. So I think all of the drivers and teams and crew members are thankful that it is not a sunny Alabama day down here, a Sunday in the southeast, and that they do have a little bit of cloud cover, because you're right, the humidity down there, it just gets so gnarly. And then the other thing, got to remember, it's springtime in the southeast. I'm sure that the pollen is quite abundant.
Not something that I usually think about, but yeah, it could maybe affect a few people. Hopefully everybody's had their allergy meds this morning, but the 95 of Matt Million slicing through that pollen, still trying to chase after Lundqvist, but he's not really been able to do so. It was at 6 seconds before. It's now up to 8.1. But he has left behind the 27 of Powell Racing. So he's kind of gotten to be on his own, really focus on his own race for a little while, which I'm sure he can appreciate. Belleman setting a personal best first sector this most recent time by. So he's definitely picking up the pace over there, trying to see if he can run down second place. I think we might be going to Sloan in a little bit, so we'll throw to her here in a few moments as she's getting together with some of the teams down on track. Looks like she is ready, actually, so why don't we go down to Sloan?
Hey guys, I'm here with Charlie from Finish Line RPM. Charlie, the 7 car just peeled out of there. Can you kind of talk about why it was in the pit stall for so long?
Yeah, so unfortunately it seems like we're having a bit of a pickup issue. So as it gets about around quarter tank, we're having just a really big burble. It won't pick up and just super big misfire. So we're gonna have to top off a little bit earlier this race, but it's just kind of how it's gonna go for today.
All right, well, any other issues going on, or is that the kind of the biggest thing that you've noticed for today?
You know, we had a transponder issue earlier. There was just something wrong with the coating of it, so we had to take it out, recoat it, and then it went back out, and it was fine after that. But that hopefully should be our only 2 issues for today. So
Yeah, that's wild. Are you also driving today too?
Theoretically, I should be in the car later today, yeah.
So that's crazy. You kind of do everything a little bit.
Yeah, kind of everything at once, and anything else that needs to be done, I do, plus drive the car. So
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, we don't really see what happens behind the scenes a lot, but even drivers can be the one coding things and fixing the cars. So you're a crew member out there. You could be a driver one day too. Well, thank you so much for that info, and then we're looking forward to seeing you out there later.
Awesome, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Yeah, interesting get that info about what was kind of plaguing them yesterday, because they certainly had a heck of a time just getting the car on track. But also that's got to be frustrating, because I would imagine that limits their stints even more, so they can't even go as long as they want, Joey. Well, as we've got cars circulating around, unfortunately one is going to be circulating one less lap because the 909 has gotten a penalty for a Code 60 violation. That comes a little later than the other ones. Not sure why it was handed out so much later, but they will be docked a lap as well. That is Eklund who just hopped into the car for the automatic racing team. But as the race ticks on, we just about have hit that 1 hour mark now. We have not seen anything more of the 77 team after they caused that Code 60. They're showing as still in pit lane. We might have to send Sloan over to see if she can find out what is going on with that car and why it came to a halt. We haven't seen anything from race control, Joey, so I assume that's probably a mechanical or electrical issue and not something that happened on track.
It certainly could be, because if it was something on track like you were just mentioning, I think race control would have a good grip on it. I was noticing some very, very intense racing action going on in the middle of the ZP2 class a little bit, call it a couple laps ago. They were actually 3 wide up and over turn number 2. It was pretty impressive to watch over there. So I know that we're focused on a lot of these leaders up front, and they're making their way through, setting their pace. But trust me, there is lots of racing going on as the classes kind of intermingle with each other.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that it definitely causes a bit of a headache out there. But it's pretty much the same for everybody. So traffic is just part of the name of the game, especially in endurance racing and mixed class racing. That you've got to keep your head on a swivel. And as we saw yesterday, really plays a major part into who has pace, because we saw a few times it was not just position swapping, but sometimes the lead, Joey, changing hands because of someone managing that traffic better than another.
That's what a lot of it came down to yesterday. Just being able to get your way through the traffic a little bit better than your competitors. Sometimes it works out for you. Sometimes it just doesn't go your direction or your way. You hope that maybe the inside apex opens up, but instead the door kind of gets shut in your face. But guess what? That's endurance racing. It's part of picking and choosing the line, part of picking and choosing your placement on the racetrack with your car. And you're going to learn from every single one of those passes. The other side of it, too, is you got to learn all of the drivers and their characteristics. Which ones are aware of the traffic? Which ones can you race side by side and trust them not to close down in on the apex. There's lots of factors that go into multi-class.
Yeah, well, in a normal situation where you're not racing with a team, you've just got to learn, in this case, 22 other drivers. But there's some teams that have as many as 4 drivers competing. So you've got a lot of different other fellow competitors that you've got to familiarize yourself with out there on track, and maybe hopefully be aware of who is in the car when. Hopefully your team is on that, kind of give you that heads up. This is the 134 that we're watching, getting overtaken by the 5. And that is our third place in the ZR3 class, Griggs, for Big Mission Motorsports, just letting them go. They've been kind of quietly chugging along in a podium position. They're within about half a minute. Looks like they need to try and catch back up with Powell in that 555 team, which actually, now that I'm looking at that, we know that they passed up for second place that Bruce Innovations team, Joey. But they've not only reached second, I think they are within touching distance of the 392, which, if that timing is accurate, not many teams have been that close to Harrison Motorsports this weekend.
You're right, Dave. We did just pass the 1 hour mark, and I see that Harrison Motorsports is about 90 seconds ahead, and they're doing lap times about 1 minute 35 or so. I have a feeling that Barry is going to be creeping up on the back of that 555. Call it in the next 15 minutes or so. And if I was the strategist down there in ZR3 for Harrison Motorsports, that's my goal right now for Zurbuchen and all of my drivers. Put the entire field 1 lap down by the time we get to that break here in about an hour and a half or so. That way you've built yourself that little bit of a buffer by the time we get back to that green flag racing this afternoon.
Yeah, now that I'm double checking that, apologies. It does look like it's a bit farther away than what the timing showed initially, as the marching ants are showing them probably about half a lap behind the 392. But back to Griggs on screen now, still holding with a top 3. And did we have Matt Million just move up to 4th?
And Joe, I think one of the biggest reasons why we're definitely looking at this 134 is because directly behind it is the 73. That's Cheney in the finish line RPM car. So this is actually a spot for the podium in ZR3 between these BMWs, the black one and then also the blue one with the yellow or the white hood and highlights.
Yeah, good catch on that. So BMW versus BMW once again. Both of them M3s competing, but set up a little bit differently. Each team can kind of bring what they can. If you're new to the Zenith Racing Series, the classes are not homologated. Instead, it is down to the power versus weight ratio determines which class your car is put into. And that means you can have the same car but be very, very different out there on circuit. In fact, visually you can see all the different bits that have been put onto these 2 different M3s. And right now, it does look like Cheney is just a little bit quicker. He's been getting much closer over the course of this lap.
Especially in Sector 3 that time by. So the overall laps from Griggs here in the black BMW of 41.2. Cheney giving chase in that blue BMW of 40.5. So do the math, that's 3/4 of a second. And now he's right on the bumper. He's going to look down towards turn number 5. Can Cheney be aggressive on the brakes? Griggs takes it in even deeper, maybe even a little too deep. Leaves the door wide open for that blue 73, but just can't seem to get the traction to drive off of the corner.
So he's keeping them at bay for now, but we've kind of seen a dynamic like this a little bit earlier on with the 555 trying to fight with, I think it was the 85, and having strengths in 2 very different places on track. But that's where you got to get a little bit tricky, and they are being caught up by what I think might be the 77 car back out on track now. So we might get some information from Sloan on that in a little bit from what I'm seeing off to the side here. That traffic could play a part for now, unfortunately, for Cheney. He's going to be the first reached, but he's going to want to try and stay close in case it'll open the door on Griggs.
staying as close as he possibly can. And yeah, got that multi-class traffic coming through. I think that's actually the 77, Joe. I'm not sure if you mentioned that yet, but after having their troubles down there in turn number 5, it certainly seems like that Nimbus squad has gotten the car fixed back up and out there on the racetrack, albeit a handful of laps down, but great to see it back out there.
And ducking underneath, coming down through 3 up to 4. Can't seem to get by quite yet. They don't want to interrupt this battle too badly, but they've got their own race to run. And looking to the inside now of 5, that should do it. That does, in fact, open the door, but instead, for our overall leader, the 908, which has been caught up. I think we said it was at about 6 seconds when we left the code 60. Well, it is down to 3.3. Jason Alder has cut that in half.
Nicely done out there from Stratus Racing, but Max Opolsky currently still holding that upper hand with the clean windshield. So now that he's made his way through those ZR3 cars, now it's going to be the same thing for Jason Alder back here. He's going to have to make his way through. First up is going to be Cheney here in this blue BMW. Gets by him before turn number 12. Might get choked up just a touch right here. And that was from Griggs in that 134, that great ZR3 class battle that we've been watching. Now Alder makes his way through, but it wasn't probably as efficient as what he had hoped.
No, especially after so much ground gained a little bit earlier. There is your second place driver. That's Alder in the 59. And yes, it's gone up to 4 seconds as they flash past the start-finish line here. So Opolsky doing just a little bit better. That goes right back to what we talked about maybe about 10 minutes ago, that the way that you manage the traffic, where you hit the traffic, can have such a big part in how your race will play out, how the battles will play out in this series. But we like to say that the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh. What may have hurt Alder might come back to him in a couple laps time here, so I don't think it's time to give up yet. In fact, here we go. You can see Opolsky at the bottom of the screen. He's having to lap a car in his own class, and that could be a big headache.
And that's, I think, the problem that he has right now is that number 77 of Nimbus Racing has kind of come back out on the racetrack, and we know how fast Ethan Barker and that entire team, that entire driver group is. So right now, the best friend for Stratus Racing is that lapped down number 77 holding up our leader.
While we wait for them to catch up, I see that we might have Sloan at the ready here. Let's go to her on pit lane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Austin from Finish Line RPM. You guys are battling for the lead right now. What's going through your head? What are you guys thinking?
You know, so right now we just really want to keep the pace as close as we can. We want to keep everything clean. We got a few penalties yesterday, kind of put us out of contention for a podium. So we want to just keep everything clean, keep the pit stops very quick, and make sure we don't get any penalties. And if we do that, we're going to be on the podium today.
Yeah, absolutely love that. We love a good, clean race. How are you feeling other than that?
Everything's great. It's such a, we love this series because it really steps up the game, and everything is so professional here. Like, you come into the paddock and it's just like an IMSA paddock. It's insane.
Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. I heard you have a little special shout out to give.
Yeah, so this is to my wife. We've been married 18 years today, and we've been together for 22. So shout out to you, baby. Love you.
Shout out to you, baby. Love you. Oh, that's amazing. Congratulations. Okay, well, we're wishing you the best of luck, and we'll see you out there a little later.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations. Happy anniversary. And that's a keeper if she's allowing him to be at the racetrack on their anniversary, Joey. So as we once again look to this battle for the lead, looks like Opolsky has managed to get by the lapped car of the 77. And Alder has got it down to 2 seconds, so it did hold him up just a little bit. And there, yeah, you can see in the background looking a lot closer. But now Alder also, Joey, has to go by Ethan Barker.
You're right, but he has cleared it. And, Joe, being a commentator, you think I would get the hang of this mute button over here, but it's caught me out twice now.
Happens to the best of us, buddy. Happens to the best of us.
But you're right. Opalski has gotten his way around the 77, but I think the damage is already done. Right, he was 3 seconds or so. It ballooned up to 4 and got kind of held up there, and now it is down under 2 seconds. So Alder has closed that gap in, and now he firmly sees his target out the windshield. Oh, and a big slide there going into turn 5 from Opalski.
I think they're pushing now. I think Max knows he's gotten the hurry up from the team on the radio. You may have got a car between you, but you need to start putting some laps in here because they were 0.2 of a second quicker last time by was the 59. Also, looks like the 73 finish line RPM car has come in. Remember, they were fighting with Griggs before, so that's going to break up that battle. But I thought we had pretty much every team pit during that Code 60 recently, so I'm not sure why they've come in. Hopefully everything's okay. We'll send Sloan down to the finish line RPM tent and see if she can find any information.
Well, just past an hour into this thing, and it really has been the story of automatic racing versus Stratus racing out there. It was the 59 that took the pole position in the green flag to start out today and really has led the entire way up until that Code 60, where they led this car right here that we've got on screen into pit lane. The teams did their work, and all of a sudden, this 908 jumped out front by a handful of seconds. But ever since we got going again after the Code 60, has been Stratus Racing slowly stalking this number 908.
This is what we love to see, a great battle out there. Going to be able to get to the inside of the 909 team. Eklund just kind of staying out of the way, making sure he doesn't interrupt. That was actually very nicely done between them. So well organized between the two teammates, I would guess. So there was probably some communication.
Do you think it's going to go as smoothly for the 59? Now, I know Rob Eklund, and he is always an incredible class act, so I expect him to move over. However, I mean, it's a lapped car that's a team car that's in the way.
I imagine that while he probably won't do anything untowards, it wouldn't exactly leap off to the side. In fact, look at where they caught them. That was up through turns 12 and 13. That was the absolute worst positioning. They're finally making it underneath, but that was horrible timing for Jason.
And he did make it through on the inside of the tunnel turn, but to your point, got held up into the brake zone going into 12 and through 13. So it wasn't as efficient as what he had hoped. And I had made the comment that it was under 2 seconds. It was about 1.4 or so. Now it's back up to 3.
It's been quite the back and forth here. It's very interesting to see this fight because they're not directly fighting, and yet you watch the numbers and there is tension there. Oh, by the way, I just noticed, I don't know if you touched on this, Joey, Matt Million is on the overall podium right now.
I had not mentioned it. It had made me smile a couple times that I've looked over at it. Call it the last 10 minutes. He's been up there inside of that top 3 and actually turning the fastest laps out of anybody on the track. So we're used to these prototypes of ZP2 cars being the fastest. Max that last time by at 31.8. Million last time, 30.9.
Just amazing pace out of that BMW. Currently quicker than both of our two leaders, who themselves are definitely caught up in quite a fight. Look at that, a little bit more traffic in front of Opalski. But the question is, where is he going to catch those two cars? Because here on the main straight, that won't be an issue. But after that is going to be a serious problem. He needs to get by these two post-haste. Let's see what happens. No, he's not going to be able to catch them by the end of the straightaway. And now he's going to have to try and take the long way through the marbles around 2 and 3.
He has gotten the giddy up, though. He knows that there's a car definitely behind applying some pressure because the last lap time from Max, a 1:30.9. It doesn't really get much faster than that. The fastest he's done so far is a 30.6. So Call it about 0.3 of a second off of his fastest lap of the race. Oh, man, he is on it. The only problem is that Alder, I think once he gets clean air, he's going to be able to match it, if not improve that time.
Well, I talked about how much that traffic was going to hurt him. Across the start-finish line, it was 3.4 seconds. When they crossed the first sector line, 1.6. That was a huge hit. And I don't think it hurt Alder nearly as much. He managed to just take them both through turn 5.
Well, what wasn't working his way early on in the race, remember that everything seemed to be falling the way of Opalski when he was giving chase in P2, and it was not falling the direction of Stratus Racing. Well, the cards have flip-flopped here an hour or two.
Around the outside of the Ginetta through the final couple corners. And in fact, that Ginetta, that's the 177 of Camburn. They just pit in. I see the 57 of Lundqvist also just pit, so we got a couple teams that have hit the end of their latest stint. We'll see if any driver swaps happen now that we're well past the first hour of the race.
Just look at the attitude of this 908. If we're going to watch it here, watch how much track Max is using. Every single apex curb, every single exit curb. I saw him in turn 1 pushing in about half a car without onto that exit curb, trying to carry as much speed as possible through the apex, through that downhill corner. So this driver has definitely been on the team radio, and the team is saying, look, you got to hustle. You got to get up that lap time because somebody is definitely closing in that rearview mirror.
This has been a jump up in Max's career in terms of the types of cars he's been racing. Was in the MX-5 Cup earlier on, but also has run in Mustang Challenge. You think about how the Mustang Challenge car drives, that Dark Horse R, going to be completely opposite to this NP01 that he's in right now. But I like the way he has adapted. And yeah, you talk about him getting the hurry up. That was a decisive move through the traffic into 12.
And then once again, all over the apex curb in 13, going up over the tunnel. Typically in these smaller prototype-based cars, you don't use as much of that, but if the driver is on the aggressive side of things, he is going to use every single tool available to him, and that includes the track width, as we get the shot of the Camburn Performance Ginetta evidently having some problems here in pit lane. Got the hood off of the thing.
The good news is that they're putting it back on. I definitely saw them taking some things out from under there. I don't think that's usually good if they're starting to pull pieces out from underneath the hood and throwing them to the side, Joey. You tell me.
Usually not, unless they're extra Lego pieces, and I know that Lego always gives you extra pieces.
So, doubt that that Ginetta came with some extra parts that they would have left in there for this race, though. Sloan is apparently trying to talk to the team, so we'll probably head off to her in a little bit. Oh, we got a car slow, though. This is out of turn 1. I think that's the 85.
That is the 85.
Oh, and they're going to turn off into this exit road. That's going to lead back to the paddock, so hopefully it'll be a nice, easy run to the garage to try and diagnose, but this is a horrible sight to see for the team.
You know, props to Manley, though, for getting it off of the racetrack, and I mean completely behind the wall. So this isn't going to affect our racing at all. You know, we always say with traffic, you know, maybe, oh, that's a nervous moment for our leader. That was side-by-side contact with one of the other Ginettas out there as he was trying to get down to the apex of turn number 16. It certainly seemed like Opalski was there all the way side-by-side. It's just the other driver had no idea he was there.
I hope there wasn't contact, because one thing that they stress in this series is it's a no contact series, so there could be some penalties if they did come together. We'll keep an eye on race control. We might have Sloan at the ready. I'm just double checking to see, and yes, it looks like Sloan is down there with the Anthony Pacelli team.
Hey guys, I'm here with Anthony over at Camburn Performance. Anthony was kind of running me through what just happened there, but I think he's got some examples in his hands if you want to go through it.
So probably like a half hour ago, we broke a tie rod bolt in the rear, and luckily it didn't cause any crazy failures. And then we broke our power steering belt, which took out our serpentine belt, so no alternator, no power steering. It drives the water pump too, so kind of something you got to fix. So that's what we're dealing with now.
Yeah, I would say so. So do you know how long it's going to take you guys out?
Probably like a half hour. Yeah, we got lucky with the Code 60. We only went 2 laps down.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, shout out to Code 60s. All right. Well, we're really hoping you guys fix it quickly and you get back out there. So thank you so much for your time.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. So, yeah, I didn't realize that we didn't see that car move behind the wall, and I can confirm that the 177 is showing as back in the garage. So, unfortunate that they're having more problems, especially after they had a podium finish yesterday. That's going to be a lot harder for them to repeat because they are many, many laps down from the rest of their field. So, looks like the 908 has managed to at least run away a little bit from Alder as it's up to 1.5 seconds. But you called it, Joey. That probably made the team stand up and maybe get on the radio to Max and say, you got to be a bit careful around some of this traffic.
And the driver's doing what he thinks is right. I took a look at it from the TV replay, and at least from my faux race control point of view over here, it certainly seemed like he had the car all the way down to the inside. It was just the competitor that had no idea that the little prototype had slipped down there already. So hopefully, no harm, no foul. Both of the cars are still going on the racetrack. But yeah, definitely, like you said, a nervous moment for the team for sure watching it. Oh, and that was a nervous moment there for Alder getting held up big time.
Yeah, could have had a great chance to try and catch back up. I mean, look at the ground that he once again seemed to make up, but then it goes away as they go past the GT traffic. The 57 team was out briefly. I'm showing them going back behind the wall now, so they've only got maybe 1 or 2 more laps in before they had to bring it back for more repairs. Not sure what is going on there, but it's not looking good for Stratus Racing's other car as their 59 machine has been hunting down the lead. The last thing that the 908 needs right now, though, is a penalty, so they will have to be very careful. They can ask their competitor, Jason Alder, what happens when you get a penalty in this series.
Yes, Jason Alder knows all too well from yesterday. Just having to turn in those fast laps after fast lap after fast lap after fast stint after fast stint and still be shunned away from the top step of the podium. I'm sure that entire team has a little bit of a chip on their shoulder after yesterday. Definitely the performance, the race of the entire field, it just kind of didn't have the results to back it up.
I think that pit stop came at something like 12 minutes left to go or something like that. They were leading commandingly. It was about 14 or 15 seconds that they had over the nearest car, but we knew from early on that the fuel didn't look like it was going to make it. In fact, we were kind of holding our breath to see if they would somehow produce a miracle, but it just wasn't meant to be, and had to stop one last time and give up the lead right at the very end. So we've got, sounds like maybe a few pit stops coming our way in a little bit. And I see the 94 team actually shown as in pit lane. Barbary, the 9-4 car, currently running in 4th place appropriately, taking their service.
And Joe, I think we're actually going to get a replay of what happened between the number 908 and the 290 out there on the racetrack. We had been talking about it, and here it is. So this is coming out of the tunnel turn. It's happening just right here. He's going to slip to the inside of Ari. Certainly seems like the car is there, and then just that slightest bit of door-to-door contact. Max is able to slip his way through before turn number 17, but that's one of those nervous moments that you look at from those TV angles and think, oh, maybe should I have waited one more corner? Was able to get through relatively unscathed, but a little bit of a moment.
And from that angle, I think maybe they got away without the contact. Flash of the headlights returns. We saw a lot of that yesterday, but from a different car. The number 4 of Bellarmine abused that button to the nth degree. This time, it's Alder who is giving a little bit of a heads up to the 908 that he is there. He wants the position, and he's trying to get inside the head of the Automatic Racing driver.
He's certainly right there, putting the pressure on. Going to see if Max can kind of hang tough, be that immovable rock. He's had about a 1+ second gap this entire time ever since that code 60, but now those tables, the game has changed for sure with Alder firmly in that rear view mirror. No more mistakes at all from either one of these cars, or else the positions are going to change.
This has been quite a fight from Stratus. Remember, 6 seconds that they had to try and make up, and now they've got that done, and they're trying their best to see if they can retake the lead of this race. I think we're queuing up Slow now because she's got another interview down on pit lane, seeing if we're ready to head down to her. Looks like we might be heading down to Sloan. So, Sloan, who have you got with you down there?
Hey guys, I'm here with Bill from Automatic Racing. Bill, there's so much going on right now. We're trying to figure out, do you guys know when you're coming in for the next pit stop? Do you have any strategies?
Yeah, so we're trying to focus on the break, the hour at 11 o'clock. So trying to time it there so we can kind of optimize it with both our driver stints and our fuel as well. So it's depends on the code 60s. So we try to take advantage of every code 60 we can get. So it's kind of TBD at this point. So a lot of options and just kind of seeing what's going to happen and what's going to play out here.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like your crew's suited up and ready to go. I'm trying to talk to you for so long, and you're always got your helmet on. So is that something that you like for your crew to do? Just always be at the ready?
Yeah, so for us with the code 60s and not having full course yellows, it's advantageous to come in anytime, pretty much anytime we have a code 60. So, and not knowing when those are going to occur, so we try to keep our guys, our fuel guys, ready to go at any time, because when the code 60 comes out, if they're in turn 14 or somewhere in there, it's going to be quick to pit lane. So we try to stay ready, wired in with the radios at all time. So yeah, it's just be ready. We want to be prepared for every contingency.
Yeah, definitely. I really appreciate your time. I know you guys are just always at the ready, so I'll come steal you in a little bit, but thank you for your knowledge and giving us your time.
Thank you very much.
Yep, back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Sloan. Good to know. Now we've got a little bit more clear image on the fuel numbers, Joey. I think that's the big thing, because we were kind of making estimations yesterday, but the team's finally given us a little bit of insight. Helps out a ton.
Right, breaking the 1 hour mark. That was the key that I got from that interview. And just from our rough paper math yesterday, Automatic was able to go 1 hour and 5 minutes on fuel, at least by, like I said, my rough math over here. So I think that's the goal for all of these ZP2 cars. So when we get down to closer to that checkered flag, if you are stopping anything over an hour, hour 5, it is razor thin.
And also neat that we've got that info that they're trying to kind of time it up with the break that we'll have. If you're just joining us, they're going to be cutting this race in half, essentially, as they will have an hour break where they will effectively kind of throw a red flag in there, and everybody will park up, and then we'll be back to racing. The positions will be the same, but think of it as though it's a full safety car in a normal race where everybody will be bunched back up. So for most of the teams, they have admitted that their goal is just stay on that lead lap, and then you'll try and wrap up the second half of the race and see where you can go from there as we hop on board with the number 59 of Jason Alder. That is our leader, Max Opolsky, just up ahead.
I'm going to take a minute here and just kind of watch how he's driving this car, if he's really wringing the neck out of it, or if he's just in a smooth, consistent state out here. From what we saw, it certainly seems like Max is maybe a little bit more up on the wheel and a little bit more urgent than the way Jason has been driving, or at least the last couple days, swinging out nice and wide to get the over-under there. But he was patient, right? He wasn't trying to force the issue by getting it into the inside right there at apex. And I think I've got my answer, is that Alder is in complete control of his machine, doing these extremely fast, consistent lap times, and the machine itself very calm, cool, collected, and wanting more.
Needs to make up a little bit of that time lost, but like you said, he's got it under control. This is a driver that knows what he's doing, already showed how quick he is. If he doesn't have the lead now, it's not the end of the world, but they also know they have cut down on that massive gap on the 908 team. So they know they can reel them in when necessary if Jason and Max are the two that are in the car. I find it interesting. I'll have to double check and watch on this that the gearing setup on these cars, this track is so twisty, you're not even getting into top gear in these NPO1s, it looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5-speed box. I'm actually surprised it's not a 6-speed box, but Barber Motorsports Park, we don't have these hugely long straightaways to get up to that top speed, so I'm not surprised to see that the drivers are essentially using second, third, and fourth throughout the majority. I'll bring up some old school racing days from my Grand Am days, racing, Ford Boss 302Rs. At tracks like Laguna Seca, we would use first, second, and third. That's it. We would have a 3-speed transmission in that thing. It had 5 gears, but just because of the final drive and the gearing, we were only using 3 of them.
Just needed 3 on the tree, right? That's
exactly.
That's it for the old school ways. But yeah, here on the main straight, one of the longest that you really get out here, and nope, stays in 4th gear. So no need for that 5th, at least at this track in the NPO ones. Remember, these are effectively a spec class. You do have some of them racing the Evo version. Let's hop down into the next class, which apparently is not that much slower in the hands of Matt Million and Colin Garrett, still running in 3rd position in their BMW, about 21 seconds behind that battle for the lead that we were just watching.
Yeah, but firmly a few laps, or I should say a couple laps ahead of the next closest competitor in that ZR2 class. I think it's just going to be a matter of when this season does 9-4 Motorsports decide to run only slicks on this car, like what I've heard is on it right now, and try to go for one of those overall.
That would be wild to see them actually intentionally try to take an overall victory here. And again, these tires do have to last the whole race unless you want to get a hefty penalty, which they did take yesterday, mind you, and still came away with the win. I wouldn't really like to bank on that strategy. You've got to have some supreme confidence in the pace, which these two definitely seem to have. But it's going to be very hard to take a overall win using that fresh tire method in this series. You made a good point, though, about how he's got a hefty gap over even the rest of those behind him in that 95. Belleman, who is 3rd in class, is still well off of him at this stage. But Belleman holding down the podium positions. This is going to slow him up, though, briefly as he catches one of these ZR3 machines.
Well, looks like he's going to have to make up that 1.5 seconds to that ZP2 class leader that he just lost right there. Just being a little silly because, like I had mentioned, he's 2 laps on his next closest car in class in 2nd place over there. So I think that the goal for this team and these drivers is to constantly be improving, right? They know that they've got the pace to go out there and win by multiple laps. They did it at Sonoma. They did it yesterday. So it really is kind of self-reflection. What can I do to improve my pace? What can the team do to improve the pit stops? And it's all about just gathering together and getting that much better every single session.
I do feel a bit for the ZR3 cars because we haven't covered them as much, but it's been so spread out oftentimes. But Barry's just been, again, lapping so consistently out here and leading the way. There's one of the ZR2s just sneaking on by, and I think that was our other Janetta managing to put another lap on our ZR3 leader. Eric Powell in the 555 still runs in 2nd in that class, but he's a long ways back from Barry, and then Griggs rounds out the podium of our ZR3s. Somewhat uneventful, but you never know. And like we said, if they can manage to keep on the same lap as one another, this will get bunched up halfway through the race anyways.
I've been keeping an eye on the lap times Opalski and Alder just set their personal fastest laps, a 30.6 and a 30.5. Now, we got that code 60 roughly 30 minutes into this race. I think that we're actually approaching that second pit stop window here soon enough. And also to kind of the interview and Sloan's point when they were talking with the automatic racing squad, as long as they can break that hour and get to that 1 hour quiet time, I think they're within that. So I wonder if they gave the hurry up, say, hey, you know what? We're getting close to the end of this tank. We just got to make sure that we get it all the way to that break time.
I think our two overall leaders just got a clear bit of track because they both set their personal bests. And Alder was, once again, a few hundredths quicker, cutting it down to about a second behind Opalski. So wonder if that's going to start picking up once again, or if the traffic will have another great effect in there, because Alder, within a second, could definitely use that to his advantage in a big way. And Opalski just went purple in Sector 3 this last time by. So yeah, the pace is picking up. The cars are light on fuel, but like you heard Joey mention, they're going to have to pit in, and that's how the 908 got the lead last time. Will they do likewise and stretch it with a quicker pit stop for the second time?
It's going to be very interesting to watch, and I think that they should be good as long as everything goes to the minute, right? And typically race control is exact on their timing with that. And yeah, we got the hard data, 1 hour, right? If they can break the 1 hour, that's the goal. And right now we're at about 55 minutes, 56, or I should say about 54, 55 minutes or so. And then that way they can make it all the way to that break time on that tank of fuel. And I think the key right now is to stay ahead in terms of that track position.
Got another penalty coming out. This 70 team, unfortunately getting their second of the day, pit lane speed violation. So that is Daly in the no-lift racing car. They're currently running 6 in the ZR3s. Also, hearing that the 94 just had an off-course moment, but they continue. That looks to be at turn 4. And they're lucky then if they got away with that at turn 4. That is a very fast blind turn.
I'm noticing Ian down there, that 94 car that you were just mentioning as our leader is working his way through some of the lap traffic going by, or trying to get by Pease there in the number 5 car. But I was going to say that Barberi is hanging out in 4th in that ZR2 class, and I actually think he's mixed in with the ZR3 cars. It was Powell that was going around trying to keep his position in class, so I just think it was a couple of those multi-class incidents, as now our lead is literally bumper to bumper.
With traffic in front of them, Opalski's got to be careful. He's got to be decisive, though, because if he continues to wait too long, Alder will probably try to pick up on any opening he can spy as they come around through Museum Corner. Not exactly pulling over to let them through is this round 3 racing car. He's running his own line. He deserves to do so. It's not like he has to leap out of the way of them. You could see some defensive posturing from the automatic racing car, just trying to dissuade Alder from sticking his nose into one of these fast corners.
He doesn't have to, no, and I think it's probably just trying to stay on the lead lap right now. However, racing drivers never forget, and they always remember who races who's a little bit tougher to pass out there. And right now, Alder is saying, yeah, just be a roadblock so that way hopefully I can get by Opalski. And meanwhile, Max is probably on the radio saying, what is this number 5 car doing? Isn't he getting blue flags? We're the leaders. They should be yielding to us.
Certainly appreciate it if they would help facilitate this pass, but it looks like he might have to do it the hard way. The downside of that is, again, he can leave himself vulnerable if he tries to overtake, and Alder's there, but he's got some breathing room as Alder's fallen back a little bit. Car sliding down to the apex there. The 908 of Max Opalski is trying to get close enough to start to pressurize something out of this lapped car, just to no avail at this stage.
And now we're going to get held up from a GT car directly in front as well. So it's not just the number 5, but also one of the other class cars You see Opolsky on the gas as soon as they possibly can. Alder's going to clear him before this 10 and 11 complex. But remember how we were just making the comment that Opolsky and Alder were turning laps in the 130s? Ever since they caught this number 5 car, that last lap time, a 132, holding them up by over a second and a half per lap.
I guess the one comfort they have is that they're so far ahead of Belleman that there's really no worry there. So now he tries to cut back underneath onto the main straight to give himself a chance to overtake. Again, not working. He is not close enough down towards turn 1. It is always one thing to try and lap the other classes. When it's your own class, especially a spec class such as this, they have all the same equipment you have. So now suddenly you don't have any advantage in any of the corners to try and sneak by.
And look at this. Pease is on the lights flashing for the other class of cars like he's in an urgent mode to try to get through. Oh, got a little bit tight there at turn in. Thankfully, the other car was aware that it wasn't just one ZP2, but it was actually 3 trying to sneak through on the inside. Now Alder's got the run down into the museum corner brake zone section. Does he get aggressive on it right underneath the rear spoiler of the 908 as Max is just trying to find a way by the number 5?
It's kind of impressive that he's been able to hold this for this long. Just goes to show you how tough it is to pass around here. And credit to some of the battles that we've seen in the past that they've managed to get such great wheel-to-wheel racing. Because theoretically, like you said, a second per lap, we know that Opolsky has a pace advantage. 2 seconds.
It's 2 seconds per lap now. I mean, that's how much they're getting held up by this number 5 car. So to your point, yes, Pease is definitely doing a great job.
Ooh.
There's a big wiggle, though. That's how much he's pushing this car to try to stay ahead of the leader. And that is what is holding back the 908 and the 59.
Ooh, this is giving Alder a chance now. We haven't seen him this close in a bit. If the 908 leaves the door open, I'm pretty sure we'll see Jason try to stick his foot over the threshold. He's right on top of him this time. Does Pease goes defensive? They got a lapped car there once again. What's that going to do in this? Pease does try to hold the middle of the track in that number 5 as Alder almost gets underneath him, but no dice as the 177 leaps out of the way of this fight.
And Max is probably just having a lot of hand signals right now. I mean, he was down to the inside, and that other car crowded him down to the middle because there was another class car taking it 3 wide into turn number 5. And patience. Patience is the name of the game right now from this young squad out of Automatic Racing, displaying a lot of patience in a very tense situation.
I'm sure some of those hand signals we wouldn't be able to show, but for Max Opolsky, he's got to stay cool right here. Here comes Alder down the inside of turn 12, and the door is left just a little bit open, leaves him the space, but Alder does not manage to get fully through. Great racing by both. I was worried that Max was going to chop across him.
And here's the other factor in this. We've already covered that, we're less than 1 hour until that break time. Now he finally clears the number 5 car, and now he's got to deal with another car. Thankfully, it's the team car directly in front. We'll see if it's coordinated in turn number 1. Yes, he is going to let the 908 by. He leaves the apex open, very gentlemanly for the 59 as well. So while the number 5 put up a relentless fight for countless laps, it certainly seems like the 909 just let our leaders through.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think there was any chance for him to try and play some team games there. He had to let them all by. It would have been too tricky, too dangerous in that situation to try and come across. That was Eklund, by the way, in the 909. Unfortunately for Opolsky, now that he's gotten by, it has not relieved him of the pressure. Look at how tight Jason Alder is tucked up underneath that rear wing.
Actually used a little bit of the slipstream going down there into turn number 8 and was able to close it in that little bit more. But what I was going to mention is, maybe 3-4 laps ago, I do think that the window was open to potentially bring in the leaders. And if you're getting held up that much in traffic, what wouldn't have been the better call is to bring them in and hopefully get back out in some clean air. However, you never know where you're going to pop back out on the racetrack. So it's kind of that two-edged sword is, Do we try to pit in our leader knowing we can have enough fuel to make it to the break, but we don't know if we're going to get clean track, or just let the driver do his thing? Oh, the number 5 went way wide again there in turn number 16, really pushing it past the limit. Oh my goodness, is this out of fuel for automatic racing? Alder is passed on the front straightaway.
Surely they're not out of fuel. That was so sudden, though. Something is up with the 908 car. They have disappeared from the picture, and trying to see, I think that is the 5. No, that is the 908 that we can see. So he is back up to speed, but the car seemingly lost power for some reason.
And my brain only goes to when they last were in pit lane, and that was just over an hour ago, right? It was just past 30 minutes when we had our code 60 out on the racetrack, and I've kind of been alluding to it. I do think the pit stop window is going to be open here pretty soon.
That was a bizarre exchange between them. And
I'm looking at the onboard, Joe, and he's still off the pace.
Oh, so that's that's the
board.
5 then that I saw. Interesting.
See, it just is not accelerating out of second gear, so I was wrong. It's not fuel, but there is something wrong with this car. And if it's stuck in second gear, I would assume it's a transmission issue.
Now Sloan is saying that there's actual yelling happening in the pit lane. So yeah, there is a serious problem going on, and they are saying they're coming in for fuel, which I guess you might as well at this stage.
Well, 100%. I just don't see this being a fuel issue. I think that's the knee-jerk reaction. That's exactly what I thought it was, right? You lose a bunch of momentum on a straightaway, and you think that you're out of fuel, knowing that you're probably pretty close to the window, but Max is cruising around in second gear, and if it was a fuel issue, he would be in top gear, call it 5th, 6th gear, trying to save as much as possible, trying to get it back to the pits. And even here, he doesn't downshift into first. I think that this is a gear selection issue.
Yeah, it's got that feeling. I know that Sloan is down by that pit stall. I wonder if we could go to her here as the car comes in and get her perspective on what is happening. Let's head down to Sloan.
Hey guys, the 908 is coming in right now. This is a moment that is incredibly crucial for the team, as I guess we're doing a driver change and we're doing fuel. So I kind of talked about this at Sonoma, but it truly is a dance that you have to do. You also have to mind that there are only 3 crew members that are allowed over the wall at the same time. So it looks like there was a little bit of tension before the car came in. They weren't entirely sure what was going on. Seems to be just a regular fueling, but this is really where patience matters the most. I do see that they are talking to the driver a little bit. I believe that is someone from Alcamel over the wall too, so that doesn't count as a crew member, just to say. But, I mean, tapping out on fuel, which is really good. We're buckling the driver in. Alcamel's walking around the car, looking at what's going on. I can probably get some more information on that in a little bit. But really, this is very crucial for them because they could lose their position. So, any pit stop is a possibility of losing where you are, but one that doesn't go to plan absolutely will put you down a little bit. It looks like they are taking off the rear of the car too. So I don't know if we're able to get a little closer in here with Tanner, but it looks like there is a good amount of stuff that is happening. We do have Alcamel still there. The rear's off. And let's see what we can find. We do have a mechanic who looks like he's digging in there. These NPO1s, we're still learning about them. It's an incredibly interesting car. I still don't feel super confident about talking about them, but I'm hoping that we can learn something from this experience.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say that they still have the driver in there. I don't think they swapped out Opalski, did they? I think he stayed in, didn't he?
I was trying to figure out what the crew was doing with the car, and just hats off to Automatic Racing. They nailed everything in the sense that they brought the car in, they filled it up with fuel, they did the necessary stop, and now they're diagnosing what is wrong. Here comes the 59. So that pit stop window, I mean, they maybe missed it by 2 laps, but once again, I don't think it was the fuel. They've got the hood off of the thing. There was something else going on with that 908.
Also, Sloan confirmed they did change the driver, so apologies on that. I didn't see who got in. Now we're getting pictures of them trying to work back here. And, oh, well, they are putting the engine cover on, so that hopefully is a good sign. I'm just hoping this doesn't mean they're going to take it into the garage.
I hope not. I mean, it sounded like it was running just fine, so I hope it just had to do with something in the actual linkage of the transmission and the shift selection mechanism, that hopefully they were able to just kind of make sure that it was all hooked up properly and get it back going. Nope, they are pointing to the garage and they are pushing the car. That is not a good sign.
Meanwhile, looks like I think that is the 59 team just ahead of them.
But, I mean, heartbreak, that's 2 days in a row that they potentially have been in at least a podium position place.
Yeah, last time it happened right at the very end. This time while leading the race. And unfortunately, this one probably going to cost them quite a bit more, because last time around they just lost, I think, down to about 5th position in the end after running a potential second there. Well, serious drama here. It is Matt Million. So good catch on that one, Joey. Now, he also owes us a pit stop, though. We'll see if they put Colin into the car. And the 59 did swap out Alder, and it is now Clay McGurk, who started yesterday's race and now will take the second stint in today's race and will at least inherit the ZP2 lead, if not the overall lead.
So this orange BMW that we've got on the screen here, I think they're trying to diagnose an issue with the car. Now, I believe that this is our ZR3 car, the number 94 out there. And it seems to be on pace on some of the corners, but all of a sudden it might run into a little bit of an issue, maybe lift off on the straightaways. I saw the Ginetta blast by going into turn number 12 the previous lap, and those are two of the same classed cars, so that was a huge difference in speed that we don't usually see.
And I'm trying to figure out how many laps down the 177 is, because if this is a serious enough issue that they need to bring it in and do some repairs, that brings the 177 back into a potential 4th place. Not quite to the podium again yet, but any spot that they can claim, I think they're going to really try to latch on to here. And in fact, we're hearing that this 9-4 Motorsports team is going to bring both cars in very shortly.
Remember, 9-4 Motorsports not only campaigning this orange BMW, but also that baby blue BMW that Matt Million and Colin Garrett have been driving that is currently fastest overall. So I think that if there is an issue, we're riding on board with the car right now, that they are well versed in this platform, should be able to figure out exactly what's going on and then get it running full song. This camera, it always deceives me, Joe, because this is a bright orange car, but just a little bit of green on the hood, and this onboard camera shows that it's a green car.
Yeah, it always catches me out as well. So Ian inside this machine right now, but carries on for another lap as the 95 is pitting. Matt Million is reaching their box, so our overall leader will hand it back to the 59, but will remain in the lead of ZR2 class as ZP2 will resume at the front. And I think we're going to again head down to Sloan here on pit lane as she is at the 9-4 Motorsports box. I can tell you that it looks like they are doing a driver change, because I can see Matt Million getting ready to head out and his teammate Colin getting in. Let's head on down to Sloan and see what her perspective is down by the car.
Hey guys, I'm here at the 9-4 pit box. As we can see, Matt Million has just gotten out of the car. He's buckling in his co-driver, Colin Garrett. I've been told that they are doing fuel and they're also doing a tire change. And we've kind of talked about this a little bit, but this car in particular is actually testing different tires for the tracks that we go to for Zenith, just to collect all the data, see what we're running with, and to really help you guys understand what's going on and how tires are affected on each track. They actually do a little bit of a recap after every race on the tires, so just a little tidbit for you there. I do believe that the 94 car is also coming in. We haven't figured out why. It seems like they're going faster and slower at some points. Hopefully we can get some info on that soon. But I do believe that they will be changing a tire. I don't know if or when or what tire, but that is interesting. And now we have Matt Millian, who just waved, just so casually getting out of the car. He's been in there for about 2 hours, and he just seems to walk by and just wave. I don't think I could do that personally. I think I'd have a panic attack getting out of the car. So, that's why I'm not a driver. It's why I'm here on the other side where it's safe and I have water whenever I need it. So, it does look like we are doing a tire change now. It looks like we are taking the right front, and it looks like, I know that they've been doing Continentals. They've been on slicks. They've been kind of going back and forth. So it does look like, they grabbed the left tire instead of the right. And really, this is where it's crucial, too, where they're going to get a few lap penalties on this. And so you really don't want to mess up what tire you're grabbing, too. Every second is incredibly crucial to this process. But it does look like, wow, beautiful job. Beautiful job with those lug nuts. Oh, wow, they're taking the front right and the back left. Oh, the back right. Sorry. I don't know my directions. Oh, actually, they might be taking all 4 tires. This is so interesting. I wonder what we can get here. Are we taking all 4 tires? Are we taking all 4 tires?
4 tires.
4 tires. Okay, we got confirmation that it's 4 tires. It truly is a dance that we're looking at right now. We're looking at the coordination of the tires going over the wall. We got some guy taking it back, putting another one over. Looks like the slicks have come off. And we really got to get close up to see how a pit stop truly does go in the Zenith series, because we don't see a full pit stop ever, really. So I'm happy to give you guys this coverage. Colin's going to start the car, and there he's off. I'll catch up with some crew members in a little bit, but I hope you enjoyed that little behind-the-scenes action right there. Back to you guys for now.
Thanks, Sloan. And yeah, car on its way. So that's going to be some lap penalties, taking those tires as we still ride on board the 94. This is actually behind our third place ZR2 car of Garton. Is this car back up to speed now, potentially? So yeah, it looks like they seem. Yeah.
I was going to say they certainly seem to have picked it back up, and that's what was showing prior, is that randomly they were just kind of off of the pace, whether that's an electrical deal or maybe a little bit of a bobble or a setting changing something. It was just kind of odd how it was on pace and then it was off pace and then it was on pace. But right now it certainly seems to be going all well.
And I'm unfamiliar with the process, Joey. What happens inside the car where you can't physically have the team looking at things? What are they doing with the driver to try and diagnose and then fix those problems?
You ever seen Home Alone 2 when he gets in the elevator with all the buttons and he pushes all the buttons? That's pretty much what you're asking the driver to do out there, is that you got to self-diagnose. But in reality, usually you'll have an alarm, right? An alarm will be going off on the dash, whether it's a temperature alarm or an ABS alarm or traction control, letting you know that there's something going on with the car. Sometimes it's a little bit more in-depth and you don't have anything flashing at you, so the team might be asking you to scroll through the pages on the dash and give you the data. All right, what's our fuel consumption per lap? Is it something going on with the fuel pressure? Is the water temperature okay? Is the oil pressure okay? Is the oil temperature okay? Just trying to go through all of the pages of information to try to help narrow down where the potential problem is. That's what the driver would be doing, relaying that information.
Which is no doubt difficult if you're already out on a live racetrack. Of course, if the car isn't at full pace, that helps some, but yeah, that sounds extremely stressful. I'm very glad to see that car is back running now, and the 94 still in that fourth place. So bad news if you're a fan of the 177 team. Camburn has not been able to quite catch up to Barbary yet. It does say, from what Sloan is telling us, that the car was going into limp mode and there wasn't a throttle response. So at least they've been able to assess and diagnose that and get it back running, as we check in with Sergio Ramirez, who has jumped in for Barry and taken over the lead in the 392 car.
Yeah, these are the two drivers for Harrison Motorsports, and Both of them very well equipped with their machine down here at Barber Motorsports Park, and have been turning the fastest laps out of anybody in that ZR3 class. Won dominatingly yesterday, and today is no different story. Last lap time of 38.1. Next car in class at 39.9. So they've got about 1.5 plus seconds per lap in terms of performance on the rest of the field. And they've already actually gained a lap on everybody else in class as well.
We also got some confirmation from race control because we were trying to figure out yesterday how that tire penalty will work now that they've tweaked the rules. And it's a 2-lap penalty for the 95 machine. They have been bumped down to third, but considering they were at one point leading the overall in this race, and considering what they did yesterday, I suspect we'll see them start to blitz the field once again on this fresh set of tires.
They've been so fast all weekend long. I think you can really kind of point to both of our GT class leaders, right? Between the 95 and also the 392. Just their pace has been outright better than everybody else in class. And it's almost like a duplicate, right? The 95 has been ahead. I know that currently sitting in third place because of that lap penalty, because they just took the tires. But the 392 has pretty much done the exact same thing that the 95 has done, except ZR2 versus ZR3.
Exactly. So 2 different classes out there. Going to be a little bit difficult to tell them apart visually, but ZR2 is the quicker of the two. ZR3, a couple laps down from Ari Balog, who is now our new leader in the 290 for the ZR2 class. Looks like he's got a pretty hefty gap over Garton in the 41 at this stage. So critical that 290 team made the pass and stretched away from the Retro Rockets team. I believe Retro Rockets has already taken their fuel stop a number of laps ago as well, so they're good to go from here.
Right on board here with the BMW through the museum corner section. There was that big old museum off to the left side. And this is approaching the fast switchbacks of 10 and 11. Just really a breathe off of the gas to set the nose there for the right-hander of 11. You see how compliant this 392 BMW is up and over those curbs. I had mentioned yesterday just the different styles of race car between, call it the newer GT4 platform, a car where they're really embedded into the racetrack and have tons of grip, while this 392, a little bit older of a chassis, a little bit older of a car, their shock and spring setup is a little bit more compliant. It rides over the top of the racetrack and kind of absorbs those bumps like a big old Buick.
That's a good way to describe it. And yeah, I mean, look at that, a 2008 BMW M3, and yet it is leading the way, which goes back
Joe, we've
to the
got
philosophy.
A car stop on the track. The 94 just pulled it off over on the right side going into turn number 12. So we were covering that car quite extensively, and they just had that same issue. It's coming up right here in front of us.
So car is moving. Hopefully he's well aware, the 59. Yeah, there, our leader is able to sneak to the inside nice and safely of that 9-4 car. And yeah, I've just seen race control, 9-4 continuing slowly from turn 11. I almost feel like they should probably bring it into pit lane at this stage to try and diagnose things further, because if that car keeps stopping on track, that seems a bit dangerous.
I agree with you. Yes. And especially if it's been a consistent problem. If it's happened once, all right, you got to reset the thing. Okay, if it happens again, all right, we figured out a fix. But to your point, if it happens 3, 4, 5, 6 times, then it's a known issue, and yeah, it should be fixed.
This is Clay McGurk, and this MP01 has been up at the front now for a little bit, not the whole time, but they have re-inherited the lead. They want to try and stay there. It was Camden Hibbett in the number 4 team that denied them yesterday, but it is a 9-second lead right now, so they are well ahead of round 3 racing. Can they manage to avoid the penalties that they experienced yesterday to romp away with this one as they would have yesterday if they didn't experience that one lap reduced from their lap count, as we watch Clay work his magic behind the wheel of this prototype.
And I'm sure that Clay is much more enjoying his position inside the car today versus yesterday. Remember, he started the race yesterday and he had his hands full. He was fighting for the lead. They went back and forth in first and second a couple times before ultimately handing it over to his co-driver. But this time, and today, Clay gets in the car. His closest competitor had just been knocked out of the race with that mechanical issue. Jason had already grown that huge gap up to that next car in class. And now all McGurk has to do is get in, turn those consistent rhythm laps out there, keep the car clean, and he knows he still holds that top position.
Should be a lot more comfortable now, yeah. Especially inheriting that lead. You know, they don't have to fight for it. They just had it fall into their laps. Granted, they worked to get where they were, so I don't think this was sheer luck that you see them leading this race at this stage. All right, Stratus Racing where they want to be, but I understand that Sloan is where she likes to be, which is a very comfortable chair because guess what? It is time for a stint with Sloan. Let's head down to her on pit lane. Sloan, who have you got?
Hey guys, I'm here with Linus Lindquist. It's so interesting because a lot of people do say your name wrong. They say my name wrong too. I get Sloan a lot, so I want to make sure I say it right. But Linus Lindquist, who is driving with Stratus this weekend. Linus, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm Linus Lundqvist. Thank you for the pronunciation. I'm from Sweden originally. I've been racing basically my whole life, and came to America in 2020. Started racing in FR Americas, then I did Indy Lights, and I did IndyCar full year in 24. So yeah, plenty of experience, but it's my first weekend here in this series, and it's been good. We had some car issues yesterday. We had some car issues today, but I've been having a blast so far.
That's awesome. So you were in the car for the first stint. Can you kind of tell me what it was like out on there?
Yeah, it was fun because yesterday, unfortunately, I only got to do practice, and then it broke down in the race. So it was really fun to be out there, and you know, the racing is good. Obviously, traffic is always fun. I've done some endurance racing before, but the traffic is always fun to kind of take into, you know, in your mind, see how you can set up a pass or how you can lose the minimum amount of time. So yeah, it's been fun.
Very cool. Have you ever been in an NPO1 before?
No, I have not. So it's my first experience of that too.
So can you kind of talk me through, because obviously you've done IndyCar, is there any similarities between the cars?
I mean, yes, it's a race car, so every race car has similarities, but I think the biggest thing is just the IndyCar is everything happens so fast. Like, you got more power, more downforce, more grip, so you know, the braking zones are actually shorter even though you're arriving at a higher speed. The time you spend in the corners are less, so everything just happens quicker. So here you have like time to think about what's going on in the middle of a corner, which is not usually a luxury that you have in IndyCar, for example. But it all has its challenges. I think the one aspect of endurance racing is that it is endurance. Like, you need to, even if you're not outright the fastest, you can still be in a shot to win the race, whatever it might be. And in IndyCar, that's usually very difficult to do. So here you really got to think about the big picture. And obviously you're sharing a car, so you got to work on your driver changes and whatnot. So there are many things to take into account.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how you guys do it, but let me ask you, do you have any pre-race rituals? Is there like a pump-up song that you listen to kind of get you into the space?
Sadly, no. I used to when I was younger. Like, when I was back in go-karting, I had like a pre-race ritual, things I did with my hands or whatnot, because it usually went well after I did it. And then I had one race where it didn't go well, and then, I don't know, I was just rebel, and I said, well, obviously it's not working, so I'm going to stop it. And basically since then, I've never really had it.
Okay, very interesting. Can you kind of tell viewers where they should be able to look for you for the rest of the season? Are you going to stay with Zenith, or do you have any other plans?
Plan right now is to do as much racing as I can. I'd love to be back. We'll see what happens. But obviously the primary goal is to be back in IndyCar. That's kind of what I'm working and fighting for. So yeah, hopefully keep your eyes peeled there. Hopefully you'll see my name. Bring another suite to the series.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And then I guess the last question, since coming to America, what is your favorite food that we have here that you don't have in Sweden?
My favorite food? I mean, it's very fitting as we're in Alabama, but I love a little barbecue. Some Yeah, honestly, whatever it is, especially like when you do it at home with friends. I guess the food is nice, but the vibe is even better.
I love that. It's good with friends, but the vibe is even better. Well, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it, and we're excited to see you back out there in a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Sloan. We'll make sure and try and get that right. Linus Lundqvist. So, as we turn to the 59 car out on track, Clay McGurk having his own lap traffic that he's trying to navigate around. Looks like they have changed drivers in the 290 car. Looks like Kaufman is now behind the wheel of that machine. That is Jerry Kaufman, who has hopped in. They are still leading, however, by what looks to be about 45 seconds or so over Colin Garrett, who is now into second place.
Watching Clay here set up the pass and back out of it just before the brake zone there. I think that was smart self-preservation. That's Gorshkov there in front, turning about 135.9. So I know that McGurk has just a little bit more pace, but at the same time, we're going to be quickly approaching that quiet hours break here within the next 30 minutes or so. How much do you want your driver to risk something out there on the racetrack when you've already done so well here in the first 2 hours and 10 minutes? You know that break is coming up, so just be as patient as possible. You got a minute and a half gap back to second place.
And remember how hard Pease was fighting to stay on the lead lap? I think with those pit stops, the 5 is back on the lead lap I'm seeing. Actually, no, I take that back. I think they are still a lap down. Apologies. Sometimes the timing and scoring gets a little bit wonky out here, but that was one of the things that we were talking about. And yeah, there you go, right there. It looks like actually that is the 5 again, isn't it? Did they get that lap back?
No, that's the 3. So the white and red car is the 3 of Gorshkov,
right.
And he was the one that was really holding up the train at the beginning of the race as well. And now he's just completely chopping the nose of the leader in some of these sections. Turn number 1, I really felt that the 59 was at least there side by side, and Gorshkov was having none of it, and now I think he's going to have to back out of it going here into turn number 8. I mean, even then, you see McGurk trying to posture to say, hey, no, don't be trying this.
Exactly. I got that too, and thankfully, eventually, the 3 got the message and finally pulled off to the racing line. Good news for fans of the 908 car for automatic racing. They are back out on track. Unfortunately, they are running in 8th out of the 9 cars. Sebastian Rist has hopped into it, so their day has been effectively ruined, and they're just kind of going to try to run to the finish from here. We have that break that you heard Joey mention coming up pretty soon. And that will give us a little bit of a pause to try and recollect, figure out where everything is. Right now, we mentioned Clay McGurk is leading, who we see on screen. Kaufman, who I mentioned not long ago, is leading the ZR2s. And Ramirez, Sergio, has jumped into the ZR3 lead car of the 392. And that's your top 3 leaders in each of the classes. So with 3 hours, 48 minutes, and 1 lap left to go in race number 2 at Barber Motorsports Park. We've already had probably what feels like a full race worth of drama and twists and turns, Joey. This has been an eventful first half.
To add to it, you want to add to it some more, Joe?
Oh boy, what have we got now?
So it's not necessarily drama in the sense of race control, but we've been highlighting that blue 95 that our leader just drove by going here into this section. Now, obviously, Matt Millian and Colin Garrett have been the class of that ZR2 field. They changed the tires on that last pit stop. Ever since Colin Garrett has gone out, those lap times on those newer tires that they put on are just not reflective of the previous set of tires. That last lap time, 137.6, where it becomes a little bit of a danger area. You look at our leader in that class, their last lap time, a 135.0. So they're now actually not the fastest car in that ZR2 class like they've been banking on all Sonoma, all Barber weekend. Can they make up that time?
Oof. Yeah, and well, maybe the tires will last longer. Maybe the speed isn't there, but they've got the endurance. But we'll see. It's not a good sign right now, and not what we've been expecting. But they did say this is a tire test for them to kind of help the series out. Unfortunately, just maybe has prevented them from getting back in for a potential win on this one. Rob Eklund, by the way, has taken the 909 car back to pit lane for what I think is a standard stop. Should see them back out on track shortly. And actually, they just got overtaken for overall position by Colin Garrett on our timing tower, you can see, who amazingly still holds the fastest lap in this race.
Yeah, I think they were down into the 29s. Yeah, 129.8 is the fastest lap out of anybody. Fastest lap in the ZP2 class, I'm checking, looks to be a 130.5. So about 3/4 of a second faster was Matt Millian out there in that GT class car, turning some extremely fast laps earlier.
With nearly half of this race done, we've only lost the 85 and the 7 teams so far, and we still might get that 85 car back out on track. We haven't heard word on that since they came to a halt out of turn 2. But 22 starters and only 2 retirements after almost 3 hours is a pretty good strike rate at this point. And the 909 team, I can report, is back out. Looks like they put Charnel in the car to replace Rob and have some fresh bones behind the wheel now. And I just saw the 70 team looking like they're heading into pit lane too.
And as we are approaching that break here in a little bit, I'll just kind of give a little bit of an update on some of the other class leaders. ZR3, that orange class, it is still Ramirez and Harrison Motorsports leading the way. They've got a good, healthy 2-lap lead over Benedict in that Bruce Innovations car. Remember, we saw that Bruce Innovations car up there leading some of the race a little bit while some of the pit stop cycles were going on. So good run for that 555. And then Fortin in that big Mission Motorsports rounding out that podium in that ZR3 class currently. We've, of course, highlighted that purple ZR2 class, mainly with that number 95 leading for the majority of it, but it is the 290 right now. The Moorhead Speedworks out, shouldn't say that, Ginetta out there. Had the wrong manufacturer in my mind. Good to see them up there leading the class after having some adversity yesterday, not being able to finish. So they are picking it up really nicely.
Absolutely. It's been very encouraging to see. There we see that 290. And mostly from a selfish standpoint, I just want to see a little bit more variety. I like the BMWs. I like that there is a lot of them and they're very popular, but seeing some more different cars out there just adds to the fun. As each will kind of have its own strengths and give us some more fun battles going back and forth. So definitely a stark contrast to what they experienced yesterday, unable to make it to the track, and using that overnight is a great chance to refresh, get the car in working order, come back, and now fighting hard with the current race lead.
And just for reference, this Ginetta, sorry to interrupt you there, but this is the G56 Ginetta, at least per the official entry list, while the Camburn Performance, the blue Ginetta out there, is actually a previous generation, the G55. I'm not sure exactly what updates are available on this white 290 versus the blue 177 out there. They are the same base car, I just think maybe one is a little bit newer than the other.
I believe it was Bluetooth and heated seats that they put in.
Well, just as you said that, I tell you what, Kaufman just went for a huge ride and then just had another big wiggle at the bottom of turn number 13. So those are both heavy compression areas. I wonder if he's bottoming out the car while it's under heavy, heavy load, and definitely had a big time loose moment and now is just trying to gather the car back up.
Yeah, I wonder if he was trying to stay off to the side for that ZP2 car that was wanting to pass him, Gorshkov. But Gorshkov kind of backed out of that, maybe unsure where that car is going to go. Now he's going to have the downforce, hopefully, to make it around the outside of 2 and 3. And indeed, He is easily past that car. So yeah, apologies, getting some jokes in while some serious racing is actually happening out there. But that's good news if you're Colin Garrett, who is trying so hard to run down Kaufman now at this stage and has their work cut out for them.
I didn't think it was that big of a wiggle, but the last lap time out of him was a 135, and the previous time it was a 142. So those two wiggles just between 12 and also 13 cost him nearly 7 seconds. That's how much he was out of the gas trying to save the car through there.
Yeah, let me check to see exactly when our break is coming up here, as it looks like 5 minutes actually. So yeah, it is coming up very shortly. If you are close to staying on the lead lap, then you really want to try and do so. Now, we were getting word that the method for this is there was another little slip up, it looked like, coming into 14 by the Ginetta, is they're going to throw a code 60 first, and the teams are allowed to refuel during that time, and then they will bring them in.
Expanding on your point, I just think maybe the driver is a little not at home inside this 290. So where we saw the wiggle a couple laps ago is under a heavy compression area where you got heavy load in the car. And where my brain goes is that if you're charging into the corner, you potentially can bottom out the shocks or bottom out the car. And when you hit those bump stops, it's not nearly as compliant. So it can kind of cause those little bit of a random snap loose moments. However, just the overall lap time and pace that the car is doing out there, I don't think it's at that level.
We're hearing that the number 70 team, the No Lift Racing car, is behind the wall, and we're hearing that it's the same, or at least they think it's the same issue as yesterday, which was the water pump. So that's unfortunate that they're having to work on that again. And is this car suddenly off pace?
I think, yeah, that's what I was just kind of getting to. I think it's off pace. The last couple laps from Kaufman have been deep into the 140s, a 144.7 the last time by. Colin Garrett turning 136s. So the performance has swung back to the 9.4. And then, yeah, once again, a huge wiggle through 12 and 13. Now, nowhere close to the apex in terms of the driving line. And same thing there through turn 15 and 16. I just think that Kaufman is uncomfortable.
And I think we've got
way off pace
3
there
minutes.
Through 7.
Yeah, look at that. We should be 3 minutes off of the break. I wonder if they are trying to limp it to there so that they don't lose laps to Garrett. Because here we go. They should get it because they're going to code 60 for the break now. So if that's what they were trying, they were successful. And boy, credit to Jerry Kaufman if he was able to drive a diabolical car and get to that code 60.
And I have a feeling that 909 is going to be in trouble because that code 60 came out and was able to accelerate away from that 290. So I'm curious to see how they'll handle that situation. But I'm with you, Joe. This couldn't have come out at a better time for Kaufman and also that Moorhead Speedworks car. Give him an opportunity to diagnose exactly what was happening.
Well, here's the bad thing. During this code 60, yes, they can work on the car. But as soon as they have the red flag, it is park firme conditions. And I think, it is red flag now. Oh, and the car's coming to a stop. Our leader in the ZR2s has stopped.
I wonder if this is miscommunication, Joe, from red flag and stopping on the racetrack, or if this is the issue that has finally crept in and now the car simply can't move.
Now, I see what looks like a few other cars that are showing as stopped on track, though. And surely they're not having them stop out on track for this. I figured they were coming into pit lane.
So I'm going to guess here. I'm going to assume what is happening is that red flag situations can mean different things based on the sanctioning body that you're running with. And sometimes a red flag means stop out there on the racetrack. And I just wonder if they have gotten word to stop the vehicles on the racetrack or what exactly is happening, because now everybody is rolling again. I just think that there's a little bit of miscommunication of what's going on.
It does seem to be the case. And unfortunately, that means we're seeing a few cars that are having to get back into position because some had overtaken during that. So this is, again, a bit of a different format from what we've been running in the first 3 rounds. So naturally, you're going to have a few hiccups as drivers try to get used to the new rules that they are using. Yeah, and we're hearing that a car was stopped at the bridge there coming into Museum Corner, and kind of that backed everybody up, unfortunately.
Well, I
but
mean,
now it
also
looks like they all are going.
The 290 also, I mean, as soon as the red flag stopped, there were several cars that just kind of came to a stop. I mean, we were watching the 290 just all of a sudden park it out at turn number 5. So it wasn't just the one car over there that stopped everybody. There was definitely something going on.
All right, while they bring the cars in, I think that is going to take us to a break here. But real quick, your leaders are Clay McGurk in the number 59 for Stratus Racing in the ZP2s. Jerry Kaufman in the Moorhead Speed number 290 leads in the ZR2s. Sergio Ramirez in the 392 Harrison Motorsport car leads in the ZR3s. We'll have an hour break. We'll be back with the final half of round 4 in the Zenith Racing Series here at Barber Motorsport Park. Welcome back. We're getting ready to go racing once again here at Barber Motorsports Park. It is time for round 4, the second half here of Zenith Racing Series. And I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury. We've got Sloan Pollisner down on pit lane. Joey, I think the big difference that we've got currently is look at how sunny it is compared to just earlier.
It was very overcast this morning in Alabama and even had some rain overnight, made for a little bit of a slippery racetrack early on, but you're right, now we've got sunshine beating down. The cars have left that pre-grid area, are out on the racetrack for their reconnaissance laps, and we'll get the second half of this 6-hour race underway soon enough.
Love it. So 3 hours, 36 minutes, and some change left to go. It is a larger chunk of this 6-hour race, but only by a small amount regardless. If you're just joining us and missed kind of how this works, essentially it acts as a full course yellow instead of the code 60. So everybody has been bunched back up, but we will see the same drivers back in the cars, and we will see them try to see whether or not they can use this opportunity to regroup and get back in it. Now, they were not allowed to work on the cars before that or during the red flag. So we did see a couple of them that, unfortunately, Joey, were having some issues just before they came to the break, which is certainly going to be making it interesting once we come back to green.
Yeah, and like you had mentioned, under the red flag conditions, how they have it, you just can't do a whole lot of work to the car. Now, they are allowed to make necessary changes, but that's under a pretty strict circumstance out there. And I think the one benefit, even though coming from a team aspect, if you can't work on the car, at least it's right there in front of you. You can inspect it. You can't physically put the hands or the tools on it, but if there's something that is visually wrong with it, at least you can walk around it, you can identify it, you can come up with a game plan to fix it once we get out of that situation. But yeah, you can't really touch the car unless you want to go to the back.
There we see that 95 of Colin Garrett, who is actually back up to the front, I'm noticing. So I think the 290 got moved behind them, so that must be because of their penalty. A few of the teams, unfortunately, getting a one-lap penalty due to a Code 60 violation. And the 290, one of those that was leading the race, now sitting in third, but I think they should still be on the lead lap, or at least close to it. But they were the main one that we were watching that had an issue.
And, you know, you're speaking about that 290. I think that's a sigh of relief for the number 95, the other car that you were talking about, because remember, 95 got that penalty for taking those tires, so they fell back in that ZR2 class, and when they had those other sets of tires on, they were significantly faster earlier on in the race. So that penalty for the 290 kind of sets back the now fastest car in class and breathes new life back into the 95.
Absolutely does. That's assuming that the 290 will be at pace. From what we heard from Sloan, they were not thinking too happily about how things are looking at the car during the break, because it was kind of all over the place and off pace. So we'll get to Sloan a little bit later on in this broadcast, of course, and she's been bringing us lots of great stuff down from pit lane. I think we let me double check on the lights on the safety car. Well, actually, no, safety car is gone. So we are getting ready to go racing once again. 3.5 hours left to go here in the last of our 2-race weekend here at Barber Motorsports Park. And it looks like Camden Hibbett is on it very quickly as the number 4 takes off and takes that green flag. Clay McGurk now has to play catch up.
And the 59 really has been the fastest car all weekend long. They just haven't necessarily had the track position, so it's kind of a similar story here for Clay McGurk. Gonna have to get up there and chase down the number 4 car of Camden Hibbett. A little bit busier just behind as well. That's the number 5 trying to get around one of the ZR2 or ZR3 based machines. So the multi-class traffic already in full effect at the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, and actually, I just want to correct myself because it looks like timing and scoring has now corrected itself. It looks like Clay did lead them back to green. I was going to say they were at the top of the restart, or at least when the red flag was thrown. So timing and scoring has corrected itself. The 59 leads. The 4 is in second place, and then Pease is currently sitting in third. Last one on the lead lap of the ZP2 cars.
Watching them work their way through. And of course, the reason why they're all intermixed right now is when we ended that 2.5 hours earlier, they came in that same order that they came off of the racetrack in. So it's not like we did a class split and have the ZP2s together, the ZR2s together. They are all mixed up right now, which makes for a challenging opening couple laps here in the second half of the race that the drivers have to deal with immediately.
Definitely going to have to keep your head on a swivel. Hopefully, once all of the faster class cars, the ZP2s, manage to kind of sneak by, that should start to sort itself out mostly. The ZR2s and CR3s might be a bit more intermingled amongst one another. But you can see that it is proving a little tricky in some situations. The 177 back out on track with Clark Camburn behind the wheel is having to allow 2 or 3 of our ZP2 cars to try and navigate around him.
I'm sure that Camburn performance car doesn't like being surrounded by ZP2s after yesterday. One of them kind of went into the side down here in this exact same corner into turn number 5, but Clark, always a incredibly respectful driver out there, letting them get by. And of course, just trying to get chugging on the laps again for that blue 177.
And I don't believe, that is not for position between those two. Barker just trying to overtake and focus on his own race. He's got a long ways to go as he currently sits 7th in class, 15th overall even, as we are very, very mixed up, not just physically out there on track, but on the timing and scoring, with everybody kind of doing their own thing. So now we try to settle in, and everybody tries to figure out how they want to play this one out. Can we see the likes of Camden Hibbett once again take the fight to Clay McGurk, or is the 59 going to have the measure of the field for the second day in a row?
The 59 definitely had the advantage on that initial start. Like you had mentioned, once we got everything organized in terms of the running order with McGurk out front and Camden Hibbett showing in that second place, it really has been Clay taking over in terms of the lap times. So 32.5 out front. Camden was actually kind of stuck in some traffic. The previous lap was a little bit slower, and actually this lap at 33.8. So still, fastest car on the racetrack is Stratus Racing in the 59.
And you have to feel for Automatic Racing as well. Looking so good, leading this race in the 908 machine. And as you can tell on our tower, unfortunately, they're all the way down in 17th. That's 8th in class with Sebastian Rist in the car. They had mechanical issues. They repaired them. They're back out, but unfortunately, they are pretty much out of any hope of having a decent finish. At best, they might get a couple spots if other cars also run into trouble today.
Got to keep on chugging, keep on doing those laps. You never know if others are going to run into trouble like you were just mentioning. And you never know if you guys are going to have an issue either. You just have to keep on running the race. That's part of what endurance racing is, as we get a shot of Colin Garrett working his way around the 392. That is Ramirez. That's actually 2 class leaders, the ZR2 class leader and the ZR3 class leader.
So all of them close together there as we watch the 3 of them plunge down into the first corner and then switching back around downhill through turns 2 and 3, round the outside, just easing past Colin Garrett luck certainly seems to be on the side of that 95 car because, like you were saying, it was looking like they had a task ahead of them to try to catch up to the 290, which I can report is actually in pit lane right now.
Yeah, I see that as well. The 290 of Moorhead Speedworks, it is on pit lane. The 95, I am getting word, it is leading the Colin Garrett machine with 9.4 Motorsport out there. But it is closer than it ever has been in the previous few hours because, at least on my side of things, they are still showing all on the same lap.
Well, that won't be for long if Kaufman remains down on pit lane. It does sound like Sloan is close there. Hopefully we'll be able to get to her here in a second and see if she's got any more info as to whether they think they can get that back onto the track and competitive, which, again, I feel sad for them because they had moved themselves up into the lead after the pit stop and the penalty for the 95 team. The car was looking good, and then suddenly it just started to fall apart all around them. So it's one of those things in endurance racing where it could look like it's all going your way, but you can't count those chickens until the checkered flag comes out.
You're right. And part of the team aspect of it all is that everybody's included, right? Not just the driver and their performance on the racetrack. Sure, that's what we always think about it in terms of having an incident or an accident or something happen to the car. It usually happens on the racetrack, but also the team members just have to make sure everything is mechanically prepared so that way the car doesn't have an issue out there on the racetrack. So it is just one big giant team effort.
Well, we're hearing from Sloan that it is alternator issues for the 290 that was causing them problems. And I don't think that's going to be a quick fix, unfortunately. So that might be the last we saw of them. That gives the 94 team a chance to try and get onto the podium, though. Barbary currently in that car. And I think they got a few laps to get up to that 290 machine, but we'll keep an eye out to see if they are able to overtake, which we just saw our leader, Colin Garrett, overtake some more of the lap traffic. In fact, I think that was our leader for the ZR3 class that they went by.
It's extremely impressive, that 392 from Harrison Motorsports, who we now have swapped the onboard cameras on. So we were riding with that blue BMW that's just ahead of us. And now we're on board with Ramirez here in the 392. But I was just going to say it's extremely impressive, the performance out of this car right here, that they were able to hold up that ZR2 class leader for as long as what they did. And lap times kind of represented a 138 out of this 392. And Colin Garrett just barely snuck in a 136 getting by Sergio.
And we saw that with the ZP2s as well. Remember when our two leaders were dealing with the traffic, one of the round 3 racing cars, you said it was about 2 seconds off like we see with these two, and yet they still had to work hard to try and push their way by effectively. So it seems as though if you don't have a pace advantage of more than 2 seconds, you're going to be a little bit frustrated if the other driver doesn't play ball. I can report that the 94 team has moved into 3rd now, and Kaufman has been demoted to 4th.
Still riding on board here. This is my favorite section of the racetrack, up and over those curbs and using that exit curb, not as much the apex curb through 10 and 11 there. Let's see about the run through 12 and 13. Really getting that car nice and rotated. There was the use of that, I'm going to call it the rally car curb up through 13 in the tunnel turn, where it's just this hugely wide curb that you can really straddle and it kind of hooks the car around. But you got to make sure that the car is compliant as it goes up and over these curbs. And we all know that this 392 certainly is compliant.
Seems to really savor being able to bounce over the harder parts around the track. Probably a part of why I think we're seeing such incredible speed out of this machine is it can abuse some of those track limits a little bit nicer than some of the other cars that we're seeing in that class. Sloan is saying that round 3 might be doing a driver change for one of their cars pretty soon. Don't have which one quite yet, but they are getting ready for a pit stop. Remember, since they could not touch the cars, unless you took a pit stop shortly before that red flag, you are in the same position you were in terms of the fuel stint. So you have to essentially pause your stopwatch or lap counter and then just start it back up here now that the race is going. And unfortunately, I don't know if your notes took that into account, Joey.
In terms of the fuel?
Well, we have to do the extra math of that time added in on that stint. So,
yeah. So, but the thing is, they're not running at 100% throttle at that point. So it's going to be pretty minimal in terms of the minutes or fuel burn in that. So, I think when we look at the fuel numbers, still got to look at the green flag data, which at least we know right out of the ZP2 class, about an hour. If they can break that 1 hour mark, like we heard one of the crew members from Automatic Racing said, I think that's kind of the goal of the stint length. But every single class has slightly varying lengths when it comes to those pit stops. And you're right, yes, you do have to pay attention to the minutes as well, because what happens if you're running it oh so close and then all of a sudden get caught out on it? I just saw a car was actually off and on over at turn number 5. I think it might have been the number 5 car.
That would be Pease in that round 3 racing machine. He's still running in 3rd position, and I think he's well ahead of the 27, which currently actually has switched drivers to Fennel in the car, so they're not too bad currently. Oh, actually, no, excuse me. They are showing behind them on my track map. It's just maybe the time and scoring has not updated. No, well, it did update, but in a strange way. Gorshkov is now shown as ahead of Fennel, so it's not that Fennel was ahead of the 5, it's that they are a lap down and about to be lapped by the 5.
Yeah, and I would definitely just refer to our on-screen ticker, at least until we for sure have everything, at least on our side, that we can confirm. Because like you were mentioning, Gorshkov not on the same lap as Pease, but at least from what I saw, the white car looked like a round 3 racing car. I'm trying to pull a replay to see if I can actually see what happened, but it looked harmless enough that it was just off of the racetrack and then back on.
I think the big thing is not wanting to wind up in that gravel pit on the outside of turn 5. Easy to get a car stuck there. And also just simply easy to overshoot the corner and wind up down in that gravel. In the meantime, watching the number 14 machine carry on, currently sitting in 4th in class. AOA Racing has Okaranza currently in the car. We heard him talking a little bit earlier when that car had to change one of its tire. It got essentially the bogey tire that they are allowed to change if you have an issue out there. Not a rule that we see taken advantage of often, despite there being a few teams that have changed full 4 tires so far this season and taken the penalty that comes with it. But that rule is there in case you have some sort of flat tire or tire going down, so that you have the ability to change just that one and get back out without taking any more of a punishment than that extra pit stop already will cause.
And Joe, I was able to go back, sorry to sidetrack you in your point a little bit here, but I was able to go back and find that replay, and I saw it was not the 5. I thought it was the 5, but it was actually the 27 that went off the racetrack down there at turn number 5. They made it all the way to the gravel, but then got back onto the track.
Ooh, well, that's even more lucky then that they were able to get that back out. Kevin Fett doing a good job. Hopefully he didn't dirty the track up all that too much coming out of turn 5 as well. Drivers definitely need the traction emerging from that hairpin. If you've been watching for the Moorhead Speed team, the sad news is they still have not returned. They're all the way down to 13th overall, so whatever they're working on, they're still plugging away at that machine.
Hopefully they can get it sorted out, and even if it's not the finishing result that they were hoping for here at Barber, at least they can come up with a game plan to fix it, or maybe even make the car a little bit better in terms of the development, that we don't run into that same issue ever again out there as we get some shots of the 77, the 3, and then I believe this is the 908 behind. They're all kind of jumbled up on timing and scoring from the order that we see on the racetrack, because the 77 here had problems earlier on. They got pulled off of the racetrack, so they're about 20 laps down. And then the number 3 car is actually the most competitive, but they actually show about 3 laps down from our leader. And then, of course, that number 908 car, they were leading the majority of the race and then had those issues just before that code 60 break.
Yeah, this might look like a fun battle here, but the sad news is that that 908 is not on the same lap by a big stretch as they continue to chase on the 3 machine. Them being near to the 77 as well was kind of tempting. Sounds like we do have Sloan at the ready with one of the 290 team members. Sloan, what have you got?
Hey guys, I'm here with Johan Schwartz from Moorhead Speedworks. Johan, I saw that the 290 just left pit lane. Is it going back behind the wall?
It is. It looks like it is. We have an electrical gremlin, and I'm not sure exactly what it is. Well, it's the alternator or whatever it may be. So, unfortunately, we were running really good. Everybody was excited, and then we had a low voltage show up on the dash, and then we started losing power steering. We have an electrical steering rack in there, so safety first.
Yeah, definitely. Have you been in the car yet today?
I have not. I was supposed to finish up. So hopefully we'll get the car back out, just to at least test to see if we find a problem before we go to VIR.
Yeah, definitely. This is your first race with us, right?
That is correct, yeah.
How are you enjoying it so far, besides, the issues that we're experiencing?
Well, I mean, I'm enjoying it. Participants obviously are, as it's been in the past with other series, really nice, and the seems done a great job with the making everybody feel welcome, and the food has been excellent, and the coffee in the morning is good, so everybody's having a good time. Overall, it's been a pleasant experience.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for your time and that information. Hopefully we'll get to see you on track later today.
I hope so. Thanks.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Commiserations to that team. With such a close shot at taking the win. Eric Benedict has jumped into the 555. They're still in second, but because the 392 has been so untouchable, we just haven't really, honestly, seen really much of a fight for the lead, which is a bit of a shame because I do love seeing the performance out of this 555 so far. They've been really plucky in making some passes for position on track, Joey.
And you had mentioned Eric Powell there driving the 555 as well, of course. Eric Benedict in the car right now for the Bruce Innovations entry. So got a few Erics driving this car. But you're right. Powell was in it a little bit earlier. I believe he started it. Had one heck of a battle with one of those AOA cars out there as well. And then eventually moved himself in this car up into this second place position. And they've pretty much been firmly planted here ever since then, haven't they?
Yes, they have. And I was just kind of looking through our timing tower as well and seeing how many we do have left running. If we get that 177 back out, then we will hopefully have, it looks like, about 19 cars on track. But as it stands, I think we're down to 18 that are still circulating at the moment. And the traffic appears to have not lightened up. It is rush hour out there.
I was watching them come down the front straightaway here from some various camera angles, and they were 3 wide on the front straightaway and going into turn number 1. So 2 wide, a little bit more calm here into Charlotte's Web. Turn number 5, as it's called here at Barber Motorsports Park, and you see one of the ZR3 class cars staying out of the way. I believe that's one of the AOA entries.
And apologies, I got the 177, the 290 confused. It's the 290 that has stopped. The 177 just had a normal fuel stop, and Anthony Pacelli's hopped in the car. Thanks to Sloan for the information behind the scenes on that one. They're still running in 5th with a lot of laps up to Kaufman there in 4th, but probably will still be a bit before we see them overtake that car for position. Also being told that Matt Million's going to relieve Colin Garrett here in the 95 shortly.
Well, that'll be a driver swap there for 9-4 Motorsports when they make that driver change pit stop, as everybody is still chugging away. And I guess I'm curious if they were able to time it right, or which teams were able to time it right and essentially be on the lead lap and full of fuel right when that code 60 was able to drop right before our break, so that way you can essentially get a full stint out of your driver here once we drop the green flag. Of course, we're about 20 minutes into this and got that 3 hours plus a lap remaining.
And apologies, it's not the 9.5 that Matt is getting back into. They're putting him in for Barbary in the 94 team. So that's going to be fun to watch that car try and play catch-up and get to Garton. I don't know that he'll be able to make up that much time, but even still, they're sitting in third, and they're getting their standard fuel stop. Should be swapping in Million here shortly and be back out on track in just a moment. Little look down at the inside as the 908 car was trying to once again get by Gorshkov, but no success.
An interesting position, too, because the 908 is several laps down in comparison to the 3, right? So the 3 has to run its own race. The 908 can't really interject itself into a battle or a race that is several laps ahead of them. So you have to be very, very respectful. But when you feel like you've got the speed, it almost feels like you're walking on eggshells. Am I doing this right? You know, should I pass them here, or should I wait a little bit longer? Where should this happen?
Yeah, you make a good point on that. And I'm sure he wants to try and get ahead. But again, we've seen that it takes about 2 seconds or more of a pace advantage to really be able to kind of force your way by. So far, he has been very, very patient, has Sebastian Rist, and just kind of letting this all play out, maybe waiting for a mistake or something significant to really try to insert himself and take off down the road.
And I think what's the most confusing part is that he's chasing the white and red round 3 car. That's the number 3, right? And they are sitting in what is the 4th place. But the car behind him is actually the number 5 car, the other round 3 racing car. So he's kind of sandwiched in between 2 of these round 3 racing cars, but neither one of them, at least up front, these front 2 cars are on the lead lap. So it's just a very oddball situation to be in as a driver, trying to go fast, but also respectful of what's going on around you.
I think the only battle for position in that group, if I'm seeing this correctly, is the 3. As he wants by down through turn 12, but is rebuffed this time. But the 3 of Gorshkov and Fennel in the 27, they're fighting for 4th, but they're at the very back of this group. That is Gorshkov in the blue, or the purple and white, and then that's Fennel in the black and white behind.
Correct. And so you're right. It's just kind of all every man for himself right now. I'm sure that they would like to get in order so that way they could really duke it out in terms of position. But this is how endurance racing works, and sometimes you just have to kind of figure out your way and your slot in line.
Yeah, so they've got 2 cars that are not on the same lap as them. One seemingly looking like he wants to try and get by. And there's a nice little gap that Gorshkov now has over Kevin Fennel. So he's going to be a little bit safer coming down into turn 5 this time. Doesn't try and overtake the 908, though he could if he wanted to, because having that buffer between himself and the 27 car would probably be pretty handy. But look at this. I think Fennel has dropped off suddenly. Not sure if there was an issue, but that is a huge gap between the pair of them compared to just a lap ago.
It was. And I think, to your point, right, Gorshkov doesn't want... Oh, and actually Fennel was just off of the racetrack there in the museum corner, just up at the top of the shot, and he spun it around. He is facing the wrong direction at the base of the museum, turn number 8. Hopefully he can get that thing spun back around. I see him re-entering the racetrack right now.
Problems for Kevin Fennel. He'll get it going, but what battle we had has completely evaporated with just that one moment. Camden Hibbett also brought the number 4 car into pit lane, so we've got some more pit stops happening, and 3 hours and 7 minutes to go. So for this 4 team, as long as they can, let's see, we said about an hour and 5 was the longest we've been seen from teams. If they can get to the end of their stints, then they should be able to kind of ease this with 2 more stops to the finish.
As long as everything goes according to plan. That is the key out there. Limit the mistakes. Don't do anything unnecessary, as it certainly looks like the 908 might finally get overtaken here by the number 5 car down to the inside. So there they slide through. Of course, the 908 we've been mentioning is not anywhere close to the lead lap, has plenty of speed to be at the front, but just doesn't have the track position after that earlier issue.
And I guess they decided they have no reason to try and fight this. I think Sloan was down by the round 3 racing box, as it looks like the 4 car just moved back out onto track. Wait to see whether or not Camden Hibbett has been swapped out of the car.
And the other one, I do see that Sloan just reported in that he did swap out of the car. She was also reporting that the 94, remember a handful of minutes ago, was getting that driver change, and Matt Millian in the car. The driver ID still shows Ian Barberi in the car, but I wonder if it is now Matt.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because we're also hearing that it was Piatek that was in the car. It wasn't Camden Hibbett. So Piatek got out, and I guess Hibbett is now in. And we're hearing that Matt is confirmed to be in the 94 machine.
Well, Joe, I've got my Guess Who board out over here, and I'm flipping down the drivers, so I suggest you do the same as well.
I'll try to get synced up with you on this. Being told that Alder is going to get back into the Stratus number 59 car. Not a bad decision, and that is not to put down Clay McGurk. I mean, I think just poor Clay McGurk has been kind of overshadowed. He's so quick, and then Jason Alder is somehow even quicker.
I think it was a nice strategy for Alder to get in this morning and really kind of set the early pace and the early tone for that 59. And then I think it was a great strategy call, like you said, to get McGurk in the car once the pace had kind of settled out, because we know how fast Clay is. And when he got in the car, he was able to essentially pick up the baton and carry it exactly like how Alder was. It was just already settled out at that point. And now you're right, with just kind of how the strategy goes and everything and the driver swaps. I think that either one of them are plenty capable of taking this car to the end.
Retro Rockets has brought Garton into pit lane. And yeah, the 59 is in fact also at their crew. And I can see on our pictures now that they are changing those drivers out. Jason Alder will return to the circuit. There we see, still putting those gravity-fed fuel tanks into the cell of the car. One of the more painstaking aspects of this.
What was interesting to me, though, and I just don't know these NPO ones enough. Refueling on the right side of the 59, which means the fueler physically has to carry the jug over versus plugging it in on the left side. I'm not sure if they're all right side fill or not.
I'd have to check on that, because I'm not sure either. Also, Jason did not hop in the car, so we were being told that Clay stayed in.
And you know what? I think
is
that's
that on your Guess Who board?
I'll flip it down. It's over here on the left side.
All right. These three, though, continue to remain close together. We had that one fight for position amongst them, and then it lost the number 27 machine. Since then, it has been the 908 at the back, who is many laps down in 8th. We've got the 5 car, which I think is actually our leader right now. Yes, because of the pit stop from McGurk, that is our leader in the middle of that group. And then the 3 that is leading that trio is Gorshkov, who sits in 4th.
Crucially, though, like we saw from a handful of laps ago on board that 908, that number 5 was able to sneak by that automatic racing car. And now they just have the team car directly in front. Quite honestly, I'm surprised that the team car hasn't let him through yet. Here's a good run down into turn number 5. And once again, Gorshkov just deep on the brakes, not allowing the overall through. And Gorshkov turning 34.4s, P's an identical 34.4, just tucked right up on the bumper.
I'm kind of not surprised that the lap times are the same. He's been riding this close for a long time now. And unless they really are abhorrent to make team orders, which, I thought maybe they're going to swap around. I was going to say, if they really don't want to have any team orders out there, it could be that he's holding them up, or it could be that they're content to ride, that their pace isn't hurt by this car ahead. There could be any number of things going on in this situation, but unfortunately we're not privy right now. Whatever it is, the 5 still needs to come in for a pit stop at some point in the future, whereas the 59 just had theirs. So it should theoretically cycle back around to Stratus Racing being back in the lead at some point.
And here we go, side by side on the front straightaway. Just a terrific run out of the last corner from Pease. Going to get to the inside of Gorshkov, and the number 3 is going to let him by. Now I think we're going to see Pease just kind of run off a little bit until you heard what Joe Peak was just mentioning with a pit stop that probably is due here momentarily. I do like your forward thinking, though, Joe, of it was about 3 hours, 5 minutes when that 59 came in, and we've seen a couple of others kind of follow suit. So I do think that they are trying to get ahead of the game in terms of the strategy today.
Now, the one thing that could obviously throw a wrench in that is if we get another code 60. I'm pretty sure we've only had the one so far, other than the scheduled one that we knew would predate the red flag. I don't think we can really count that one as an actual code 60 brought out by an incident. So really, it's been pretty smooth sailing, knocking on wood, up to now the half-hour mark, or the halfway mark in this race.
Got some interesting information from Sloan down there on pit road. I was wondering if you could fill those NPO1s from either side, because a lot of times on these prototypes, right, the fuel tank or the bladder is sitting right in the middle. It's got basically intakes from either side, or an intake and a vent on the other side. I mean, you can basically pick which one you want to go to. And as far as I know, the Stratus racing cars are set up with right side fill. Now, I don't know if the other cars are left side fill, but just think about how long it takes for somebody to carry a 5-6 gallon jug from the pit wall all the way over to the other side of the car, plug it in, versus basically pick it up, sitting it on the wall, and plug it in right there next to you.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, as we've seen, seconds matter in this series, so that extra time of walking around could wind up being costly, especially if you add it up over the length of a whole race. Now, of course, this one had everybody backed up together in the midway part, so that kind of sucks up some of those extra seconds from the first half. But we're seeing, or should see, at least 3 stops in this latter half of the race today because of that break. In the meantime, it does sound like Sloan might be able to get us a little bit more information in a bit. We'll go back to her once she's caught up with her current target on pit lane. In the meantime, our target is to watch outside the windscreen of the 392.
We actually both have the same target, Joe, because Sloan is anxiously waiting down there at Harrison Motorsports for this car right here to come down and do a pit service. Now, we don't know if it's going to be this lap, next lap, or in a few laps, but they are due in at a somewhat soon time frame out here, and this is the car that has led the class ever since the drop of the green flag. Currently, they've got about a 2-lap lead over that Bruce Innovations 555. This 392 BMW M3 has pretty much been on rails.
The other thing that I'm curious about, although this is getting a bit nerdy and in the weeds, is if that Stratus team hopes to switch the side for later, or keep it the same. If they would probably keep it the same, I would imagine, because our first two races have been the clockwise format. So this has been on the outside of the car, but then we will go to. Or actually, no, it is another clockwise one for Virginia International Raceway. Road America's clockwise. Watkins Glen, are they all clockwise?
It depends on what side of
clockwise.
It depends on what side of the racetrack pit lane is going to be on as well.
That's also
here
true,
yeah, so at VIR, you're right, it's clockwise. However, right side fill would be good at VIR because that's the side of the pit lane wall. Here at Barber, it is a left side pit lane wall. And the reason why these prototypes are usually built that way is so that way you can swap them around with minimal effort. Now, it's not obviously just go plug it in on the other side. There do have to be a few little things that make sure that the vent and the intake are separate. But yes, it can be usually one of those things that can be changed.
This is why I keep you around, because you went through my thought process quicker than my brain can. So, Joey saving me from myself. As I just saw that Kenny, I think, has hopped into the number 5 car because it looks like they just exited pit lane.
I did see that Sloan was also saying that, yeah, round 3 pit stop going on. So, just repeating what you were just mentioning, Kenny going in the car for that. Number 5, they still remain in what is 3rd place overall. We've mentioned Stratus Racing a lot, the number 59, and just how fast they've been over the course of the weekend. But here on Sunday, I think the story really has been round 3 racing. I mean, look at them. They're sitting 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in this back half of the race.
And they definitely ran into a few issues yesterday, too. So this is a very encouraging thing to see. Now, I think they will probably struggle to get up to the 59 from what we've witnessed. Not impossible. Camden Hibbett, we know, can be a challenge for Clay McGurk and for his teammate as well in that 59 of, and I've lost sight of who it was now at this point, Jason Alder. But then the 5 and the 3, I think, are a little bit too far back to really be a part of the competition. I see the 3 car of Gorshkov also in pit lane.
Lots of the round 3 racing making their way into pit lane, like you were just mentioning, getting some of their services done. We watched the 392 out there on the racetrack, still chugging along. We heard that they might be due for a pit stop here momentarily, but evidently a little bit more fuel in the tank than what we thought here in this BMW, turning extremely consistent laps, a 138.0 as we jump up to our overall leader here. This is Clay McGurk, just clinically handling it out from the front. Certainly is going in their favor right now. They had their penalty relatively early on in yesterday's race. They don't want to experience that one again, frankly, even though they impressed us coming back up through the field. There is your 2nd place car, Camden Hibbett. This was your winning car from yesterday's race and still in contention today at about 5 seconds behind that number 59, making sure that they can't have any slip-ups. Making sure to limit the mistakes out there. The number 4 car with Hibbett, like you just mentioned. Doing a good job keeping everybody honest, a 132.2 the last time. I think earlier on in the day, just when the temperatures were a little bit lower and we had a little bit more cloud cover, the pace might have been just a touch faster than what we're going to see here in the afternoon. After all, we saw several of those ZP2 class cars down into the 130s when we initially started, and now it seems like the race pace is more settled into, call it the 132s. Which is pretty close to what we saw yesterday. Obviously, Alder was down in the 30s and the 31s for much of the racing as well. He was really flying on track, but
might not necessarily need that kind of pace today, maybe take care of the equipment, just do enough to keep themselves ahead and keep themselves out of range. I think we do, in fact, have Sloan with some of the Stratus Racing team. Let's head down to her and see what she has pulled up.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jason Alder from Stratus Racing. Jason, you were the talk of the town yesterday, setting the GPX fastest lap at a 1:34, if I'm correct. I want to know, are you guys concerned about the pace of the 4 car right now, as you guys are very close together on timing?
Honestly, I mean, there's quite a few MPO ones that have really surprised me this weekend. I mean, the pace from first through like 6th has been so close, especially, you know, coming from Sonoma. It's been pretty incredible. So absolutely, the 4 cars absolutely on our radar, and I think there's a couple other cars that are giving us some trouble as well. So absolutely, there's you know, quite a few cars in for the running.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like we have the 57 pitting behind you right now. How's the 57 running? I know that there were some issues before the break. What is it looking like now?
I think we've got everything sorted. Car's running strong right now. It's running its best times of the weekend. Drivers are happy with it. So far 57 is, you know, running strong, other than those couple items from this morning.
Yeah, I was able to catch up with Barry a little bit earlier. He said that he was feeling good. I know yesterday was a little bit of a fluke with a little bit of an accident. So tell me, I guess for the rest of the race, do you have any different strategy knowing how close the times are? Or are you just going to keep doing what you're doing?
Pace is king, right? So I think the story for us here is just we're going to push as far as we can and try to get lucky with some code 60s. I think that's pretty much all we can do.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you back on track soon.
No problem. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Sloan. There's the 4 of Hibbett running in second place, down to about 4.5 seconds. So we'll probably see more of that yo-yo effect from the traffic as the race goes on. It can fluctuate pretty widely from what we've witnessed, depending on who gets caught by what throughout the lap. Their teammates, Kenny in the number 5 machine, I think a full lap behind at this stage, so they're not really threatening them. They're solidly into that podium position. McClintock also on a different lap there in the number 3. But 2 out of the 3 positions on the podium will be a welcome change for them.
It's always great when you go home with hardware, right? And if it's two trophies, even better than just a single one. And if you can go away with your head held high with those trophies and know that day one didn't necessarily go to plan, you guys were able to recover and get back out there, I think that's a great way to round out a weekend. Of course, we still have 3 hours of racing remaining, or I should say just under 3 hours of racing here at Barber Motorsports. We watched the number 4 car, Camden Hibbett, get to the inside of the 555. 555's been doing a great job as well. That's that Bruce Innovations car we've mentioned a few times, been sitting second in that ZR3 class.
Yeah, Benedict's currently in the car replacing Eric Powell, who's been there this weekend. I know they've had a few other drivers, but I think those are the only 2 that have been taking part here at Barber so far, from what I can recall. And a 2-driver team, definitely possible, even with these lengthy races that they've got here. Might have to swap out a few times depending on the endurance that your driver might have. As we watch that MPO1 navigate around the hairpin once more. Their last lap, only about a 10th off of Clay McGurk. So while the 59 team might be watching, I'm sure that the 4 team also is keeping a close eye on everything that is happening out there. In fact, we might get to hear from them here in a second.
I was watching I got my eye on it as well, but I was watching the lap times because you were mentioning, right, it's just kind of fluctuating there. Both turning nearly identical times. It's just that they're about, call it 4 or 5 seconds apart from each other on the racetrack. So it's enough time that when Clay catches a car or a group of cars, you see that accordion effect where it was 5 seconds, all of a sudden it shrinks down to 3 seconds or 2.8, and then Clay is clear of that group, and then Camden kind of runs into that group of traffic, and then it balloons back out to where it was. So I do feel like these 2 are incredibly similar paced on the racetrack. It just kind of comes down to those individual laps and that consistency.
I can report that the leader in the ZR2s is in the 95, so Colin Garrett, obviously, we know will stay in as they take their fuel. In the meantime, Sloan has caught up with Oliver Piatek there from the number 4 team. Sloan?
Hey guys, I'm here with Oliver Piatek. We've got a fan blowing behind us, and I feel like my hair looks a little crazy, so no one comment on it. We just heard from Jason Alder over at Stratus for the 57 and the 59 car, but Oliver's going to be hopping into the number 4 car here in a little bit. So I really wanted to get your take on it. You guys are so close right now. What are your thoughts on this whole kind of timeline with being close in pace?
A lot of pressure, definitely. You know, just trying to maximize, get through traffic as fast as possible. You know, pace is really important here, but also traffic management is really important here. You know, the traffic, you can lose 2 or 3 seconds getting caught behind a GT car in the wrong place. So really focusing on getting the traffic a lot fast and quickly and smoothly has been really vital to have our chances this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And I said it wrong earlier. I thought that Oliver had just gotten out of the 4 car, but actually what were you doing? You were just kind of helping out, or what was that?
Just washing the windshield, got some bugs in the windshield, so getting them off, getting him a nice clean windshield for the stint.
Yeah, that's so crazy. You've got the drivers helping with the windshield now, too. So I saw him taking his stuff off. I was like, oh, Oliver just got out of the car. I was wrong. So when do you think you're going to hop in?
Maybe 30 minutes or so, and I'll be in the car.
Okay, awesome. You're going to bring it home?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
It's okay. It happens. Okay, thank you for your time, and we're looking forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, interesting that he says a half an hour, because again, that would put them at about 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's not going to be ideal if we're looking at them trying to limit the number of fuel stints that they've got left. And I know it sounds like we keep harping on the fuel, but we kind of got to watch that like a hawk.
We do have to watch it like a hawk, but let's also remember the frame of reference. If you're a team manager talking to your driver, you want them to be ready to go at least 10 minutes prior to when they need to get in the car. So it still does track it, but you're right. We got to watch that exact number when they actually do hit pit road.
Aha, I see the theory there. And this is the car that Oliver would be getting into, as the Round 3 racing team is having a great race today. Back out on track, Colin Garrett has emerged still in the lead of the ZR2 class. Garton remains in second. I see that the 555 team has brought Benedict in, and it looks like the 908 automatic racing team has also brought Rist in for stops. Down in the ZR3, since we've touched on some of the ZR2 stuff, Sergio Ramirez still leading for Harrison Motorsports.
And Harrison Motorsports, we've mentioned them a few times. Hopefully we get to talk with them here soon enough. You know, they were my pick yesterday after not being with us at Sonoma, right? We opened up Zenith Racing Series about a month ago on the West Coast over at Sonoma Raceway, and the 392 was not with us over there. So to show up and kind of be the class of the ZR3 field, and not only the fastest in the class, but to run consistently, right? We haven't seen any penalties out of them. It certainly seems like their pit stops have been going very, very smoothly. So it certainly seems like things are on track for Harrison Motorsports, running like clockwork out here.
You got to execute. We keep talking about you can't beat yourself, and I think that's one of the things that is making it look like it is going to be hard to beat them, because they've got the pace, but they've also just got that consistency. We see that all up and down various levels of motorsport, that it is those teams that are organized, they cross the T's, they dot the I's, and they don't miss any of those simple things that can scupper a good afternoon. The Nimbus Racing number 77 looks like they're also taking a stop. Barker currently shown in the car, but we'll see whether that changes. Meanwhile, Matt Million is going to get overtaken by Camden Hibbett as he allows the faster class car to go by.
We're going to have to start calling this a little bit more intensely, Joe. What was fluctuating, call it between 2 seconds and up to 5 seconds, is now down under 1.5, at least from what I see on our timing and scoring. And there visually, now you could see it from that overhead drone shot going into turn number 5. Camden Hibbett can clearly see the 59 out the windshield.
Good point on that one. Yeah, this is suddenly closed in dramatically. Clay McGurk, will he have to play a rear guard? Can anybody get on the horn to him, tell him to pick it up? Is there anything left in the tank on that front? And can Camden Hibbett make good on what appears to be excellent pace out there for that round 3 racing machine? Just on the edges of your frame is the Stratus Racing NPO1 car, holding on to a sort of tenuous lead now at this stage.
I think that they're still in plenty of control as long as they start to hit their fuel numbers. Now, that's not necessarily a fuel number that the driver is going to, but the stint length number. They were so excruciatingly close yesterday to claiming a victory, and they made that pit stop. And I remember when that Code 60 came out and we were riding on board with Jason Alder inside the 59, and the shake of the head and, the fist on the steering wheel. He knew they had the fastest car, and just it didn't work out for him. They're hoping today it all falls in their hand.
Coming up on a little bit of traffic now. This could play a factor in it as they'll get ready to cross the timing line. Let's see what it's updated to, because it looks very, very close now at this stage. 1.3 seconds between them. And that is a different car, actually, between them, as they can look quite similar. So looks like the 59 is already past the trouble. Now it's up to Hibbett to try and make good on it.
Yeah, from these shots, it can be a little difficult to make it out. And so what it looks like with these 4 ZP2 cars, it looks like this is the number 5, first off. And then comes the number 59. And then we'll grab the number on that one. I believe that's the 27. And then the white and yellow is the number 4. So they're not how they are running on timing and scoring, just trying to sort it out visually out here. But Clay McGurk is lining up the next car here, trying to already get by him. But hey, you know what, Joe? How many times have we seen this with the round 3 cars out there? You can certainly block up the road a little bit. Left the apex open for Clay McGurk down there at turn number 17. Let him through, and now it's going to be Camden Hibbett trying to get by these 2 cars directly in front of him.
Oh, but Kevin Fennell's got to get through there first. Thankfully, they play nice with their teammate, and yeah, he's just going to ease him on by, and Hibbett now just has to get past that 27, who's preventing Camden from really being able to attack on the 59. So it's still close, but it's not close enough for the liking, I think, of that round 3 racing team. Clay probably appreciating and a big fan of Powell Racing right now.
100%, right? The more that they can hold up that white and yellow car that's in the rearview mirror. However, I think that Fennell got the word on the radio, hey, let that number 4 car through. It's better just to follow him in this fight than it is to be in the middle of it, as they all round out through the museum. And it's back up to about 2 seconds, maybe just under 2 seconds between our 2 leaders here.
Now, they do have the 41 that they're approaching quickly, but after that, it's a whole lot of clear track. Maybe the 555 at some point can play a factor in it. Otherwise, it's going to be a straight fight once again. And I think that's kind of what we've been eager to see. Who has got the all-out better pace between the pair of them? We won't know quite yet, because there is that second-place car in the ZR2 class just staying off to the driver's right. The 4 hoping he can maybe clear him by the time they get to turn 1, and yes, he is through.
Crucially there before the start of the Alabama roller coaster, so now got a clean windshield to just be able to roll whatever speed he can through these downhill apexes. Hit the compression right there where the cars went through, back up and over the hill here to turn number 4. And we don't mention turn number 4 at this racetrack very much, kind of because it's a non-corner, but trust me, when you drive it, especially in an extremely low-slung car like these NPO1s, you cannot see over the top of that hill.
Certainly not. And, it's made life difficult in some cases. If you've got an incident on the other side, you want to make sure and pay attention to those yellow flags as well. So now that they have been freed up, it's at about 9/10 of a second. This will be the first lap that we will really see them kind of have it their own way, circulating around the track. We're seeing laps of about 33s last time by. That was with them overtaking the slower cars.
And crucially, just that gap has continued to come down. So I think what we heard from Jason Alder in that interview with Sloan, they are worried about that number 4 car, and they can see why they're worried about the pace on the number 4 car. It has closed up significantly. Crucially, McGurk was able to get by that BMW, that 555, before turn number 17, give himself just a little bit more breathing room going into sector number 1.
I have to say, I'm a little bit of jealous of Sloan because apparently one of the teams has a slushy machine, which we'll touch on a little bit later, and she's been given some free samples, it looks like. So,
well, Joe, remember back at Sonoma, I think she was doing an energy drink challenge. Do you think she could do a brain freeze challenge with some slushies?
Ooh. I would not wish that upon her. Yeah, she's behind the scenes. She's vehemently against that idea. Yeah, I don't blame you, Sloan. No, I don't think we're that mean to poor Sloan. But sure looks like that'd be a nice refreshment with how sunny it's gotten out there and how humid it is. Just having a nice cool drink would probably be very handy right now.
I'm sure that the drivers are probably wanting it inside the race car right about now. I can think of a great Hollywood movie. What's going on? I'm eating ice cream right now.
Well, it's not quite ice cream. It sounds like Sloan has got that slushy with her. So, Sloan, talk to us about this wonderful nicety that one of the teams have brought.
Oh my God, you guys. So when you talk about staying cool, I was talking to Randy Kinney earlier and he had a water bottle around his neck and I'm like, you need a neck fan or something. I walk over here to these guys and Bill over here says we have a slushy machine. I say, what do you mean you have a slushy machine? And if we take a look over here, we see there's a slushy machine. It's Coke flavored, which is my favorite. But look at how great this is. I am very prone to brain freezes, so I will not be attempting a challenge this time or ever again for that matter. But this is a really great way to stay cool. It is a little hot out here. I was actually saying to one of the drivers earlier, they said to me that the track feels a little slick, despite the fact that it is super sunny and it is dry out. So that's just a little fun tidbit for you. I don't know if that has to do with the humidity, but I am sweating and my hair is not happy. But for now, I do have this Coke slushie, and I do appreciate the Automatic Racing team for taking care of me. And I hope you guys are jealous at home. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. I know I am at least jealous, but I will say that if you want the media on your side, Joey, a good way to do that is to bribe them with treats at your pit stall.
Couldn't agree more. I think if you got a hot dog roller, okay, that's a start, right? If you got a slushy machine, even better. And then as soon as you start breaking out the ice cream freezer, that's when you've really got me. I love the hospitality that really USAC puts on during all of their weekends. And I am a magnet for that ice cream freezer.
I can attest to this. We usually stop by at least a few times a day. But the gap is stayed at about 1 second, so McGurk is responding. And Camden Hibbett unable to try and run him down now that they've been put into free air. So there's the answer to one of the questions we were trying to figure out, Joey, was, is this traffic or is this actual pace that they're catching him on? I think some of it was traffic.
It's a combination of both, right? I mean, when we saw earlier on, call it the first hour of the race, nothing was falling right for the number 59 car out there. It was all going in the way of the 908 Nopolsky when he was behind the wheel. And then when they flip-flopped positions and the 59 was in second place, it seemed like they were getting all the breaks in traffic. So it could be what you're talking about, that, maybe just a little bit of traffic holding up the 59, and that's what allowed the 4 to really catch up. But that's this hour. I wonder what the next hour is going to bring us.
And if we change the drivers, yeah, absolutely. It could definitely kind of push things around a little bit there. But we got to wait and see and find that out before we get to that point in the race. We are still at 18 cars circulating right now. The 290, the 70, the 7, and the 85 are currently being worked on. Some of them, I think, have officially retired at this point, but I know there are some that are trying to get back in there. But out of 22 starters, we still have to see them make 2.5 hours to get to the checkered flag today. Haven't seen much in the way of drivers making quick lap times, which kind of ties up, I think, Joey, to what we heard Sloan talking about, that the sun on the track seems to have really kind of greased it up.
And it was just a little bit cooler this morning. When we're talking about simple conditions, the fastest a race car can go is early in the morning or late in the afternoon, aka when it is at its coolest. However, the sunshine is still out. If it's overcast, you don't get the heat into the actual track surface. And that's what the tires love. The tires actually love some heat. They don't like overheating. However, they do need a little bit of temperature to work. Now, look at the engine. The engine is the other way around. When it gets too hot, it doesn't produce as much power. The water temps start to creep up. The oil temps start to creep up. So the engines love it as cool as possible. So typically, morning sessions when the air temperature is cool and the sunshine is on the racetrack, that's when we get our fastest times of the day. And you're right, that's kind of reflective of what we saw here today as well. We didn't have the sunshine, however, it was upper 60s, maybe low 70s, enough temperature that the track isn't cold.
Exactly. And I know we've been spending a lot of camera time looking at P1 and P2 overall, but I was just looking up and down our timing tower, and I don't see anybody else who's really close at this stage. So it's really the battle for the lead, which, exciting enough for us, is the best fight that we've got on track right now. It's been hovering at under 2 seconds for quite a while at this stage, but can't seem to get any closer. And unfortunately for the 4 team, this isn't like the first half where they just want to stay within range of that car. Now they really do need that track position.
I wouldn't call it concerning, but something that has caught my eye, and I don't necessarily know if it's car specific, but I just saw it out of the number 4 car going into turn number 5, and it looked like just like a little tiny bit of a puff of white smoke out the back end. Now, I don't know if it's, a little bit of a brake lockup for one of the front tires and we're just barely seeing some of the tire smoke, or if it's maybe just a little bit of some oil blow by that is sitting there in the catch tank that has finally reached the atmosphere. But we've seen a couple of those NPO ones have issues down at turn number 5 where they've come to a rest. So it just caught my eye.
I've actually noticed that little puff of smoke a few times this weekend. So I wonder if it is just kind of something about how the car is running, because it doesn't seem to have at least caused significant enough problems that it's happened to everybody. But if it is, like you said, there have been a few cars that have wound up stranded down there at that part of the track. So there could be something happening that we just simply aren't seeing, and eventually it bites somebody. But yeah, it's slightly concerning. We haven't heard any word from the teams on that, so maybe they haven't seen it themselves or really just don't think that it's any kind of issue. So let's watch. Yeah, there it is there again.
And so that kind of leads me to believe it just might be a little bit of oil blow-by, right? So all these cars, or most of them, have catch tanks, and we'll have a little bit of oil that kind of gets blown out of the engine, so that way it gets into the catch tank, and some of them vent it to the atmosphere, so it might be what we're seeing out of there as well.
Hopefully a non-issue in the end. Has been cut down, looks like they overtook the leading ZR2 car. It gets it to within about a second. It was hovering at around 1.3, 1.4 for a while. But then now he's got to do the hard work to make those last 9/10 between himself and McGurk. I think they've got a few more cars up ahead. I see the 3 machines, so that's within class. That's going to be harder to try and overtake. And then they've got another of the BMWs coming up quickly.
Sounds like we're going to be getting some more info from Sloan down on pit road here soon enough as we watch the number 4 car continuing to chug away these laps. And it's actually getting a little bit tight for the 59 directly in front. Had to go around the outside of that ZR3 car, and the number 4 car now does that up and over turn number 4. That was a lot of 4s right there in the same sentence, but has closed it in on our leader.
Got 3 more tenths chopped off in that little run through the first sector. Those can start to add up. They still got 1 more car in front of them. What's this going to wind up doing to these two? We've seen Camden get this close a couple times, I think, during this stint, but we haven't really seen him actually make an attack. So kind of curious if that teammate is going to start to help him out in a little bit.
We'll have to wait patiently to see. I think Sloan is down there with Harrison Motorsports giving us some info from pit road. What do you have for us, Sloan?
Hi guys, I'm here with Angelina over at Harrison Motorsports. I have come by this pit box multiple times trying to steal Angelina for a little bit, but there's one thing about motorsports that I think we can all kind of be on the same page about, is that it is very male dominated. So besides me running around and a few other amazing women out here, Angelina, it seems like she's the brains behind this entire operation here at Harrison Motorsports. So her husband Sergio's in the car right now. I do love that you two work together so closely, but would you mind telling me a little bit about your guys' background and what you're trying to do here?
Yeah, so Harrison Motorsports, we are a independent BMW Mini repair facility. We ended up purchasing that business about 8 years ago because of the love and passion that we have for BMWs and Minis. My husband's background is actually, he used to be a BMW master technician. We've always loved BMW since I met him since I was 19. And we love the passion for motorsports. So here we are, racing, kind of combining business with pleasure, and just enjoying it.
Have you ever been behind the wheel before?
I have, just in DEs, not competitively. The love I have for it is more behind the scenes, doing this stuff. So
tell me a little bit about what this stuff is.
So fuel strategy, just the whole day's worth of strategy, obviously. Fuel, when to pit, and then also as well, just directing the guys around. If anybody needs anything, I'm here.
Yeah, no, I love that. You said directing the guys around. Can you tell me how many people are actually here with you this weekend?
So we are a kind of a little one-man show for like every little individual operation. There is a total of 5 of us here. Yes, 5 of us.
So 5 including the drivers, or how many drivers?
So yes.
So 2 drivers.
2 drivers.
So 3 crew.
And then our 2 amazing crew guys over there.
So 3 crew members. So tell me, how does a pit stop usually go for you guys? Is it like you just have, because you can have 3 crew members over the wall. Do all 3 go over?
Nope. We just have our 2 guys, our fuel bottle guy, and then our fire bottle guy. And then we just have the driver if they're doing driver swaps, and then I'm over here over the wall, and everything goes pretty smooth.
That's amazing. Have you taken any tires this race?
No, we haven't.
Do you plan on taking any tires?
We're watching them.
Okay.
See how they last for the extra hour that today's race is compared to yesterday.
Okay.
We didn't need them, so.
That's good to know. It's good to know. Seems like the competitors over there pitting for, it looks like a driver change. Do you know when you guys are going to come in next?
We're going to come in about 45 minutes.
Okay, in 45 minutes. So thank you so much, Angelina. I appreciate every single thing you're doing. You are a powerhouse, and it's been really cool to hear about your story, and we're excited to see you guys for the rest of the season.
Thank you. We're excited to be here.
Awesome. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. And as you may have noticed, we suddenly have a new leader. Camden Hibbett is now ahead of Clay McGurk by about 2.7 seconds. And I think we're trying to dig up whether or not we can get a replay of that. We did see it on screen as they went by. I was looking for other things on track or on our screens at that time, but it sounds like that McGurk got held up a little bit coming down through turn 5. So Camden Hibbett has clear air and is actually running away pretty quickly, which kind of surprises me. It seemed like it took them a while to get up to Clay McGurk, and then suddenly, now that they're ahead, they are off like a shot. I mean, it's only been 2.5 laps, and they're 3.5 seconds up the road.
132.5 out of Camden that last time, out of Clay, a 132.8. So it doesn't take very much time. It's just a few laps at those, call it 2, 3, 4 tenths a lap, and all of a sudden you've built 1.5 seconds. And I was able to go out and actually find that pass out of that turn 11 camera. So Joe, hopefully we'll get a replay of it here momentarily, but there was a whole bunch of traffic, I believe, including a ZR3 car. I think the 59 was forced off, drivers left. It was pretty much in this exact area of the racetrack right here. We're watching the number 4 car, and Camden Hibbett, just like we saw yesterday, using the traffic to make passes and get him up into the lead.
It's been one of the strengths of this round 3 racing car. It doesn't matter which driver's in it. It seems like they figure out just the right moments to try to go on the attack. And it worked out for them once again. So we still need to see some pit stops in the next 20 minutes or so, we're expecting, for the ZP2 teams. That may play a part in it because we have seen some positions change hands during those pit stop sequences. And it'll be up to the teams to try to maximize those. Not even getting into what the fuel situation could be on that front. It is now reversed. The 4 is your leader, the 59 running second, but the 5 car of Kenny is still sitting in third. Their other teammate, the 3, I do see had a spin at turn 5 of McClintock. And in fact, we've got a replay.
So this is coming out of the museum corner. Here comes that ZR3 car and then the 3-pack of our leaders. And look at Clay McGurk is the one on our right side of the screen, just forced off track there, had to take avoiding action. And honestly, Joe, if you ask me, that was the right thing for Clay to do, is self-preservation versus force the issue.
I think you're right. Just glad that he was able to hold on coming through the grass and didn't lose control of the car. Could have easily taken himself out or a couple other cars next to him as well if he spun into their pathway. It's always tricky trying to go 4 wheels off of the pavement in racing because you just don't have the same control. So, Camden Hibbett controlling the way. By the way, Colin Garrett still in that 95 leading for the ZR2 class. That's been somewhat uneventful after they actually briefly led overall. They've been kind of sent back down the field for a while and are currently running in 6th overall. And then down in the ZR3s, we were just having a chat there with one of their team leaders for Harrison Motorsports. The 392 car is up at the front with Sergio Ramirez behind the wheel.
I'm not sure if you mentioned it at all recently, but the 555, that Bruce Innovations car, has now done a driver change. I believe it's Abdallah now behind the wheel of that car. So they take over, or I should say resume second place in that ZR3 class. That 555 was actually the car that was in the middle of that schmozzle down there with all the ZP2s. I don't think that they did anything wrong. It's just sometimes when you get a group of cars that all converges in the same area, everybody's got to figure out their spot on the racetrack.
Yep, Bassam Abdallah, as you mentioned, having hopped into that one. So we ride on board down through the Alabama roller coaster. Just trying to figure out which car. I think we are, or I think we're on board with the 555. Yes, we are. This is Abdallah that we're riding with right now, who's going to get overtaken by the 94, currently with Matt Million behind the wheel, who has been gaining. I must say, he's gotten up to 9th overall, but he's still separated between himself and Garton by what looks to be about a minute and some change, I think. So, in fact, now they don't no longer have Char now in between them. So Garton actually just got overtaken by that car.
Oh, yeah, you're right there. So just kind of have to keep an eye on everything and how it sorts itself out over the next 2 hours and 18 minutes. But Matt Million inside the number 94 car is working his way up as we ride on board still here with the 555, working their way through this ZR3 class, currently sitting 2nd overall. That last lap time, maybe just a touch off the pace, but I think it was just dealing with a little bit of traffic out there, and you compare that to the rest of the ZR3 class, and it's pretty comparable. It's only that 392 out front that really seems to be the rocket ship.
Nobody's really been able to touch them for sure this weekend. I don't think it's looking like that'll change. They could run into issues, but as long as it stays green, as long as they don't have a mechanical or a penalty, then they are pretty firmly in the lead. But I do enjoy getting to see Abdallah work his magic out there. That whole 555 team also doing their best. It's kind of one of those situations where if the 392 wasn't here, we would have had this win easily.
You know, but that's how racing is sometimes. Sometimes, even in your own class, you just have to race to the best of your ability, and some people just might have a little bit more equipment or a little bit more pace out there, and sometimes the tracks go your way, sometimes the races go your way, sometimes they don't, they go another way. And Joe, I don't know if you can see it in the previews, but I think that Sloan is getting teed up for one of the most skillful interviews we've seen yet.
Yeah, it's another one where we are looking forward to hearing from Sloan. It looks like you've got some more valuable team members.
Oh my God, you guys, when you said one of the most skillful interviews, I think you're correct. This is Ruth and this is Olive, and they are dogs of the Retro Rockets team. I also have Lola here, who is the cousin. Would you call yourself like the cousin of the Retro Rockets team?
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so Lola here has helped me with some questions today. She actually helped me with some questions for Linus, and it was the what's your like pre-race ritual, and do you have a pump-up song? So I really appreciated your questions with that. Can you show me any tricks with any of the dogs? Do you have any?
Oh, okay, yes, definitely.
Yeah, let's take up some time here. Let's show some dogs if we can. Oh, we got some shake. So good. Oh, we can high five. Oh, that's what. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys know, I love dogs. Like, I want my own dog at the track so badly. So someone please convince my mom to let me get a dog. She actually said I could, but I just haven't gotten one yet. And this is Ruth. This is so exciting. So tell me, what is it like? Is this your first Zenith race?
Yes, it is.
Have you been having fun?
Oh, I've been having so much fun.
What is one of your favorite things about coming to a race?
Probably spending time with my family.
Yeah? So it's your cousins, and who else is part of the team? They're your family?
My dad, my uncle, and some family friends.
Do you think you'll ever get behind the wheel of a car? I mean, you're going to drive one day in a real car, but like a race car?
Possibly.
Possibly. What would you want to drive?
Our car, Becky.
What is your car, Becky?
She's our car. She's our race car. She's on the track right now.
Okay, so we've just found out that the Retro Rockets car is named Becky. That's actually wild. Did you name her?
Yes.
Why'd you name her Becky?
She seemed like a Becky. And then she caught on fire once, and then she caught on fire again.
Becky!
So then we named her Kamin, which is German for fireplace. And then we were like, that's not so convenient anymore. So then we named her back to Becky.
Wow, she seems like she's had a few different personalities, huh?
Yes, definitely.
We like Becky the most.
Becky's the best.
Okay, I love that. Becky is the best. What's one fun fact about yourself?
I'm a very good cook.
You're 11.
Yep.
What do you cook?
Everything. I love cooking pasta, actually.
What kind of pasta?
Anything.
Oh my God, I'm 20. I turned 27 on Tuesday, actually. Everyone say happy early birthday to me, but at 26, I can't cook. I really can't. I'm not good at it. That's crazy. Will you teach me sometime?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Are you coming to VIR?
I don't know.
Now you are.
Now
you are. You're coming to VIR now.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Lola. I appreciate you and your questions. And thank you for those dog tricks. And thank you for being you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Back to you guys.
Well, knows German, already knows how to cook. I mean, my goodness, she's ready to move out of the house, I think, Joey.
She's ready to get into a Porsche or a BMW, some type of German race car.
Yeah, I like the sounds of that. That's fantastic, because love some of these behind-the-scenes looks that we can get at the crews around the place. It is more than just these drivers that make these races happen, so a big shout-out to all the teams and everyone that they bring along board to get this on the road. Right now, we're watching Colin Garrett once again, and Colin does not have any reprieve this time around, if you're just joining us, because Matt Million, who also has driven in this car this weekend, is in a different car right now out on track. So if Colin has some problems, he's going to have to deal with it himself.
And crucially, I think that Colin is doing a terrific job with this set of tires on the car. He's been turning consistent 136s out there, and I think the standard is you look at Matt Million, right? He's kind of been our baseline. Now, he was on a different set of tires earlier this morning, so he has the purple fastest lap that's, call it a handful of seconds faster than what the car is capable of right now. But I look at the 94 right now because Matt is in that 94, a 136.5 last time from Matt Million. So pretty much right smack on pace with what his teammate in this car that we've got on screen is doing.
I think Colin deserves some credit of his own. He's helped put this car in victory lane with Matt Million. But today, he's doing it a little bit more himself, it seems, because Matt hopped out quite early on. But with those slick tires on earlier, they definitely found themselves a huge gap. They took the penalty hit, and then the problems that the 290 car experienced really gifted them the lead back. I think they probably still would have been catching up pretty quickly, but it took an obstacle potentially out of their way. Only criticism I think I might have is I feel like they need a little bit more of a flashy paint scheme.
Oh, you like a little bit of design on the livery, huh?
Yeah.
So I agree with you. I do think it needs a little bit of something. Doesn't necessarily need to be logoed up. However, maybe just some identifying colors to help it. I know it's got the purple for the ZR2 class, but you're right. Maybe some mirrors, some wing end plates, and some wheels that match.
I like that. You're thinking a little bit more outside the box. I was just thinking on the body panels, but I think that could certainly make it rather interesting. But car just has to be fast. It looks pretty once it's in victory lane, and it's looking pretty likely that this car is going to do that again. We're getting close to the 2-hour mark. I think we should get some of those pit stops here pretty soon. I think we heard Oliver Piatek say that he's probably going to be getting into that 4-car probably sometime in the near future. I imagine he's probably starting to get suited up, and we'll hop into that ZP2 in the next 15 minutes or so.
You'd mentioned, what was it, about 3 hours, 5 minutes was kind of when the 59 and the 4 were on pit road last time. So that is about, call it about 54 minutes ago as of right now. We've got 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds plus 1 lap left here at Barber Motorsports Park. So as long as I'm looking at this first stop, if they can make it 1 hour, okay, that gives us a really good picture of how far they can go. If they can make it 1 hour and 2 minutes, 1 hour and 3 minutes, even better for the picture of the strategy for the race, because that means they will be in the good by the time they have to stop the next time, which would be about an hour remaining.
Which should be pretty much on the ball. I think we had the 7-car back out on track briefly, because I'm suddenly seeing a message from race control that it's gone behind the wall again. That's Turek's finish line RPM machine. So a bit sad that they've unfortunately not been able to really make many more laps. They've at least turned 50 today, so I think they've put a few more in than what we witnessed yesterday. Just it's not gone their way, and that's sometimes how it goes in racing, especially when you don't have things as homologated here in this series. You might have a few cars that have parts and pieces that just don't work when you want them to, or need replacing at the most inconvenient of times. You know, we keep mentioning about Matt Million and that 9.4 machine. Well, he set a personal best, at least for that car, out there the last time by, 35.1, it looks like.
Good job there from the pace side of the 94. Really hasn't been there until Matt hopped in the car, so doing a great job showing the baseline for that orange 94 out there as we watch the blue 95. I think this is Kinney in the number 5 car directly behind. And we got to keep an eye on our timing and scoring as well. I know it's not up on the screen right now. However, Clay McGurk, oh, well, I just take that back because they just hit pit road. I was going to say that he was within 1 second of Camden Hibbett out front, and now he is on pit road.
Yeah, I noticed that the exact same time that you did. Now, will they change drivers and put Alder in? I would think so. It's been a long stint from Clay now. Granted, obviously we had a break in there, but it's at least been an hour and a half, and I'm pretty sure he was in the car before they had the halfway mark break of this race. So we'll watch with bated breath to see if they're going to send him in, and I would assume if they do, he'll probably take it to the finish of today's race. But then also, who gets the quicker pit stop? Because Camden Hibbett did overtake the 59. It's a small enough gap that if you have a slow stop, we could still see that 59 switch up to the front.
And Joe, was it 3 hours and 5 minutes, or was it 3 hours, 10 minutes where we were talking about them coming in last? Do you remember?
I think it was more like 3 hours and 10 minutes. But
Okay.
remember, if it's an hour 5 each one, that should put them in the range. And actually, I think now that, because 2 hours and 6 minutes, so that's just shy of hour and 5. So that's pretty close.
I hear you. It's just that was data from one team, and we know that they could make it an hour, and we just didn't see another team make it an hour yesterday. So if it was at 3 hours, 5 minutes, and Stratus came in with, call it 2 hours, 7 minutes remaining, that means they are getting less than 1 hour per tank out there, which could spell trouble, given that they should only have one stop remaining, or hopefully one stop remaining after this.
We just don't know yet. They did put Alder in the car. He's back out. I'm waiting for timing and scoring to update to see if they've lost a position to Kenny. But the 4 is having a heck of a time trying to overtake the 77. This is a lapped car. They're being forced to go around the outside of Charlotte's Web. And they're not going to get the spot quite yet. So Gavin Vaughn, who I think actually wasn't Gavin the one that was fighting with that 4 for part of the time yesterday?
I believe he was. You're right, yes.
I think maybe he remembers some of that fighting, because I don't think he's playing super nice here with that car.
Let's see if he runs away, because last lap time out of Gavin on 32.55, and then out of Camden a 33.22. So the performance leans towards the Nimbus car as the 94 is now on pit road. This is Matt Million. And I wonder if it looks like he is getting out of the car and maybe Ian hopping back in.
Yeah, I think that is the case on this one, because it looks like they're doing the straps. Yep, there you go. So that's Matt making sure that the door is shut, which might seem silly, but we saw yesterday, you really actually do want to make sure those doors get shut.
100%. Yeah, you mentioned that just yesterday with that automatic racing car, and just kind of that door flapping open. They kind of got a little bit lucky with it, given what was happening on the racetrack at the time. But yeah, you got to make sure all the latches are shut. I think I also see our number 4 car, Joe, has hit pit road.
They have. So Camden Hibbett follows Alder a little bit closer. 2 hours and 3 minutes left to go. Does look like our cameras have gotten down there. So, and I believe, yes, it looks like they are changing drivers out.
Getting fuel in the car. And so this car, just like we heard a little bit ago from the Stratus cars, this car is also a right side fill. So the vent is on the left side. I know you see 2 fuel cans, but the fuel is actually going in on the passenger side, the right side of the car. And then essentially when the fuel starts splashing out of the left side, they know it is completely full up out of the vent, and pull the fuel jugs and off they go.
So hopefully should be done shortly. Where is Alder? Alder's just coming down the front stretch right now. There is the 59 car. Now, unless Piatek is already on his way out, which it looks like he's showing as coming out, let's see where they are in comparison to one another. Trying to see if I can find it. Looks like he's ahead. There it is. It was super tight, but critically, the 59 managed to overtake during the pit stops. I did say that could have been an issue.
Alder hopped in the car and basically was able to set down 2, maybe 3 qualifying laps before number 4 got into pit lane. And so what is crucially known as the undercut, that's what Stratus Racing just did. They put their fast driver in. He was able to turn laps that were faster than what the 4 car was doing currently. So that way, once everything equalized with that pit stop, 59's out front.
That's, I think, the second time today we've seen the lead in the ZP2s change hands through pit strategy. Alder really just laying down some hot laps now at this stage. We wait to see if Piatek can respond. He'll get the tires back up to their proper temperature after sitting in cooling stationary for a while. And then does he have the pace to try and attack and get the position again? Last time they were helped out by traffic. And this time, they might need a little bit of it as well, since Jason has been known to be one of the quickest of all the drivers on track.
It's going to have to be quick and run to that fuel number 555 right in the middle of the racetrack right there. I think that Alder was hoping that he was going to be a little bit more on the racing line, track out a little bit to driver's right, but got choked up coming out of turn number 1. It's not necessarily going to affect him in terms of Piatek being able to close in and catch him. Just as a driver, you're hoping to be able to use the majority of the racetrack even when you're side by side with a competitor.
Yeah, and I mean, there you go. There's the difference right there. He was definitely held up a significant amount. It's up to 1.7 seconds now on Piatek. He could probably make that one back up. We'll see whether or not the traffic helps him along. And it's basically these two that are fighting for that lead, because Kenny is still pretty far behind. I'm trying to see if I can find them on my track map in comparison. In fact, Kenny is close to going a lap down. I think that round 3 racing car is our last one on the lead lap in third overall.
Watching the 59 come around, do another lap, and I understand that Sloan is down on pit row with some more interesting vehicles.
We interrupt this scheduled programming to bring to you the official Zenith Racing Series ZRS Crew Cart, the midday pit stop. We have this golf cart that has been going around the past 2 days that is completely stocked with snacks. I think, are we looking at slushies here? We've got chips, we have liquid IV, there's coolers that are filled with waters, Gatorades, and let me tell you, this is free. There's an entire little schedule here that's like, it's the morning fuel up, the midday pit stop, the finish line favorites. I think this is such a cool touch that the series is doing right now, because obviously during the day, it's hard to eat. I can't even stay hydrated half the time. Sometimes I don't even eat lunch. So being able to just have a grab and go thing like this, we have Adele who's been helping us this entire weekend going up and down pit lane. It's absolutely incredible. And there's even some good like organic snacks here for those anti-inflammatory girls. Me. And this is just amazing. So that's a huge shout out to Zenith for thinking about every little thing and in between, because I've never seen anything like this before. And I might be taking this mocha latte with me. Back to you guys.
Do we really need Sloan having more caffeine? I think that's the big question here, Joey.
Well, she said no to the brain freeze earlier. Maybe she just wants to have a little bit of energy.
I don't know where she gets it from. Kevin Fennell, though, had to stop in for at least some fuel, because they are in their pit stop in the 27, waiting to see whether or not they will swap drivers when they return to the track. This is your leader on screen, and that gap that was at about 1.5 seconds has suddenly become 3.2. Piatek has not been able to hang quite as close as I would have anticipated.
And I've took some hard data numbers on their pit stop. So Stratus Racing was in with, call it 2 hours 7 minutes and change when they hit pit road. And that round 3 car, the number 4 that we were just talking about, hit pit road with about 2 hours and 5 minutes. It doesn't really seem like a whole lot of time. However, 2 minutes on either side of a 1 hour fuel stint window could spell if you could make it to the end on one more stop, or if you need to.
And I think that's really the key thing in all of this, is trying to plan it out. We often refer to it as running the race backwards and trying to just do the math to see how early can I pit and still make it on the quickest strategy out here. Sometimes teams do fall short on that. Sometimes it is a little bit out of their hands because the code 60s can interrupt them as well. But we'll keep an eye out. We've only had the one full course code 60 so far in this race. Everything else has been mean and green for this 6-hour enduro in round 4 of the Zenith Racing Series. Your leader is the 59 on screen, Jason Alder for Stratus Racing. Colin Garrett currently in the number 95 from 9-4 Motorsports, leading in the ZR2s. And then Sergio Ramirez currently running the Harrison Motorsports 392, leading in the ZR3 class. Looks like we might have Linus Lundqvist coming back onto the track at some point. So the former Indy Next driver going to get himself a little bit more seat time.
Yeah, got reports that he's going to be hopping into one of the Stratus Racing machines out there. Of course, the 59 is leading, and then you go down the order just a little bit over to where the other car is running, the 57 car, just a little bit further down the order, just from some problems a little bit earlier on the racetrack, and it looks like he will be hopping back into the 57 car. I was a little bit just confused because the 59, they each have the 2 drivers, and we've seen that the teams are a little bit flexible with who they put in the cars. I mean, we've seen Matt Million hop into a bunch of different cars, especially with 9-4 Motorsports. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these driver combinations do get swapped around on a given weekend.
Yeah, and again, it is kind of interesting because in most modern endurance racing and sports car racing, a lot of series have really put in very strict rules on drive time limits and things like that, and whether or not a driver can run for multiple teams, which is not very common for obvious reasons. But this series allows it, and they don't have drive time limits, and we've seen some very creative decisions made at times to try and get a team in the hunt or gain an advantage over their competitors. It very much kind of harkens back to olden days in endurance racing, probably pre-1990s, when things were a little bit more loosey-goosey.
And I think you'd hit the nail on the head. It's just kind of the flexibility and kind of the times and how road racing has changed a little bit. However, being here with Zenith Racing Series and really being all-inclusive and learning about these classes, right? I think that we are still in the learning stage of what works and the driver combinations and everything. So they kind of welcome all of the information, and it's pretty fun to see it kind of happening and the drivers hopping around.
So he's coming up on the 908, who at one point was a leader, but going to go 3 wide for a brief moment. I think this should settle itself out pretty easily. Yeah, everybody was heads up. Currently at Sebastian Rist. He's, I think, been in that car since we restarted the race this afternoon. But he hasn't had much to fight for. He's been sitting back there in 8th, just logging the laps in, waiting to see whether or not something will come their way.
Logging laps. That's the name of the game right now. Just under 2 hours. I think the strategists are furious with the calculator right now, just trying to figure out what's our fuel number per lap. That way we can make it to just one more stop to go. We know the performance numbers out of these cars. We've seen them all day yesterday and already all day today. I think that it's right now between the 59 and the 4. I don't think that anybody else is going to jump up into these top 2 spots, at least leapfrog that track position, unless these 2 cars have issues.
No, it's going to take something in the hands of the racing gods, I think, for them to have a shot at this one. So whatever offerings you can put up at their altar, now is probably the time to start to place some spark plugs or carbon fiber if you can. So we continue to watch the number 55 just keep putting in the laps. And this also is where things can so easily go wrong, because yes, we've seen a lot of these cars start to separate, Joey, and it looked like, oh, well, this is a pretty sure thing, but you can't ease up. You always have to be so focused out there on the track, and even the team itself, making sure that they make the right strategy calls in the moment. As we switch over here to Sergio Ramirez, you keep referring to it as the meat and potatoes of the race. Well, those meat and potatoes could wind up ruining the meal if you overcook them.
You don't want to be eating a leathery steak all afternoon, especially in the humidity of the inside of a race car in Alabama. But I think really to expand on what you were saying, you don't want to tell the driver to do something different. And the beauty about endurance racing is that when the driver gets into the groove, he's doing the same thing, or should be doing the same thing every single lap, every single corner, getting into the rhythm of things. Now, if you come on the radio and tell the driver to change what they are doing, oh, we need fuel save, oh, we need to go a little bit faster, whatever it is, you are now changing the rhythm of that driver. So, yeah, sometimes it's just about consistency, and those meat and potatoes need to get down into the gullet, and you just need to keep on snacking away.
Jumping on those laps one by one, just picking them up and putting them down. At least we have been getting some beautiful sunny weather here to wrap it up, as we can see through the windscreen. The one thing that does strike me, I noticed as soon as we went on board with Ramirez earlier on in this race, Joey, is that you usually see these sort of heater wires on the rear window. Is that for in case it fogs up during the race?
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly. So this is a pretty commonplace. Now, you don't see it on Lexan windshields, right? So this is only going to be on a glass windshield. So that's typically why you see it on the front windshield versus a plastic speed windshield, if you will. And it's exactly for that, for fogging. Most of the time you run open cockpit, meaning no windows, even inside GT cars. So if there's any sort of moisture inside the car, it can cause massive fogging issues. And as a driver, you're strapped into a 6-point harness. How do you get your hands up there to wipe away the fog on the windshield? Well, this is the easiest way to do it, is simply put the windshield defrosters on there, so it's a non-issue.
And I know we've said that this camera angle is also a little bit low, but did you notice how nearly invisible that car looked, that ZP2 car looked as it went by?
I think it would be really neat to put one of the ZP2 cars like as a profile shot up alongside one of these BMWs in the paddock, and
Absolutely.
Just where's the roof line, right? Where is the actual roof line on this thing? Because I bet you it's maybe 2 or 3 inches above the door line on the GT car.
Which really does drive home how low to the ground those ZP2s are, and how small the drivers are going to feel sitting so low. We see the 57 came in. Ben Waddell was in that car, so I think they're getting ready to swap out Sebastian Rist as well for the 908 team. Also pitting in. I wouldn't be shocked if Sebastian changed out. It was Barry who was in the car. We do have both Barry and Ben, much to our dismay up here in the booth, who race in that 57 team.
Always good to see the father and son combinations. We always forget, being at the racetrack oftentimes takes away from personal time, right? Can take away from family time, especially if you've got kids that you enjoy spending time with, a wife out there. So time at the racetrack when you get to spend it with the family, I'm sure is even that much better. As the 392, some self-preservation right there. I think that was once again the 555 that just was a little bit unaware of somebody coming up alongside.
Interesting stuff. And they'll get overtaken by our overall leader, but we are going to continue to watch this, at least for a little while, as we have a short break, our last one of the day, before we bring you the final stint here in round 4 of the Zenith Racing Series at Barber Motorsports Park. Well, we said that you can't count anything out in an endurance race, and lo and behold, our leader in the ZR2s ran out of fuel. It was way sooner than expected, and Joey, this puts the 41 team back up into the lead. It sounds like there's more than that, that maybe a penalty is coming.
Well, that's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, the 95 had resumed the lead. That's the car that we're talking about, this blue 9-4 Motorsports car driven by Matt Million and Colin Garrett. Ran out of fuel on the way to pit road. I did see that they made it to pit road, but they didn't physically make it all the way down to their pit box. So crew members had to run up pit road, push the car all the way down. It is back running right now, but you look down timing and scoring, Retro Rockets assumes the lead in ZR2.
Let's go down to Sloan. She is already caught up with the team. Sloan, what's the story?
So the story is that I got here really fast to deliver you guys the news as fast as I could. I'm here with Colin Garrett, who just got out of the 95. It seems like they're still talking to the pit officials over there to figure out what kind of a penalty we're working with. But Colin, can you tell us what happened at the end of your stint there?
I just ran out of fuel. We were getting close to our pit window there, and our fuel number, we were getting close to it, but I'd say we were still at least 3 to 5 laps before we really needed to actually pit. And so we don't know what happened yet. You know, we can tell when the car's full and it left full, you know. So yeah, I mean, we were way off of when we should have pit there, so I don't know what happened. But
what does it feel like when your car's running out of fuel? How do you know when you should come into the pit box? Like, what are the telltale signs that, oh, this is not going the way it should be going?
There's a giant ass thing that comes up on the screen that says fuel pressure low. So that was kind of my indication that things were not good. So generally you can make it back around, especially a track that's short. But I mean, it was like out. It was weird, super weird. But yeah, that's all I got on that. So.
All right. Well, is that your last stint of the day?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know what time it is. I don't even know when this race goes to. So I'd imagine that was my last stint of the day. So.
Okay, well, congratulations on a good drive. Sorry that that's the way it ended, but you've been killing it all weekend, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
So interesting that they're still talking, because I was wondering that too about the improper pit protocol. You mentioned, Joey, that we saw the team running down. I'm not sure if that's related to them getting that 1-lap penalty, but I'm looking now. Yeah, they are scored as third place as the 94 team that Matt Million was driving in that car. He's effectively helped move that car ahead of himself.
It's kind of amusing, and I think that since we just spoke with Colin Garrett, should mean that Matt's back into the 95. So just have to kind of patiently wait, see what the pace is for the rest of the, call it 90 minutes or so that we've been out here, because that car has been the pace of the field, or the class of the field. It has been the fastest in terms of the fastest lap, the consistency over the stint, but they're in a little bit of a hole.
And they've got an hour and a half to try and claw it back. Now, I know that car's been very fast before, but we've seen on this latest set of tires it struggled to be quite as competitive. This means that William Alsup in the 41 Retro Rockets BMW is leading that ZR2 class. And their pace is currently showing is much better than the 94. So it is looking pretty good for them to bring this one home. But we've already said it. You can't expect that is a for sure thing, and the 95 has just proven that.
If I was to maybe forecast a battle that might be on the horizon, now I know that they're already in podium positions, but it might be the 95 going and passing the 94. So it's almost like Matt Million racing himself. He's like, okay, I'm going to get this car ahead. Now I'm going to hop in the other car. It's like, oh man, they're how far ahead? Now I got to go catch that one? Oh my goodness.
Who's the guy that put them there?
Right.
This is a very crazy situation that he's put himself into, but we know that Matt is quite quick. I think he's probably the right guy to get into the cockpit to try and make up the ground. But hopefully the team can figure out why the car did not get the mileage that they were expecting, because they'll want to get that sorted before they head off to VIR. And so as we wait for things to continue to develop, I think that was really the only other big thing that we had missed during our break, as Alder is still ahead in the ZP2 class. In fact, that gap has gone up tremendously. Piatek is about a half a minute behind Jason Alder. And Jason has a bone to pick with this track because they got robbed of a race win yesterday, and they're trying to see if they can make that right today.
We'll see if Stratus Racing can close it out. They're going to be getting pretty close, call it within about 20 minutes of that final stop there for the ZP2 cars. So we'll keep an eye on that in terms of the fuel burn and whatnot. But what an opportunity for this car right here that we've got on the screen. Alsop driving the Retro Rockets machine. This ZR2 class has been dominated by 9-4 Motorsports. It doesn't matter which one. Usually it's that blue 95, but things can falter, things can happen in an endurance race, and Retro Rockets has put their car, their drivers, in a position to capitalize.
That's always the big deal, because, you know, sometimes I'm sure the temptation is there if you're so far away to not keep pushing, but it is a race, and it's important that you try to get to the end as quickly as you possibly can, which I'm sure sounds silly to point out, but this is why. Because like Joey was saying, the 41 now gets to inherit that lead. If they hadn't been pushing, if they had just decided to cruise, then maybe it would have been a less sure lead at this stage. That very distinctive black and white number 41 is looking like they might get to take home a victory.
I would really like to get up close with this car and really inspect it one of these days, because we see a lot of the E46 chassis cars out there, but they're usually E46 M3 chassis cars. Now, this might be an E46 M3, but the front headlights scream 3 Series to me, like one of the ZHP headlights. It's not your typical standard E46 M3 headlight package up front. So I wonder what motor's in it, and given that it's such highly modified throughout the rest of the car, I'm sure underneath the body panels are the same way.
Yeah, I was going to say, as you were kind of getting into the nitty gritty there, I think there is a bit of Frankenstein going on up there with this car. So it could be any number of things that they have thrown at this machine. But whatever the case, they now have the race in their hands. It is theirs to lose. They got to try and execute where others around them have failed, with about an hour and 20 minutes left to go. Checking to see if we're okay to head down to Sloan, because I understand she has caught up with a couple people. It looks like we are good. So, Sloan, who are you chatting with now?
Welcome back to A Stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of their cockpit for a seat I bought at Target for $20 a month ago, and it's currently deflating under us as we speak. However, I let the crew of Moorhead Speedworks sit in my chairs today because I bribed them. I didn't. I walked by, saw them in the chairs, and I said, this is fantastic. I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. So I'm here with
Dale
and
Josh
from Moorhead, like I said. We've seen a lot of you guys and not a lot of you guys this weekend. So I talked to Johan a little bit earlier today. Obviously, their pit is, not obviously, you can't tell, but their pit is packed up. I'm wondering, what ended up happening? Why are we packed up now?
On which day?
Today.
So today we had an alternator issue and the battery just kept dying. So we came back in. The only alternator we had was the one we replaced at Thunder Hill a couple weeks ago because that was bad. So we're putting in our new old alternator and hoping it works. So we came out, we were like, okay, the alternator's dead. We'll just start packing up. And what if we throw the new alternator in? We put a new battery in too. It's kind of working. We'll just go run some laps. Make the most of it while we're still here.
Oh, okay, so it's back on track right now.
Yeah, we're still back on track. Johan's in. He hasn't driven today yet. He drove yesterday in practice, but yesterday we went out before qualifying and didn't do race 1. So hopefully we'll finish race 2.
Yeah, I hope so. Can you tell me why you chose the Jannetta?
That would be Aries' choice.
Okay, well.
Car. The owner of the car.
The owner of the car. Okay. And so how do you feel about the Jetta?
It needs a lot of work from Jetta. We've put a lot of R&D into it to get it to where it's at now.
Yeah. Well, that's good to know. You said, who was the one who drove a lot of miles the other day?
Yeah, so yesterday, he's off camera now, but the other Josh Rice, drove yesterday. Our rear wheel bearing blew up and melted together due to some studs having an interference fit. So we did not have that on the trailer with us. He drove 3.5, 4 hours back to Greenville and had someone meet him from our shop in Charlotte and met him there, and then turned right around and came back. We decided the car was broken right after qualifying and started tearing it apart. We got the parts back at 8 or 9 o'clock, and then we left the track here at about 1, and then got to the track today at 6:30. So it's been a busy weekend.
Yeah, definitely. So kind of tell me on the crew side, when you are working such long and late hours and then you have to be back at the track so early in the morning, how do you function on not having a lot of sleep? Is that caffeine? Is that just the teamwork kind of mentality? Kind of tell me what that's like.
Teamwork and caffeine gets the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how I've always felt about it too, is like, you got a job to do, we're going to do it. But I guess what's one thing that you really like about Moorhead?
It's just a really great team. All the guys we have, we work really hard to do the best we can, and we try to do the best we can.
Yeah, just try to do the best we can. We love that. Tell me a little fun fact about yourself.
I graduated high school last year, so this is my first real job out of high school. Don't really know how, but kind of worked out. It's pretty good. I got my dream job at 19, so I can't complain very much.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think people are always trying to learn how to get into motorsports. So obviously just graduating high school, did you have any connections into the industry, or how'd you go about that?
No, I applied to Chad's shop at through a Facebook ad at a race cars, looking for help on Facebook. He had a post up. I went and applied online. I did an online interview, did an in-person interview, and then I started working there. I had never met Chad before this. I did 24 Hours of Lemons with my high school, so I had some racing experience before this, but I had never met anyone on this team before I started working here.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Did you graduate high school a year ago and apply on a Facebook ad, or what?
No, so my story's a little different. I started working on this team about 4 years ago, and this is all by sheer coincidence. Chad's dad, Eddie, walked into my buddy's work and was just asking if he knew anybody to help, and my buddy gave him my name and my number, and I went by the shop, and the rest is history.
Wow, would you look at that? Well, thank you guys for your time. I really appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see you guys on track at VIR. Right? Yes?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, great, cool. Back to you guys.
Love to see the ways that various people do get into motorsport. And I try to tell people that it's all in who you know. I think those two definitely a good example on that. But as we watch from above, it has gotten quite separated out on the circuit. We were talking about this a bit ago before we had that battle for the lead that sort of dissipated, that it's now become about ticking off those laps, kicking them off one by one. We do have an hour and 15 to go, Joey, so we are going to have to start watching to see who pits when.
I've got my notes out over here, so I should be able to at least call it when there's 60 minutes remaining, and here comes the first domino. The 59 car is in pit lane with an hour and 14 minutes remaining. They last pitted with 2 hours and 7 minutes remaining. So, Joe, they didn't even make it an hour on this fuel tank, and with an hour 13 remaining, they're going to have to stop at least one more time.
This is pretty much exactly what we saw yesterday, too. I'm a bit confused. I would have thought that they had gotten this sorted out by now and taken a lesson from it. But yeah, I almost feel certain that they're going to have to see us in pit lane one more time. And the team that's going to capitalize on it is right on screen. The ones that beat them yesterday is the number 4 round 3 racing car.
So the next 13 minutes are going to be crucial, and they will tell us if this number 4 car on screen will make it to the end. We know Stratus Racing cannot make it to the end, given that there's an hour and 13 minutes, and they just did a fuel stint of, just over 50 minutes. So if this number 4 car can stretch it, they need to make it to 1 hour remaining. Tell you the truth, if they can make it to about 1 hour, 2 minutes remaining, they should be able to make it to the end.
Okay, so keep your eyes peeled for this yellow and white number 4. And when they hit pit lane, Alder's back out on track now. I don't think we've mentioned it. Brad McCall hopped into the 5. I think that was probably over break. So they must have pitted recently as well. We'll see if we can send Sloan down to the number 5 team of round 3 racing and find out when that car last came in. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but I don't think I saw Brad when we left for our break. McClintock currently in the number 3 car, or number 4. Yes, the number 3 car. I'll get it right. Sitting in 4th place right now.
They're different colors, different numbers, but trust me, they all blend together, especially when you're looking at timing and scoring and trying to sort it all out when they're so similar on the digits there. But yeah, the number 4 car goes another time around. This is exactly what they need to do. So they've got 6 more minutes to make it 1 hour on that fuel stint. And they've got, call it about 8 more minutes, maybe 9 more minutes until they should be good to go to the end.
Now, we're hearing Sloan say that Randy Kenny got out 30 minutes ago, so apparently my memory just is bad. And Brad has been in that car for quite some time now. But that means that they will definitely owe us at least one more stop.
Correct. Everybody, like, even if you stopped right now, you're still going to have to do one more stop. I think the magic number is 60 minutes to go. And folks, that's a rough number, right? That's the number that we know for the ZP2s. Everybody else on a little bit of a different page.
I think Sloan is trying her best to get some info in.
Oh, my goodness. And Joe, she just gave us some info, and that info says that the number 4 is going to be coming in around 6 laps from now. And that should put them right about 1 hour to go, which means that should be their final stop.
That is right on the cusp, though. 6 minutes, a minute, or an hour and 4 left. We were saying hour and 5 is about the top end, correct? So, yeah, they're cutting it right at the wire.
But it's hard data, right? They pitted with 2 hour 5, so if they can make it on this stint and prove that they can do an hour 2, hour 3, maybe hour 4 minutes, that should solidify that they can make it to the end. But you got that plus 1 lap. That might be the little squeaky outlier.
Speaking of outliers, with Matt Million back in the car, I'm looking at the lap times. Last one was about 0.8 of a second quicker than the leader in that class, but that's going to be really hard for them to catch back up. And it was actually slower than the 9.4 car, the 94 of Barberi, who's currently running that. But so it's not certain that they'll catch back up to P2. So they could have to settle for this 3rd place after it was looking like they had more than wrapped things up in that 95 team. I think Eric Powell just took the 555 car in and out for their pit stop. So that's 2nd place in the ZR3 class. Now, we don't have the fuel numbers as well for the different GT cars because that is such a mixed group of vehicles all racing that we can't be certain on who's got what fuel mileage.
And Eric should probably be able to make it to the end, since you were just mentioning Powell out there in that Bruce Innovations car. All right, so we're down to, this car has made it now about 57 minutes on fuel. Just another couple more minutes and it will make it a full hour. And if it can run a few minutes past that, they should be good to go. This is the magic question mark that everybody is waiting for, including Stratus Racing. How far can this number 4 car push it on fuel, or will they have to stop twice, just like that 59?
That's the big question we all want to know. Still got 18 of them out on track. We were hearing from the stint with Sloan, the 290s story on what happened there. And of course, the alternator has been plaguing them, it sounds like, all weekend. So they'll go back to the drawing board once they return to home base and look that over, see what they can do to change that once we get to VIR. And of course, that's going to be a track that sees a bit of a different nature from this one, because the first 2 rounds have both been at kind of tight, twisty circuits known for being difficult to overtake. VIR, in the meantime, huge, long straightaways, and Joey, a very long lap there at VIR too.
A significantly different racetrack than the opening couple of rounds. I do feel like it will race a lot differently. The driver is going to have to adapt a little bit, and I think what might be the most interesting part of it, because those straightaways are so long, how fast are these ZR2 cars going to be in comparison to the ZP2s, because where they really shine is that top speed section.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. The Madison Avenue straightaway and the front straight are going to be very fun to watch, without a doubt. Could make for
even
some
the
awkward.
S's.
Yeah, that's true. That's, I mean, just, and pretty much all except for the front straight all lead into quite quick corners. So it's going to be some awkward entries if they're trying to make their way past those GT cars. A little bit of a flash of the headlights for the number 4, just wanting to put another lap on their teammate. Surely, I would think at this stage in the race, they're going to try and play nice with one another. They want to get a team victory with that 30-second lead that they've got over the 59. And I think that is the 5 that's in front of them right now. Double checking here.
I believe it is. I believe that's the other round 3 car that's right in front. I believe it's McCall in that number 5 car. So it's pretty surprising to see Piatek just kind of stuck behind here, unless they're using it as a fuel save. But I don't see Piatek. See, now he's going to try to force his way the long way around the number 5 car. I think that the radio message finally got out, because those last 2 lap times, they're 135s. Piatek was turning 132s before he caught that car.
So when we got that message that they were coming in about 6 minutes, that was an hour 10 left. We're now an hour 5. Is it going to be this lap that we're seeing the number 4 dive into pit lane? Was it 6 laps? Oh, you're right. It was 6 laps.
Not 6 minutes. And even here, right? So even right now, they have pushed it past 1 hour. So they pitted 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining. I think if you can push it 1 more lap, I would be happier if you could push it 2 more laps. But if you push it 1 more lap, it should make it to the end, as long as you duplicate.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. So going a little bit longer, I had misread up there, as Piatek then should carry on. And of course, even though they've got those 30 seconds on Alder, that 59 team still owes us 1 more stop, as far as all the information we've been giving has been pointing towards at this stage. And I almost kind of wonder if they're going to wind up losing out to McCall, but I think there is a lap difference between them. Yes, actually, it's looking closer to 2 laps between them. So they are very safe, at least in that second place currently.
And I mean, I think they've already hit the number I mean, we're sitting here hour 2 minutes since they've last pitted. And by the time the car actually hits pit road and gets back out there, it's going to be, hour 2 minutes or under that. So it should be able to make it to the end. Like I said, safety net, I'd like to see plus one more lap to really ensure that you can get it to the end. If you can do plus 2 laps, then great. You can build yourself even more of a buffer.
And I think those buffers are proving to be very valuable in this series because we've watched it many a time. You might have the race lead, but unless it is more than a lap, then it can be considered somewhat tenuous based on the issues that many have experienced on the mechanical, electrical side, as well as accruing penalties, which thankfully, barring some of the speeding penalties and some of the Code 60 penalties that we've seen, there have been precious few coming from race control. It's been very well behaved out there.
Better than yesterday, too. There was a couple little incidents yesterday, and race control was really on top of it. But you're right. Far fewer messages in that race control box on timing and scoring. I think the other big one yesterday, I was surprised at how many cars were caught out during those Code 60s doing Code 60 violations, but not nearly as many today for the one that we had early on, and then, of course, the quiet hours Code 60 as well.
Been pretty smooth sailing since we've been watching this 4-car as well, so I think Piatek is in a very good spot mentally, being able to just put the laps in. So let's check in with Barry Zerbuchen in the 392 for Harrison Motorsports, the husband and wife team running this one. Sergio, who is the husband side of that team, has hopped out of the car and has given over to Barry to try to bring this one to the finish. Currently running in the top 10 overall as well. I'd have to check to see where they wound up at the end of last race, because I know they did pretty decently, but overall positioning for this BMW has shown that the pace is going to give them a little bit of bragging rights today.
I want to report something that's happening currently. The 41 car, that's that Retro Rockets machine that was ahead of that ZR2 class. It's actually in pit lane right now, so I assume that they have stopped for their final service, but it has handed over the lead to 94 Motorsports and that orange number 94. Have to start to pay attention on their fuel strategy as well, but the class win still up for grabs in that ZR2 class.
Good point. And I think we've jumped over to that leader in the ZR2s. This is Barberi that we're watching from on board with. They'll continue on for another lap. Now, how far back is the 41? Is it showing about 51 seconds, I think, between
it's still
them
showing
currently?
in pit lane right now.
Oh,
so
yeah,
they are
good
still
point.
stationary in pit lane.
I hope nothing is wrong with that car then, if that's the case. If so, that would be the second vehicle finding themselves out of the lead for some unforeseen problems. But this does help Million catch up a little bit.
It would be such a shame, too, for Retro Rockets. I think that they have put together such a great weekend. To see it maybe unravel in the final hour, that would definitely be heartbreak. But I see them going out on their out lap right now. So maybe it's just a little bit of a bigger tank inside that car, and it just takes a little bit longer than what we've seen out of these smaller ZP2 class cars.
And I'd have to check, because I think I have the rules up somewhere here. But
Piatek is in. Our leader is in right now. Just under 1 hour remaining. The number 4 car hits pit road.
Excellent stuff. Okay. That is going to be well within what we anticipate is doable on fuel, which we kind of knew was the case leading in, but this just simply confirms it. What I was going to say is I believe there are some fuel cell limits in the technical regulations, but I'd have to try and dig in to see if I could find anything on that. In the meantime, this is the 59, which I don't believe has headed to the front quite yet. Actually, they may have just taken the lead back over as Piatek takes his pit stop. Can confirm that the 59 is now your leader. However, if you missed us saying it earlier, they still need to pit, and they need to do this. Take fuel into the car, except they will only need a splash and dash. But based on what we saw yesterday, it will still lose them the lead.
That's the second jug that just went into the car. And they push it back over the wall. The number 4 car grabs a gear, gets it back out onto pit road, and ventures back out onto the racetrack. And here is the 59 on the complete opposite side of the racetrack, if not 2/3 of the way around it. So that's the lead that Stratus Racing has. The question: can they sneakily make it into the box, get enough fuel to make it to the end, and still claim that victory?
Well, and I think one thing that they're going to be hoping for, which at this stage it looks like it's not coming based on kind of this statistics of what we've seen in today's race, but if a Code 60 comes out, yep, that will give them a chance to easily get back out in front. But again, that comes down to the old luck is a bad strategy phrase, and they need a little bit of things to roll their way.
And here's the other thing with that, Joe, on the same thought process. With the Code 60, you don't want to be early, right? With a traditional yellow flag, you want to be early so that way you can catch up to the tail end of the pack. However, it is the complete opposite strategy for a Code 60. You want to still be out on the racetrack when that thing happens, and then you take advantage of it. So you can't pit early. You have to stretch it till you're dry.
And on that front, you have to hope that it comes out when you're close to pit entry, because circulating at 60 kilometers an hour takes a long time around this track. And if they just go by pit entry when it comes out, then that means they might not even get around in time before the Code 60 is removed, depending on how big of a cleanup it is. So there's a lot of variables that they essentially have to bank on now if they want to get the win. It's looking a little bit out of their hands, even though they're leading with less than an hour left. I think the only thing that we can really say is looking much more likely is that I think they're not going to get caught by the number 5 round 3 racing. Looks like we've got Sloan ready to go. Let's head on down to her pit lane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Camden Hibbett, one of the drivers of the number 4 car. Camden, we caught up with Oliver a little bit earlier today. We also caught up with Jason Alder over at Stratus, who we said we're like, listen, the competition between you guys is super tight right now. Jason's word was that pace is king. Oliver said, yeah, absolutely. We're just trying to stay at the task at hand. You drove earlier today. How was the car feeling, and how are you feeling now that you guys are pretty close to hitting the podium?
Yeah, it's far from over. It's an hour left, but there is a lot to play out. It's going to be really close on strategy. We don't know if the 59 has to pit again. We should be good to the end. We still have to do a little bit of saving, so we think Jason will have to come in for a splash, but it's far from over. They've been the class of the field all weekend. We've been very close the entire weekend. So again, far from over, but I like where we're sitting.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was catching up with your dad a little bit earlier, and he told me that with our last interview at Sonoma, you had a lot of family and friends who were like, oh my God, we haven't seen him in forever. He looks so big. So kind of tell me what it's like for friends and family to see you continue with your racing career. Can you tell me a little bit about like their support, how they've helped you?
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest series that I've ever been a part of by far. The professionalism in this environment, the ability to take some amateur teams, professional teams, put them on the track at the same time in an environment like this has been incredible. Great preparation for hopefully steps into top tier professional series in the future. So it's been really cool to be able to share this experience with my dad, my entire family, and also 2 really close friends and now teammates in Thomas and Oliver. So we've put in a lot of work into trying and find the funding and put in a lot of event prep. So it really means a lot to see it coming together. Yesterday was a lot mentally for the entire team. So to be able to come back and fight back like this and be in contention for a win and be able to prove to everyone that yesterday was no fluke means a lot. So we're going to keep pushing and hopefully carry the success into VIR and the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. We're rooting for you. I know your dad's rooting for you. It was awesome to talk to him, and hopefully we'll see you a little later at the podium.
Thank you.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. So teams are just finalizing things now to get to the end of this race. 59 in a precarious position that they can't do much from here on out. The 41 team we mentioned has been in, but we're still waiting on the 994 to pit in. They need to take their fuel stop. We're down to close to 50 minutes left to go. Curious actually what lap times Matt Million has been doing. This latest one at about a 36.7. And Barberi with a 40.1. Alsup running a 38.9. So Million is still pushing. And he's, at least on this latest lap, been gaining on them, but it's the overall that we need to watch out for.
The uphill battle, I think the 95 has, that car that you're talking about. I think that he's a lap off of the class lead, but is in contention to catch second place, but the first place car is the slowest of the trio, so it's kind of just like one big accordion effect right there, and I'm not sure if 52 minutes plus a lap is going to be enough time for Million to get up there and really challenge things, maybe for second place with Retro Rockets, but we'll just have to be patient.
Also see that AOA Racing's number 14 has pitted in. I see that they've got Blevins currently in that machine. Haven't really talked a whole lot about Christian being out there, but he's done some hard work this weekend. And I think they're just outside of the podium right now, but unfortunately they're about 3 laps down from the 134 Big Mission Motorsports, so not likely to be catching up to them, even if we get a long stop there from that 134 team. Another team probably really with just nice quiet work to get themselves some champagne for this weekend. That's something that is also, I think, changed this time around compared to the Sonoma race, where there's a lot more entries in that ZR3 class, and it's looked like it's a little bit more difficult, Joey, to get up to those top steps in the ZR3s.
The one outlier has definitely been that Harrison Motorsports entry, that 392, which has come in here, Barber, and just kind of been the class of the field. But you're right, I love seeing the growth. And really, it's not just the ZR3s. The ZR2s, I felt, grew up here on the entry list at Barber as well. Here's a great shot of one of these ZR3 class cars, our actual class leader from Harrison Motorsport right there. But you're right, it's getting to be more entry numbers, and the more entry numbers that you have show up on a given weekend, the more competition it is going to be there, and this car just kind of proves that.
Yeah, getting a nice visual there of that 392 coming out of the hairpin. Interestingly, behind the 95, which we saw early in the race, it seemed like Million had a little trouble trying to get by that 392. In fact, curious what their pace compares at this stage. Does look like they're about 2 seconds a lap faster, which kind of ties into what we saw when he was trying to overtake or put a lap on that other car. Both BMWs, but both definitely different makes that we have out there trying to compete here in this series, which is definitely flooded with quite a few BMWs in that GT class. If you haven't heard us mention it before, we've only this weekend essentially got the 2 Ginettas that are also competing down in the ZR2s. And then we almost had a Porsche Cup car, but unfortunately just some bad incidents in practice prevented them from getting to partake in this weekend. Hopefully we'll get to see them a little bit later on at VIR and get to see some more fantastic types of cars get to compete in this series. with less than 50 minutes left to go and a long slog of 6 hours. We have also now passed what we did yesterday, but this is not unheard of. We had 7 hours back at Sonoma. So the teams are used to these races going long, but obviously this has changed the strategy so slightly out here.
Beautiful afternoon, though. I think you mentioned it when we came back from our break. The sunshine has pretty much been out all afternoon here in Alabama for the second half of the race. So some beautiful weather for the drivers and the teams to go racing at a world-class facility. And you were talking about just the variety of the different cars now really occupied by BMW. What I think is missing out here, and I would love to see it, of course, the GT4 platform is quite abundant in that ZR2 class with 9.4 Motorsports, but there's such a variety in manufacturers and diversity in that GT4 class, and even older cars like this BMW M3 that we see here in the ZR3 class. Would love to see maybe some American iron out there one day.
I would love to see that. It like I said, it just the more variety I feel like the better. But yeah, it always feels good to get to see some of the big rumbly engines, I guess we could say, along with that American iron out there to make some great noise on the track. And our leader, Barberi, has just come in. So we need to keep an eye on this and see whether or not they will be overtaken by the 41 of Alsup in that ZR2 class, because we thought that Retro Rockets was in a bit long, but we don't really have a thumb on what they were expecting in terms of pit stop time.
And if they do come out behind Retro Rockets, like they were running before the pit stop cycle, that would put Matt Million in a pretty big threat to try to overtake for that second place position. It's almost like I'm copycatting what I said maybe about a half hour ago. It's going to be Matt Million versus Matt Million.
Which is going to come away with some champagne. That's what we want to know. So we can see it's relatively calm, at least from this perspective. Granted, we cannot watch the refill as we wait for them to return to the circuit. Where is the 41 on our track map? He is currently coming out of turn 5 right now, down towards Museum Corner. So Barberi needs to try and get out before they probably come up to turns 14 and 15 to be able to get out there. Although it looks like they have the final pit stall, so it should be a quick little sprint out under pit limiter speeds.
Just to make things a little silly, since you'd mentioned the champagne, there they go. They're rolling.
Oh, wow.
Already. So they're going to get back out onto the racetrack in front of what I see, the 41 and the 95, at least from what I visually see out here. But back to my silly comment, if it's Matt Million versus Matt Million and he occupies 2 steps on the podium, is it one hand in second place on that champagne bottle and the other hand is in maybe third place or first place and he gets both the champagne bottles?
The real problem is, if he finishes in second and third.
How do you open them at that point?
Yeah. Only Matt can know. We'll see what sort of process they go through, because last time at Sonoma, he ran in 2 different classes. So that at least kind of solved that problem. Now, we'll watch to see what the timing and scoring updates between Barberi. He's coming down into Museum Corner himself. The 41 is currently out of turn 4 and just finishing sector 1. So that is just about a third of the lap difference.
And that makes sense. About 30 seconds or so behind, at least what I see here. The timing loops are usually pretty accurate on the backside of the racetrack, and now it is all up to that pace. We think that the 41 is good to go. It was right about an hour, maybe just under, that they came in and filled up that Retro Rockets machine, and obviously we just saw this number 94, this bright orange BMW down pit lane, so we assume they are good to go to the end too. So it's just down to that driver pace now.
And Ian will not give us a proper time this time since it was his out lap. We have to wait one more time to really compare them to William Alsup, who just ran a 1:38.1 last time he crossed the line. Also, I believe Jason Alder set that 59 car's fastest lap of the race. Not the fastest of anybody, potentially, though, fastest of this class. Did he? Yeah, I think he just did. He just snatched it up.
It shows 30.7, and the fastest they've gone is a 30.53, so it's right there, right on top of each other, but I am not discounting it because sector number 1 on that previous lap was personal best green.
There you go. He's definitely picking up the pace in comparison. I mean, last lap was 4 seconds faster. Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a sprint.
Yeah, here's the only way that they can win this race is that if he goes as fast as he possibly can, he needs to build a big enough gap that when they hit pit road, fill it up with fuel, and then exit back out onto the racetrack, they maintain the lead over the number 4 car. That is the only way, and that means they got to get a giddy up on.
And they do have nearly a full lap. It's about 2/3 of the lap that they have over the 4 team right now. So yeah, it's possible if they only need about 5 or 6 laps worth. We think that they're going to need to try and get to the end. Actually, maybe more than that if they have to pit with about 15 minutes to go or so.
And I think it's going to be more like 20 minutes to go based off of just when they stopped last. So it's not going to be just as simple as a splash and get back going. The other thing is pit entry at Barber. Pit exit's not so bad, but pit entry really, really slow in comparison to the speed on the racetrack by the time you get to the limiter.
Yeah, you've got to kind of ease your way down through a chicane essentially to get into pit lane, and it is single file, so don't make mistakes. Last lap for Barberi, a 39.2, but also a 38.5. So we're looking about 0.7 of a second quicker for the 41 machine. But we said it was somewhere in the realm of about 30 seconds difference between the pair of them. So with 41 minutes left to go on the clock, they're going to have to really boogie. I don't think that's going to be enough pace just if it's 0.7 per lap.
I'm with you. I'm in agreement with you. I think if there's going to be a battle, it's going to be if that 95 can catch the 41 for second place there. I do still think they're all going to be kind of compressing together towards the checkered flag towards the end of the race, but we'll just kind of have to wait and see. At least over the next 20 minutes, it should give us a better picture of if those gaps are closing in.
Now, Sloan is saying that the 57 is misfiring in pit lane. Now, granted, they are well down the order. They're running 9th in the ZP2s. That's Linus Lundqvist, I think, who is currently in the car. And she's saying they actually had to give it a push start. Now, again, not something that you see as often here in sports car racing. In fact, I think there are series that disallow you to try and push the car out of the pit box.
A lot of the top tier series now pretty much disallow. You can't even have the wheels rolling while the car is in the air. They're pretty strict about everything, making sure the car does car things and humans do human things. And cars need to get going on their own. But you're right. Sometimes you have a little bit of an issue mechanically. And the easiest way to get a car rolling is do a bump start on the thing. And if you guys have never done a bump start, you just get it rolling maybe 5, 6, 7 miles an hour. Plop it into gear, usually in an H-pattern gearbox. Second gear works a little bit better. Pop that clutch out. It'll start the compression on the motor, and off it goes.
I think Brandon Kidd brought the 908 in, so showing them in pit lane currently. Let's take another look at those lap times between P1 and P2 in the ZR2s. 39.1 for the 94 car, 39.3 for Alsup. That one is slower. And again, some of this is often due to traffic, so you can't always take each lap as definitive, but it's not trending to the right way for the 41 team, who were very much in the lead by a pretty large margin before their last pit stop.
I know that I've mentioned them a few times, more than a few times yesterday and today, but I'm going to do the same thing that I did with Matt Million. Remember when Matt Million got to the lead overall? Well, look at Zerbuchen right now. He is in the ZR3 class, and he is in front of every single ZR2 class car. That Harrison Motorsports machine is moving.
Just been putting laps down time after time, 188 of them so far. We're at lap 202 really, for the overall leader, with what has been an incredible amount of green flag racing for race number 2 this weekend. So they've put in quite a bit of mileage on these machines. And Zerbuchen, I think, can hang his hat high after potentially beating our ZR2 class. Now, I say that, though, I'm looking, and I think it's about 16 seconds between themselves and Barberi. I don't think Barberi cares too much to really have to try and beat him. I think he's looking backwards.
I can report that Automatic Racing is in pit lane with that number 908 car. Joe, if you remember, that was the car that was challenging for the lead in the first hour, and then they had some mechanical problems that dropped them well off of the lead. They're about 20 laps down, and I do have reports from Sloan that it is back on pit road with that same issue that had cropped up earlier.
So frustrating for them. And this is a race to forget, but sometimes you'll have those. Jason Alder, in the meantime, is very much going to want to try and remember his efforts, at least this weekend. Although maybe not remembering that it came to a couple of second places, because he's set another fastest lap, personal best fastest lap for that 59 car at a 30.515 this last time by. Still another 1.4 seconds quicker than Oliver Piatek, and trying his best to see if they can maybe sprint ahead and get that little splash and dash. Looks like McCall has taken the 5 in, so that should be their final stop.
Alder doing exactly what he needs, and yeah, can confirm green fastest lap that previous time by, just crossed the line again here, the 59 car. So I'm sure it'll get updated here momentarily. But green fastest lap, I wonder if he heard our producer talking about the GPX fastest lap after all of this, because it currently holds the number 95, and I think Alder wants to go ahead and take that away as we go 3 wide in between 2 cars going down into turn number 5.
Yeah, he's not waiting for anybody. He is pushing so hard. And you talked about it updating. Well, I think maybe you got a little confused because it was a 35.15. Well, this last one was a 35.13. 2 thousandths faster.
How far in terms of distance do you think that is on the car?
That's got to be centimeters. That is
less.
Got
to be less than that
yeah.
at that point.
So we've got the round 3 racing car. Now, wait a minute. I was thinking about the 57. This is not the 57 that was having issues. This is what was, I think, they were 4th place, so they're still sitting in 4th. Yeah, this is our 4th place car, the number 5, that are coming in. There are still positions to be lost. They're 3 laps ahead of the 27 Powell Racing car, so they can't really take too long trying to figure out what is going on here.
You're right, and I think that Powell would love to recover after yesterday, maybe even step up 1 position up into 4th. So round 3 racing with the engine cover off. Now, I am purely speculating over here, but it's kind of in the same area that we've seen the Automatic Racing car kind of pull its engine cover off, but now people are on the left side of the motor as well. So purely speculative, but they evidently have found some sort of issue they are trying to diagnose.
And the thing that strikes me is that we're now seeing, I know we had the problem earlier on for the 57 machine, but they were misfiring before, and we're hearing that this one won't turn over. So it could be separate problems, but we're seeing towards the end of this 6-hour race that maybe you got to be just a little bit gentle with these NPO1s.
And here's the thing, that Sloan is down there saying they lost a coil. So if you lost a coil pack, it's not too bad to swap out just a single coil pack and be able to plop it back in. However, if it's more in-depth, if it's the actual plug down in there, that's a little bit more of a lengthy change. It's still not the end of the world, but the diagnosis needs to happen fast. The fix needs to happen even faster, to your point of that number 27 still on track behind it.
Yeah, they could still lose valuable points paying positions here. Powell down to only 2 laps behind. They've already gained at least one of them back. How quick of a fix can this be for them? Our overall leader still putting in good laps. This one not into the 30s this time, but it was still a 131.085 from Jason Alder, which is still faster than anybody else out in the ZP2 class right now. So he's not letting up. They're doing what I think is the right strategy in this case. You know you can't make it. You might as well go as fast as possible. You might as well play to your strengths. It's just now a question of if that will be enough.
We talked about that a little bit earlier, and you're absolutely right when it comes to the strategy. You cannot early pit if you're the 59 because of how the Code 60 works. I think in any other situation, and really quite honestly, when the 4 pitted, so tempting to go into pit road at that time, equalize yourself on fuel, and then settle it out on the racetrack, right? Because that way you both know you're in the same position in terms of that fuel number to get it to the end, and then it's just the outright pace. However, how that Code 60 works, it's actually at a disadvantage if you do that. You need to stay out on the racetrack, because what if a Code 60 happens and you've already pitted? You've now lost that opportunity.
Which is exactly what happened yesterday to them. They pitted in. I assume they ran it completely dry, but it just didn't make it far enough for when Luck decided to throw a car off to the side of the track, unable to start. Speaking of a car being unable to start, Sloan is saying that 5 team thinks that they could be done, unfortunately.
And they were saying that Brad McCall was feeling it a little bit earlier with the power steering as well as the misfire. And, the mechanics and the team leaders are going to know that car inside and out. But to me, Joe, it screams more than just a coil pack. It seems like more of an electrical issue with the car not being able to power certain systems enough.
Well, I was watching some of the camera shots there on pit lane, and one of the mechanics was giving a big shrug. So that to me says resignation there. Although, oh no, it's firing. It's going. It's on its way. Well, it doesn't sound great though. Oh.
I think they're just going to run the thing. So, it's not necessarily going to destroy the motor. It's not going to do damage to the motor if one of the cylinders isn't firing. It's just going to be quite painful for the driver.
Yeah, and I think they've put Carter Pease in the car to wrap this one up. So I would think that he'll try and stick in.
And the number 27 just went by, actually. I'm looking at time and scoring. The 27 actually just went by him.
So that's 4th place for Powell Racing. Another reason to stick with it all the way to the finish. That's one more position for them to wrap this one up, because I would assume that 5 is not going to really have the oomph to be able to chase them down. Now we have to wonder if Patrick Wilmot of Automatic Racing will maybe take that 909 into a top 5. They are still a lap behind Carter Pease at this stage. So not guaranteed, but if a car is limping and wounded, it will certainly be easy prey.
And my biggest question for the driver in that situation, if you're the team manager talking to him, is the car safe, right? If it's just down on power and it's frustrating to drive, okay, we can certainly limp it home to the end. But is the car cutting out on the power steering in the middle of one of these switchbacks, or up and over the tunnel turn when you need absolute precision out of the car? is the car safe to drive? And as long as the driver is confident in their answer, then stick with what they say.
I agree. Yeah, it seems to be the way to go. It's an endurance race, and sometimes that means you just have to get those laps in and get as good of a finish as you can. It is an overall championship too, we have to remember, and we're only into the 4th round of many. This is the second weekend as well of many weekends that are going to be coming up for this season. In fact, we've got 7 of them over the course of the 2026 inaugural schedule here in the Zenith Racing Series. Still a lot to go. I do see the 908 is showing in pit lane and the 555.
From what I'm hearing is that Jason Alder is doing a terrific job on the racetrack right now, because we questioned, can they get into pit lane, take enough fuel, and then get back out on the racetrack before the number 4 comes back around? And because the performance that Alder has been putting in, these consistent fast laps after fast lap, remember fastest lap was a 30.51, his last lap a 30.58. He has almost caught the back end of that number 4. This is doable.
I think you're right, as we got another car in. This is the 3. So McClintock coming in from a podium position, and the 27, 3 laps down. As long as they also are able to get the car fired up, then they should be easily back out on the steps. So there you see another, we don't quite see it on screen right now, but it does look like actually a tire being changed on one of our cars. Now, that is, I think, the 555. Yes, it is.
I don't know if it's a tire being changed, Joe. I see a jack stand underneath the car, so I think a tire was removed in order to inspect something that is happening on the car, because the 555 has been in second place, and now Big Mission is up into second in that ZR3 class.
They still got 2 laps over the 14 team. Alcaranza in that AOA racing car trying to play catch up, but we'll keep an eye out. It's kind of wild how we've seen a few mechanical issues throughout this race, but it certainly seems like there has suddenly been a lot of cars right in the last hour that are suddenly suffering.
Endurance racing is a cruel mistress sometimes, Joe.
It's really proving to be today. It's throwing some spanners in the works, so to speak. McClintock is back out, so the 3 car not experiencing the same troubles that the 5 did, and have got that podium position essentially on lock. We're 211 laps now into this race, with Jason Alder leading, and we've now suddenly changed our tune based on what we've been watching. Interesting to note that Piatek has now set his personal best, still about 7/10 off of Jason Alder's personal best in this race, but I'm suddenly seeing an uptick in form out of the 4 team.
They have to. They got to get a move on now. It's kind of flip-flopped that they've lost so much track position just kind of cruising around, that the 59 and their outright pace has been able to catch up to the tail end. I shouldn't say that I'm surprised, because the 59 has been the fastest car yesterday. It's been the fastest car today. Just they have never had the track position in order to capitalize at the end of one of these races. Now, today has been their best shot. When we came back from that break, McGurk was in the lead. They've been able to maintain a position out front. It's just that their strategy, their fuel strategy, definitely put them on the back foot. It's just a matter of, can they finish it out on the top step?
You mentioned how cruel this form of racing can be. Well, it's delivered a killing blow to the number 5 cars. They've taken it behind the wall, so they won't even get to enjoy crossing the finish line to take the checkered flag on this one. They'll lose a lot of positions, but to be so near the end of it, we're less than 25 minutes left to go, and they'll have to retire the car.
We got to be getting pretty close here for this 59. I would assume that they're going to be hitting pit road, I'm going to guess, with about 15 minutes remaining. So call it like another handful of laps or so. But we got to be getting pretty close, and those dominoes are going to start to fall.
Good point. So keep your eyes peeled for that blue P marker next to the name of Jason Alder in the number 59 for when they pit in. And then we have to watch and wait to see whether or not the 4 can catch up in time to retake the lead. What would be really wild to see, honestly, is if it winds up putting them out and then we suddenly get what would be an actual race to the finish, wheel to wheel, for the overall win.
So what you're telling me is you want the 59 to come out of pit exit as the 4 is going through the apex of turn 1. So we've got a nice, fair, side-by-side start going into the Alabama roller coaster. Oh,
yes,
here comes the 59. They're in pit lane.
Good call, Joey. You were saying it's getting close to that time, and there it is right there. He's got his stopwatch accurate, does Joey Atterbury, because Jason Alder has hit the end of his fuel cell. Piatek isn't a full lap down, but is now trying to hurry back around, currently coming over turn 4 just as Alder hits his stall.
So they hop over the wall, and now the fuel is finally plugged in. But remember, they only need to make it about a third of a stint, so they are not going to be putting in multiple jugs after multiple jugs. This is our first 5, call it 6-gallon jug of fuel going in the car. I'm curious to see if they think they can make it on just this single jug, or if they're going to have to grab another one. It is just a single can of fuel. That is going to put him back out onto the racetrack in the lead.
Dump and go, and off you race. Now, I'm pretty sure, the 4 is still on the backside of the circuit. Alder is going to come out at the front of the field. We thought that their strategy call was not going to work, but you know what? I am certainly glad to be proven wrong, because this is going to be a feel-good story that they have overcome what cost them the win yesterday.
I need to look at this lap sheet and add up these laps, because, I mean, Alder is just an absolute machine on the pace. And if you're taking out 1.5, 2 seconds, 2.2 seconds on somebody, I mean, it's not like we're turning 2.5-minute laps out here. They're 90-second laps. So in the matter of 15, maybe 20 laps, which is over the course of a fuel stint, you could easily make that up. And it is all down to the hands of the driver behind the 59.
Wow. And just an update on the 392. No, they had a pit stop recently, so they are no longer leading the ZR2 class, despite being in the ZR3s. They've fallen to 10th overall, still impressive. Also, Matt Million took the 95 in for their last splash and go with about 20 minutes left on the clock.
Now, I'm going to fabricate a story over here. I don't know if it's true, and I don't think that it's true. Is 1 can enough to get this car to the end? We know it's about a third of a stint. The last thing that I would want to see is this car stumble towards the end, especially knowing how much of a gap they had on the number 4 car. What was the harm in maybe splashing in a couple more gallons? But for all I know, they could make it another 15 minutes past the checkered flag.
Hold on, I'm doing the dangerous thing. I've got my calculator out and I'm trying to do math. So we're saying, let's say about 93 seconds a lap. Over an hour, that's about 38.7 laps. So I don't know if that actually helps us, that information.
No,
but
doesn't help us at all, John.
Okay. Well, okay.
We need to know the fuel capacity inside the car.
Yes. Well, or of the jug, really, I think.
Correct, both. Yes. Yep.
But one thing we can do is if it's 3 jugs for 1 fuel tank, then it would need to be 1/3 of an hour, which is 20 minutes. And they pitted in at what, 25 to go?
Roughly, yes. About 23, 22, 23 minutes to go.
Now, if they can manage to save fuel, they do have something in the range of half a minute over Oliver Piatek. So they could try and just run a slower pace and get to the end.
And that's if they are in any sort of fuel issue, that's what they would have to do. And you're right. They do have that buffer enabled to do that. I think that just on the safety side of things, and it's so tough to judge when you're on the box, right? You don't have all the cameras that we have access to or that race control has access to. You might only have the stream or you might only have the radio. So you're not 100% sure where everybody else is exactly on the racetrack. Just as a safety net, I would have liked to see a couple more gallons be put in the car, but I don't know if they already put a safety net in with that single fuel jug.
We're a little bit in the dark on that one. They're still probably looking at least a podium finish. That's the one thing we do know based on the way things are looking right now. McClintock is, I'm showing about 5 laps behind. So yeah, even if they wound up coming back into pit lane, they'll easily get back out in P2 without worrying about losing that position. It'll just sting winding up with 2 second places with one of the fastest cars all weekend long. But that's why we run these races, because you can't just be the fastest car. You've got to have the best strategy out there. You've got to stay within the rules. Can't wind up getting any penalties, which is what happened to the 59 yesterday. And unfortunately, it wound up costing them a win. This time, penalty-free up to this point. Still got 17 minutes left to go, so knock on your favorite piece of wood to cover off my commentator's curse. And Alder, we think, just has to try and make sure that that last little splash was enough to get them the top step.
I mean, the team hasn't told them to save any sort of fuel because the last lap time of 30.60, and I mentioned that this guy is just a machine out there inside this car here at Barber, just turning consistent laps in the 130 range. Nobody else is even close. I mean, Piatek he must have gotten held up huge. That must have been a mistake, a 142, but go back to the number 3 car, a 134. Powell, a 139. Pat Wilmot's probably the next closest, 10 laps down, but he's turning 131.7. So Alder is literally the fastest car, fastest driver on the racetrack. Nobody can even touch the pace of this 59.
Yeah, Ken confirmed that was an outlier. It's back to a 133.8 this time for Oliver. So I think whatever happened, it must have been just some slow traffic, unless there was some bigger dramas that we missed. Hopefully not. I'd hate to see them have an off or maybe some contact with somebody out there as we go on by the 555. Now that car who we saw work having been done on them has actually fallen off the podium. They were in those top 3 before the pit stop, but it has suddenly gone sideways, and Eric Powell is just way too far back to catch up to Ocaranza.
That's going to be frustrating for that Bruce Innovation squad out there. They were having such a good run in second place through the majority of the day to kind of see it slip away towards the end. Can report that the 94 still leads the ZR2 class, so that is 94 Motorsports in the bright orange BMW versus their blue BMW. Retro Rockets is still giving chase, albeit a little bit further back right now, just trying to catch up, but still a solid run in ZR2.
Yeah, and do like what we've been seeing from that ZR2 class today. Just a bit of a shame that the 95 of Million couldn't really use what pace they had, winding up with not enough fuel in the car for mysterious reasons and getting a penalty. And from there, it's just been the struggle bus for 94 Motorsports number 95 car. Allsup in the 41. What seemed like a certain win, almost slipping through their fingers. We still don't quite know why. their pit stop was as long as it was, but it very clearly looks to be the thing that has cost them the win, because they were far and away ahead of Barberi. At least the 9-4 Motorsports team does have that eponymous car, the 94, leading the way for them right now, and at least making up for what looks like a loss of a win for the 95.
Did you say that we got a hippopotamus racing out there?
Eponymous of the name.
Okay.
Sometimes I like to pull out those big words. I gotta make that word a day calendar useful somehow, you know?
My simple brain struggles to comprehend some of those words sometimes. It comes down to right pedal go fast, steering wheel turn.
But you know what? That's why I need you in here, because I apparently don't have that brain. So you fill in that other side of the equation for me. Alder has that side of the brain. He's still putting them down. Not as quick as we saw before, still in the 31s. Actually, Piatek was quicker by a tenth of a second, but a tenth of a second really means diddly squat at this stage.
It really just kind of unraveled for that number 4 car, especially in this, call it last 30 minutes. I thought that they were going to be well on the pace, and I mean, they dropped off significantly from the back of the 59, and I think what might be the frustrating part is they've shown flashes, or I should say the majority of the day, where they've been able to equalize the pace. They haven't been able to be faster than the 59, but they've at least been close enough to equalize it, but it has not been the case the last 2 hours.
I think we, with these 12 minutes left, have a few teams nervously biting their nails, others just wanting this one to be over. But I think I said this, gosh, probably a good 2 hours ago or something, that we had 18 cars still running. We still have 17 of them running. We've only lost that number 5, and that is in spite of a number of issues that cropped up on pit lane that seem to have cost us a car here or there. It is only that number 5 machine that is retired since we've seen some gremlins start to appear.
We just got to make it another 11 and a half minutes plus a lap, and hopefully no more gremlins creep for any more of these teams. But if history, or if trends, I guess the hot word is trends in broadcast, you know, if the trends have shown us anything in Zenith Racing Series, the last 15 minutes can provide us a lot of drama.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think that was consistent both races in Sonoma. And then, of course, we had this car have to drop out of the lead here at race 1 at Barber. In the meantime, it's kind of gone the reverse route for them. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, that could change things a little bit, but I think everybody has now taken their final stops. I don't think anybody is certainly trying to stretch it. We thought that maybe this 59 car could be a little tight with that single jug that they put in, but everything that they've been doing has pointed towards they have zero concerns about fuel.
The performance on the racetrack has overcome whatever else is going on with this 6-hour race that we had here in the Southeast today, and coming down to about 10 minutes remaining out here. So the sand is running out of the hourglass, as I like to say, and Alder has been on cruise control, albeit the cruise control is cranked to 11 out of 10.
They ordered them special with that 11 numbered knob, and coming up through turns 15 and in towards 16 and 17. Jason Alder has all of maybe about 7 laps left to go to clear this one up and to take home a victory for Stratus Racing. Round 3, at one point, and you know, you talked about this having twists and turns. Remember when we were saying they were looking like they would have a 2-3-4 out there. Now they're still sitting at a 2-3, which isn't that bad, but they've lost the 5 car, and it almost looked like it was going to be a 1-3 for a brief moment for this team, but it was so close yet so short. And I just saw another personal best fastest lap from Alder.
You're catching the same thing that I was picking up to, a 30.3. Oliver Piatek in second place, a 133.3. So that's what I'm talking about. Alder has just been a machine out there. He gets by the lapped cars. He gets by the multi-class cars. It doesn't seem to affect his pace at all, while others are being slowed down in those same types of situations.
And we've seen this strategy in various forms of motorsport actually work a treat, where even if you have to stop more times, sometimes it is just quicker to go as fast as you can, take that fuel, get back out there and push. And it's the strategy that every driver tends to want to do. It seems to be far less popular in the pit lane to say save fuel, be easy on the gas, and try to lessen one pit stop. This one is, here's the leash, we've taken it off the collar, now just go run.
I think there is several F1 engineers that would strongly disagree with you, but I agree with you being a driver.
Yes, exactly. Well, I mean, if we're going the F1 route, I do think back to the Schumacher days when they did still refuel, that he pulled that off a number of times where he would just be in and out. I think there was a French Grand Prix where they did something like 5 stops or something crazy and just somehow came away with the win in spite of that. But it certainly seemed to be working here. Even if you don't have the track position, just going as quick as you can seems to be working pretty good at Barber Motorsports Park. The Alabama circuit sees the 59 go past our leader in the ZR3 category. Barry Zerbuchen kind of on a Sunday cruise today, the way that they've been unbothered by anybody else.
I think it was Sergio Ramirez that he was paired up with, since you were just mentioning that leader in ZR3, and they are anxiously waiting for this final handful of minutes as well. Close out the Sunday at Barber, just like how they closed out the Saturday yesterday, hoping to stand on that top step and get that car of another checkered winner flag on the thing.
Yeah, back-to-back. In fact, that'll be the only class that'll manage to go back-to-back if things stay as they are. The 94 going to beat out their sister team after last time out. Actually, let me check my reports from yesterday, see where that 94 wound up finishing. Just double check here.
Yeah, no, you go ahead, do your thing as we watch this 59, our overall leader, just in pure command, even passing that 392 car that we saw through the museum corner. Still the fastest car out there on the racetrack. The only one that's actually coming close is Pat Wilmot back there in the 909. The only problem is Pat's about 9 laps down right now from the leader, and a full lap down from Preston Powell, who's the next car in class up there at 4th. It really is just between first and second, between Alder and Piatek, and Stratus Racing double checking the time clock, double checking the fuel numbers, and they are going to be probably tapping toes until the checker flag.
And it wasn't even on the podium for the 94. I had forgotten they had some serious problems. They finished 43 laps down from 3rd place in the end. So quite a turnaround in this class to come back and basically come away with a victory by mostly in the realm of about 2/3 of a lap over the 41 team, who was quite a ways ahead of them. They were only about 2 laps behind the leader in race 1, but they were 4 laps ahead of 3rd place. So the 41 team, again, we thought that maybe they were the ones that were going to wind up picking the win up today, up until they had their long stop. So, yeah, to put one over on that BMW is definitely an impressive feat by both Barberi and Million.
4 minutes now coming up to the time clock and going down into museum corner. Just got to hit your mark, seeing some of that dirt on the outside of the racetrack going into that brake zone. I'm sure that the track surface has changed pretty drastically since we initially took the drop of the green flag earlier this morning at about 8:30 a.m. local time out here in Alabama. And now the sun has been shining for, Joe, about a handful of hours ever since we got back from the quiet hour break. And so the track has definitely got some heat into it finally.
Boy, does it ever. But I think the big difference from yesterday is that when the sun came out, it burned off a lot of the humidity, and it possibly got a little bit tolerable out there. Today, it is still showing at 90% on my weather here in the timing and scoring. So if that's accurate, that's going to get pretty miserable by the end. I'm sure those who are in the cockpit right now will be eager to hop out after the checkered flag.
It's about that hydration level, and yeah, anytime you get those humidity levels up, your body just tends to sweat that much more. You trap yourself inside of a sauna that is well over 100 degrees, and you can do whatever you want and trying to open up windows and duct in air. It is just one heat-soaked little cockpit in there. So yeah, you lose a ton of water weight. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these drivers, especially if they're drinking a lot of water and a lot of Gatorade before they're getting in the car, to lose multiple pounds just from their stint.
You've told me some of the stories that you've experienced in some of those hotter days. So yeah, I can only imagine, especially in these NPO1s, which are going to be cornering very quickly. The G-forces, no doubt, adding to the stresses that the body is feeling throughout. We've heard mention that some of the drivers feel incredibly sore afterwards, needing to really kind of make that as part of their training regimen, that the body needs to be able to cope with the constant pressures and stresses over the course of the stint. We will cross the line, and it won't be 2 to go this time. This will be 3 to go, since remember, it is the 6 hours plus 1 lap this race. So we need to hit 0 on the timer before we see the white flag.
Getting around a ZR3 car there. And speaking of that ZR3 class, I don't think we mentioned that AOA moved up into that 3rd place. We had mentioned that the 555 had fallen down, and sorry, Joe, if I'm repeating you, but AOA has moved up into that podium spot with Alcaranza behind the wheel currently.
Yeah, we did cover it a little bit ago, but it's been a good few minutes, and Powell, I think, we can attribute that to whatever they had to work on the car late in the race, because we saw it up on the jacks. We do have a car in pit lane right now. And that's
our
our
392. Zerbukin is in pit lane. I don't see any fuel going in the car. They are looking under the left rear tire. This could spell heartbreak, but I look and he's got 9 laps to the next car in class. That might be the saving grace.
Exactly. So they might still win the race without even having to cross the line at the checkered flag. At the way things are going right now, this is going to be the 2 to go now that we see the 59 reach the start-finish line. And we are seeing images. Yes, there it is right now. The 392 is getting back on track.
So that's good that they're going to be able to finish under their own power, but here is our leader. And Joe, just like you said, they crossed the line before we got to those zeros on the clock, so they got to do this lap, get around to start-finish, and then they will see that white flag 1 to go.
So we're getting word from Sloan. They're saying that the tires are going away on the car, and it's feeling very loose. So I guess it's just kind of suck it up and take it to the finish from here. Also, back to what you kind of said, the ends of these races, for some reason in the Zenith Racing Series, seem to throw up some unusual happenings at the end. So I'm just glad that it looks like it won't cost them the win.
And I'm happy that you brought that up, because yeah, that is a little bit of late race drama. I mean, talk about an uncalled for pit stop with less than 2 minutes remaining for a class leader that has led the class the entire time. Yeah, I would call that some drama.
White flag being prepared for Jason Alder. Now they just have to wrap it up. They're still on the same lap as Piatek, so they can't just assume that this means the win now that they see the white flag. He has to execute from here. Again, we don't think there are any concerns about fuel the way that they have been running this car. One left to go. Can Alder get his revenge from yesterday?
Just got to keep it clean. The last thing you want to do is put this car in any sort of danger area. I'm sure that he's going to try to get past everybody in front of him. The last thing that you want to do is tell the racing car driver to do something different. So yes, you do need to pass cars. Just make sure it's completely safe. Presented the car down to the inside of turn number 5 there, left plenty of room for his competitors. Now he sets off sail down towards turn number 8. I didn't see a whole lot of traffic out in front of the windshield here of this number 59, so it should be relatively drama-free for the last, call it, half of this lap, trying to bring it home to the checkered flag for Stratus Racing.
Coming up short yesterday, they still got a second place, valuable points on the table for this 59 team, but as a racer, you always want the win. And we doubted them today. We thought that maybe them pitting so early meant they were making the same mistake again. And on the surface, it did appear that was the case. I don't think you could say that anymore. They proved us wrong. They proved everybody they are the quickest out here today, as Jason Alder and Clay McGurk will win race number 2 here at Barber.
I think I saw that was the 94 going across just before, so they're going to have to do a whole nother lap as we get the rest of the cars crossing the start-finish line. I do see that 808 Racing of Vacaranza finished in 3rd in that ZR3 class, but here comes the number 392, Barry Zerbuchen and Harrison Motorsports claiming a victory.
Finally can rest those tires. That was Powell in the 555 behind them. They have to finish 4th, unfortunately, off the podium. Ocaranza also has already completed sealing their podium finish in the ZR3 class. And to show you the distance that Piatek was back, they still have not crossed the finish line. We're waiting for that 4. I think they're in the 3rd sector now, so they should wrap up as McClintock seals a podium finish for the number 3.
And you're right. I mean, patiently waiting right here. Here comes the number 95. They slip down to what is 3rd place in that ZR2 class. But what a day for Ian Barberi and what's going to be Matt Millian as co-driver. Here's Oliver Piatek crossing the line finally in 2nd place, significantly off of the pace. I wonder if he was doing a little bit of fuel saving, but back to my point, Ian Barberi and 9-4 Motorsports. It's not the blue car that's going to finish on the top step, but it will be a 9-4 Motorsports car there.
Ian will get to celebrate. Matt, despite coming across the line in 3rd in his current car, will also get to celebrate a victory as he drove alongside Barberi, a win for the 94 team here in the 4th round of the season. With that, everybody being across the line, let's give you a quick rundown. Jason Alder and the Stratus Racing team took the 59 to your overall win. Round 3 Racing's number 4 car took 2nd place, and then it's their number 3 car from the same team finishing out the podium. It'll be Patrick Powell who finished in the 27, finishing 4th for Powell Racing. And Wilmot will take 5th in Automatic Racing's number 99, or 909 rather. Nimbus Racing then finishing in 6th. I'll try and stay in class here just to make this a little easier to follow. Nimbus is number 77 finishing 6th. Round 3 Racing wound up in 7th for the number 5 team. Automatic Racing wound up in 8th for the 908 team. And then Stratus Racing in the 57 car finished in 9th. And all but one of our ZP2s finished this race. Joey, what's the finishing looking like for the ZR2 class?
Yeah, ZR2 94 Motorsports, like I was just mentioning, claiming that top step. However, they swapped around cars. It is the 94 Ian Barberi doing the lion's share of the driving there, claiming that win. Then you got William Alsop back here with Retro Rockets. They are going to finish second in that ZR2 class. Then comes the more familiar blue BMW from 94 Motorsports. They finish in third. That's the driver pairing of Matt Millian and Colin Garrett. And then we have to drop way down the order, several laps down to Clark Camburn, and Camburn Performance going to finish fourth in that ZR2 class. And then, unfortunately, for Moorhead Speedworks, same thing with Finish Line RPM. They both did not finish today's race.
Finally, in the ZR3 class, Barry Zerbuchen in the Harrison Motorsports, along with Sergio Ramirez, finishes with the win, as they will be ahead of Big Mission Motorsports in the 134 car, taking P2. AOA Racing finishes in third, with Acaranza coming across the line for that number 14 machine. Powell wound up in the fourth spot with the 555. And before we, of course, get down to the podium ceremonies, we do need to mention our fastest lap award. Interestingly, goes to Matt Millian in a ZR2 car with a 1:29.875, Joey.
Yeah, take this ride on board with him. This is up and down through the Alabama roller coaster, and this 1:29.875 was the fastest lap of the entire weekend. We didn't even see anybody go faster than this in qualifying, so this really is a hot lap in the fastest ZR2 car. This is down into Charlotte's Web. Great passing opportunity, and you see Matt just roll onto the throttle, use up all of that exit curb, use up all of the width of the track, and then pretty much charge it down here into this museum corner. And I think what we're going to see out of this entire lap is Matt using all of the asphalt available here at Barber Motorsports Park. You see him all over the exits. And you also see him abusing a lot of these apex curbs all the way over that exit curb. And then this is my most fun section of the racetrack, is up and over this rally car curb of what is turn number 12 and 13, up and over the tunnel turn. And I mean, Matt Millian, it doesn't matter if he's in the 95, if he's in the 94, it certainly knows how to turn a fast lap.
Well, our fastest, of course, is with Sloan now.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jason Alder, the number one finisher for the ZP2 class. Jason, congratulations first and foremost. That was a crazy battle. We talked earlier in the race and you said that pace is king. You had a battle with the number 4 car. Kind of tell me what was going through your head now finishing this out.
Oh my goodness, I'm super proud of the team first and foremost. You know, they've done an amazing job all weekend long. The car just came to us at the end, honestly. I mean, somehow the car was better than it was in the morning, like in the evening than it was in the morning. So I don't know really what was going on there, but it was on rails. So it's easy to do with a car like this.
Yeah, it's incredible. And I know you and Clay have worked together so well. So congratulations on an incredible race, and we'll see you up at the podium a little bit later.
Great talk there with one of our winning drivers. Clay obviously joining with Alder on that one. And just to wrap up the last few cars, since we didn't get to them, Cheney in the 73 for Finish Line RPM was 5th down in that ZR3 class. And then we had DNFs for No Lift Racing in the 70. And they did not start, I believe, for the 85. Now we've got our next winner with us. It looks like we have Sloan ready in victory lane.
I am here with Barry and Sergio over the 392 Harrison Motorsports team. Congratulations. I was talking to Angelina a little bit earlier. I know this is a husband and wife feat, but, you know, having such a family team, tell me, what was the thing going through your head? I know you guys pulled into pit lane just as the race was ending, like it was a rear tire issue or something. Tell me what was going through your head.
Well, Angie had warned me that the rear tires were kind of chunking, so I was sensitive to it. And then I felt something, which maybe ended up just being pickup, but better safe than sorry. So I came in to have them look at the tires and then went back out. Everything was fine. Yeah,
it's incredible. I think I looked at the clock. It was like 40 seconds to go or something, and I knew you had a pretty good lead anyway. But truly incredible management of the car. This team seems like it's such a good healthy relationship, which is fantastic. And we're so excited to have you guys up here on the podium. So congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, these guys are great. They do a great job making the car fast, and I love driving it.
Love that. Thanks, guys.
You could tell they enjoyed that victory, and that's going to be back-to-back wins for them. But of course, there is the ZR2 winners as well, almost taking a bit of a surprise there with Ian Barbary and Matt Million driving them to victory lane. Why don't we head down to Sloan here in just a second to get a few thoughts from that team as she is ready with the 94.
And last but not least, we are here with Ian Barbary of the ZR2 class. Yes, I am so impressed with you guys. I know yesterday was a little bit of a weird day, and then today, obviously, we had Matt in the car. Can you kind of tell me what it was like finishing the race, though, knowing that the car does have that speed? Obviously, you finished at the top, but what's going through your head, as you're getting into the car, knowing it has that speed? How are you keeping yourself going?
Yeah, towards the end there was a pretty big gap, so it was kind of just bringing it home. But definitely about 3/4 of the way, there was a good fight, so it was pushing it for a while there because there were faster cars around. So, yeah, it was a good race. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's been such a fun time watching you guys, and we really love seeing the orange and the blue out there. Congratulations on an incredible race, and we're super happy to have you at the top of the podium.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thanks to Brian, 94 Motorsports, all the crew. Did a great job.
I'd say so. Great job.
Congratulations once again to all of our winners as we wrap up race 2. We will be showing you our celebrations, but for myself, Joey Atterbury, and Sloan Paulusner, we're going to be signing off until we get to Virginia International Raceway in June. Until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.